दरअसल कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। जैसे क्लैश बढ़ा, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स ने महिलाओं को पीछे करने की कोशिश की और यहाँ पर देखिए पुलिस की गोलीबारी हो रही है। AK-47 गोलियां चल रही है। तमाम मार्च और पुलिस फोर्स कोशिश करो अगर कैमरा इस तरफ दिखाने की, इनको कहा जाए गोलियां ना चलाएं। आंसू गैस के गोले भयानक गोलीबारी हो रही है इस इलाके में। आंसू गैस के गोले चलाए जा रहे हैं ताकि स्थिति पर काबू किया जा सके। दोनों ओर से पुलिस और वो देखिए वहाँ पर महिलाएं जो है वहाँ छुपी हुई हैं। पुलिस ने उनको संभाल लिया है। रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स की टुकड़ी आगे बढ़ रही है। पुलिस उनको वहाँ पर रोक रही है उस किनारे में, उन्हें कह रही है वहाँ से पीछे जाइए। भारी गोलाबारी हो रही है। आरएफ वहाँ पर खड़ी है, उनको कह रही है कि पीछे चले जाए, बफर में जाने से रोकने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
हमारे पास में कुछ हथियार भी नहीं है। हम लोग सिर्फ ये जानना है कि ये मिलिट्री लोग हमारा देश के हिफाजत के लिए आया है। हम लोग भी इंडियन हैं, हम लोग भी इंडियन है और हम लोग गर्व करता है कि इतना इंडियन से हम LOC कारगिल देखा है, कितना बॉर्डर्स देखा है, उतना खतरा तो नहीं है यहाँ पे। अगर ये हमारा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट चाहता है तो एक दिन में आधा घंटे में ये लड़ाई खत्म कर सकता है, मगर वो लोग हमारे मणिपुर में ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है।
वो मास बरियल करना चाहते हैं, सामूहिक शब्द अपनाना चाहते हैं जो लोग मारे गए हैं। आप लोग उसका विरोध कर, आप कह रहे हैं कि हमारे इलाके में, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम तुइबंग इलाके में कर रहे हैं जो यहाँ से काफ़ी दूर है।
तुइबोंग इलाका हमारा बिष्णुपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर में है। हमारा बिष्णुपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर में है तुइबोंग, जो हमारा मणिपुरी लोग इतना जान जो गवा चुका है। हम लोग अपना इलाके में उस लोग का क्रियाक्रम कर रहे हैं। इस तरह कुकी लोग का उस लोग के भी बहुत सारा इलाका है, उसमें उस लोग का क्रियाक्रम करने के लिए हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी जो बर्निंग सिचुएशन में उस लोग का जो हमारे इलाके में घुस के हम लोग को मार रहे हैं, उसमें हिफाजत में वो जो लोग उसका जो मरा है वो हम लोग का जगह में बरी करेगा तो ये तो बहुत बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट आ जाएगा। अगर सिविल वार आएगा तो हम मणिपुरी लोग ये मेनलैंड इंडिया से हम लोग प्री मर्जर एग्रीमेंट।
All right, we are cutting across to the Lok Sabha. Amit Shah addressing the House.
और दूसरा ये मुद्दा उठाया गया, ये विधेयक जो लेकर मैं इस सदन के सामने उपस्थित हुआ हूं, वो विधेयक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के भावनाओं के विरुद्ध है। मान्यवर, सबसे पहले मैं यह दोनों चीज़ों का बहुत डिटेल जवाब देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि उस वक्त जब मैं खड़ा हुआ विपक्ष का मूड सुनने का नहीं था, आज कुछ अच्छा अभी मूड दिखता है। तो मान्यवर, जब तक कॉम्पिटेंसी का सवाल है,
प्लीज
मान्यवर, जहां तक कॉम्पिटेंसी का सवाल है, संघ राज्य क्षेत्र का प्रशासन संविधान के भाग 8 में उल्लेखित प्रावधानों के तहत आता है। अनुच्छेद 239 से 242 तक इसकी कार्यरीति को संविधान में वर्णित किया गया है और अनुच्छेद 239 के A में विशेष प्रावधान किए गए हैं, जिसके तहत दिल्ली विधानसभा सहित एक संघ शासित प्रदेश है। तो दिल्ली ना तो पूर्ण राज्य है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश विथ असेंबली। क्योंकि ये राजधानी क्षेत्र है, इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए 239A में इसका एक विशेष प्रावधान संविधान के तहत किया गया है। इसकी डिटेल बात मैं बाद में बताऊंगा। अब कहा कि भारत सरकार को इसके बारे में कानून बनाने का अधिकार नहीं है, ऐसा विषय कुछ सदस्यों के द्वारा रखा गया। मैं इस सदन का ध्यान अनुच्छेद 239A3B की तरफ दिलाना चाहता हूं। 239A3B बहुत स्पष्ट है। इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है। इसलिए कुछ सदस्यों ने जिस बात को इंट्रोडक्शन के वक्त यहाँ उठाने का प्रयास किया था, मेरा दायित्व बनता है, उस वक्त माहौल ठीक नहीं था, तो आज इसका मैं ढंग से जवाब दूं। मान्यवर, कुछ सदस्यों ने यह भी कहा हाथ में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट रखकर कि ये सर्वोच्च अदालत के आदेश के उल्लंघन कर इसको लाया गया है। मैं वो सभी सदस्यों को विनती करना चाहता हूं कि आपने सर्वोच्च अदालत के आदेश का अपने मनपसंद हिस्सा ही पढ़ा है। जब सर्वोच्च अदालत के आदेश को सदन में कोट करते हैं तो संपूर्ण आदेश का अध्ययन होना जरूरी है। उसका दूसरा हिस्सा भी पारदर्शिता के साथ सदन के सामने रखना चाहिए। खैर, जिन्होंने नहीं रखा, मैं रख देता हूं। मान्यवर, मैं स्पष्टता करना चाहता हूं कि ये विधेयक जो है, इसमें सर्वोच्च अदालत के निर्णय को जो उन्होंने रिफर किया है, उसके पैरा 86, पैरा 95 और विशेष कर पैरा 164 ऐप की ओर मैं ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। उसमें स्पष्टता से कहा है कि संसद को 239 AA के तहत दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का अधिकार है। ये अदालत ने अपने जजमेंट के अंदर बहुत स्पष्ट कर दिया है। मान्यवर, अब मैं थोड़ा विधेयक पर बात करना चाहूंगा। दिल्ली शासन, इसकी एक ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि है। मान्यवर, दिल्ली की स्थापना 1911 में अंग्रेजों के शासन के द्वारा महरौली और दिल्ली दो तहसीलों को पंजाब प्रांत से अलग कर बनाई गई। 1919 और 1935 में ब्रिटिश सरकार ने चीफ कमिश्नर प्रोविंस का नोटिफिकेशन किया और दिल्ली को चीफ कमिश्नर प्रोविंस के तहत रखा गया। आज़ादी के बाद पट्टाभी सीतारामैया समिति ने दिल्ली को राज्य स्तर का दर्जा देने की सिफारिश की। हालांकि जब सिफारिश संविधान सभा के समक्ष आई, मेरा विपक्ष के सदस्यों को विनम्रता से अनुरोध है कि इस बात को जरा गौर से सुनेगा। पट्टाभी सीतारामैया समिति की सिफारिश जब सदन के सामने आई, तब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, श्रीमान सरदार पटेल, राजा जी, राजेंद्र प्रसाद और डॉक्टर अंबेडकर जैसे नेताओं ने इसका विरोध किया कि ये उचित नहीं होगा कि दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा दिया जाए। मैं फिर से एक बार रिपीट करता हूं, किस किस ने विरोध किया था? पंडित नेहरू ने किया था, सरदार पटेल ने किया था, राजा जी ने किया, राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी ने किया और अंबेडकर जी ने भी इसका विरोध किया था। और उस वक्त पंडित नेहरू जी के एक चर्चा के हिस्से को मैं सदन के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। 2 साल पहले सदन ने एक समिति, सीतारामैया समिति की नियुक्ति की और अब जब रिपोर्ट आया है तब दुनिया बदल गई है, भारत बदल गया है और दिल्ली काफी हद तक बदल गई है। इसलिए दिल्ली में हुए इन परिवर्तनों की परवाह किए बगैर उस समिति की सिफारिशों को स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते और स्वीकार करना वास्तविकता से पूरी तरह मुंह मोड़ लेना होगा। एक समय तो नेहरू जी ने संविधान सभा के सदस्यों को यहां तक कहा कि चूंकि नई दिल्ली में 3/4 संपत्ति केंद्र सरकार की है, इसलिए तर्कसंगत यही होगा कि इसको केंद्र के अधीन रखा जाए। बाद में जब अंबेडकर जी ने समापन किया तब उन्होंने कहा, जहां तक दिल्ली का सवाल है, हमें ऐसा लगता है कि भारत की राजधानी के रूप में शायद ही किसी स्थानीय प्रशासन को मुक्त अधिकार यहां दिए जा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो राजधानी के क्षेत्र है, इसकी मिसाल भी उन्होंने वहां दी और उन्होंने कहा कि इसके लिए एक अलग व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए और संविधान सभा में इस पर जोड़ना चाहिए। खैर, मैं इसलिए कहता हूं कि आप जिस चीज़ का विरोध कर रहे हैं, ये सिफारिश किसकी थी ये आपको मालूम होना चाहिए। ये पंडित नेहरू की सिफारिश थी। मान्यवर, मैं उसके बाद में 1991 में सी स्टेट एक्ट के द्वारा दिल्ली को विधानसभा दी गई, परंतु 56 में राज्य पुनर्गठन आयोग की सिफारिशों पर दिल्ली की विधानसभा हटाकर उसको संघ राज्य घोषित किया गया। लगभग 3 दशक तक ये व्यवस्था चलती रही। 87 में सरकारिया कमेटी बनी, जो बाद में बालाकृष्णन कमेटी के रूप में जानी गई, और 91 में 69वां संविधान संशोधन किया गया और इसके बाद दिल्ली राजधानी राज्य क्षेत्र शासन अधिनियम 1991, जिसमें मैं आज संशोधन लेकर आया हूं, इसको इस महान सदन ने पारित किया गया। और वही विधेयक के अंदर, संविधान संशोधन के अंदर 239A, जिसका मैंने जिक्र किया, उसमें इस संसद को राजधानी क्षेत्र के किसी भी हिस्से के लिए और किसी भी कार्य के लिए कानून बनाने के लिए संपूर्ण अधिकार संसद को देने का काम किया गया। मान्यवर, समस्या कहां से समाप्त शुरू हुई? 1993 से व्यवस्था चली आ रही थी। कभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता में आई, कभी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने शासन किया, कभी ऊपर कांग्रेस का शासन था तब हमारी सरकार थी, तो कभी ऊपर कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तब नीचे हमारा शासन था, मगर कोई झगड़ा नहीं हुआ सर, सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा था, क्योंकि किसी की मनसा अधिकार हथियाने की नहीं थी, सेवा करने की। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी भाजपा के साथ झगड़ा नहीं किया, भाजपा ने भी कांग्रेस सरकार के साथ झगड़ा नहीं किया, और बहुत अच्छे से चल रहा था, कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं, कोई झगड़ा नहीं। 1915 में स्थिति बदली और यहाँ 2015 में यहाँ स्थिति बदली और यहाँ एक ऐसे दल की सरकार आई जिसका मकसद, मुझे कोई झिझक नहीं है कहने में, जिसका मकसद सेवा करना है ही नहीं, झगड़ा करना। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी अनेक पार्टियों के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, अनेक पार्टियों की मिलीजुली सरकार रही, शुद्ध रूप से सरकार रही, मगर राष्ट्र सेवा करने में और जन सेवा करने में किसी भी पार्टी को कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। मैं बाद में बात करूंगा क्या दिक्कत है वो, उसकी भी डिटेल बात करूंगा, प्रॉब्लम क्या है वो। प्रॉब्लम ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के अधिकार का नहीं है, विजिलेंस को कंट्रोल में लेकर बंगला जो बना दिया है, इसका सत्य छुपाना है। जो भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है, इसका सत्य छुपाना है। मान्यवर उसके बाद में 15 में अचानक ही दिल्ली राज्य सरकार ने एक विषय सर्कुलर निकाला, जिसमें उन्होंने ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के अधिकार अपने हाथ में लिए। केंद्र सरकार ने एक नोटिफिकेशन निकाला, उसको हाई कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया गया। हाई कोर्ट का फैसला केंद्र सरकार के पक्ष में आया, इसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर दिया गया, उसमें खंडित जनादेश आया, फिर संविधान पीठ बनी, संविधान पीठ ने कुछ फैसले कर नीचे फिर से 2 जजों की बेंच को दिया, उसमें भी सहमति नहीं बन पाई और फिर से संविधान पीठ बनी जिसने अभी अभी फैसला दिया। मान्यवर वो जो इंटरप्रिटेशन है, वो इंटरप्रिटेशन उन्होंने कानूनी और मॉरल दृष्टि से नहीं किया। उन्होंने इंटरप्रिटेशन कानून की स्थितियों का करते हुए ये कहा है कि फिर भी दिल्ली देश की संसद को और भारत सरकार को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के लिए हर प्रकार का कानून बनाने का अधिकार है। वो अधिकार का उपयोग कर एक वटहुकम, एक नोटिफिकेशन निकाला गया और वो नोटिफिकेशन इसलिए निकालना पड़ा कि संसद उस वक्त काम नहीं कर रही, मतलब संसद बैठी नहीं थी, बैठकें चल नहीं रही, तो नोटिफिकेशन निकला और संसद सत्र के अनुपस्थिति में जो नोटिफिकेशन निकला, इसको मैं यहाँ लेकर आया हूँ, जो आज सदन के चर्चा के लिए मैंने आप सबके सामने रखा है। मेरा सभी पक्ष के सदस्यों से विनती है कि चुनाव जीतने के लिए, किसी समर्थन हासिल करने के लिए, किसी पक्ष का विधेयक का समर्थन करना या विरोध करना, ऐसी राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। नए गठबंधन बनाने के अनेक प्रकार होते हैं। नया गठबंधन बनाने के अनेक प्रकार होते हैं। विधेयक और कानून देश के भले के लिए लेकर आते हैं, इसका विरोध या इसका समर्थन भी देश के और दिल्ली के भले के लिए करना चाहिए। अगर हमारी राजनीति में थोड़ी स्वीकृति कम है तो सबको मिलाना है, दिल्ली का जो होना है वो हो, जितना भ्रष्टाचार होना है वो हो, मंत्री कुछ भी करे, मुख्यमंत्री करोड़ों के बंगले बनाए, मगर हम विपक्ष में रहते हुए समर्थन करेंगे क्योंकि हमें गठबंधन बनाना है। इस तरह से नहीं सोचना चाहिए। मेरी अपील है विपक्ष के सदस्यों को कि आप दिल्ली की सोचिए, अलायंस की मत सोचिए। अलायंस से फायदा नहीं होने वाला है। अलायंस होने के बाद भी पूर्ण बहुमत से नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले हैं। इसलिए ये अलायंस के कारण जनता के हितों की बलि मत चढ़ाइए। जनता सब देख रही है। अलायंस कर आप अगर ऐसा सोचते हो कि जनता का विश्वास हासिल कर दिया जाएगा, जनता का विश्वास आपको मिला था, मगर जिस तरह से 10 साल यूपीए ने शासन चलाया, 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले करे, इसलिए आज वहां बैठे। और मैं फिर से कहना चाहता हूं, दिल्ली सरकार के घपले घोटाले भ्रष्टाचार को प्रच्छिन्न रूप से अलायंस की गरज के कारण मदद कर रहे हो। पूरा देश देख रहा है और पूरा देश चुनाव में इसका हिसाब किताब करेगा। मान्यवर, मैंने ये सदन के सामने रखा है बिल को। मेरा सभी से निवेदन है कि अलायंस के मद्देनजर इस पर अपना अभिप्राय न करें। देश के और राजधानी क्षेत्र के भले के लिए न्यूट्रलिटी से बात करें। और वैसे भी मैं बता देता हूं, विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी वालों को, कि ये बिल पारित होने के बाद वो अलायंस में आपके साथ आने वाले नहीं है। तो जो सच है वो करिए। इतना अपील करके मेरी बात को समाप्त करें।
प्लीज, माननीय सदस्य, आपको बोलने का मौका दिया जाएगा, लेकिन आप बार बार उठोगे तो मौका नहीं दिया जाएगा। ये सदन है, सभी माननीय सदस्य आग्रह, आपको मौका दिया जाएगा। आप एक पार्टी के हो और आपको मौका देंगे, लेकिन बीच बीच में नहीं उठते हैं, नहीं तो आपका समय खत्म हो जाएगा। नो, आप भी अपनी बात कहना। अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी।
सर, आपको विराजमान होते हुए हमें बड़ा प्रसन्न होते हैं। सर, सबसे पहले मैं ये कहना चाहते हैं कि कल ही ये मुद्दा सदन में आने वाले थे, हम तैयार होके बैठे भी थे यहाँ, लिस्टेड भी हुई थी सर, लेकिन पता नहीं सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की तरफ से,
कल मैं आसन पे नहीं था इसलिए नहीं आया
सर, सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की तरफ से कल सदन को ठप कराया गया। ये हमारी संसदीय परंपरा में ऐसा नहीं देखा कि ये संसद ठप कराते हैं और सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी खुद, और दूसरी देखा कि हमारे गृह मंत्री नदारत रहे सदन से और स्टेट मिनिस्टर होम वो भी नदारत रही। तो बाद में पता चल कि अंदर की बात क्या है। अंदर की बात यह है कि मोदी जी के साथ हमारे अमित शाह जी शायद कहीं घूमने गए और सदन को अपने भगवान की मर्जी पे खिलौने की तरफ फेंक के चले गए। सर, आज जब सदन में आए,
विषय पे बोले
सर, विषय में क्या अमित शाह जी बोल रहे थे। सर, आज जब सदन में आए तो अच्छा लग रहे थे कि हमारे अमित शाह जी बार बार जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी को और कांग्रेस पार्टी को तारीफ कर रहे थे। मैंने सोचा क्या देख रहे हैं भाई, ये दिन है या रात है। मैं तो सोचा कि दौड़ के जाए और अमित शाह की मुंह में शक्कर शहद डाले, क्योंकि अमित शाह की मुंह से नेहरू जी की तारीफ, कांग्रेस की तारीफ बकाई, ये मेरे लिए बड़ा अच्छा लगे। लेकिन कुछ ही समय बाद ये पता चले कि
पंडित जी नहीं अध्यक्ष जी, जिनको मैंने पंडित नेहरू जी ने तारीफ नहीं करी है, मैंने जो पंडित नेहरू जी ने कहा वो कोट अनकोट कहा है, उसको तारीफ मानना है तो मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है।
सर, एक ही बात कहना चाहते हैं कि मान्यवर, इधर उधर की बात ना कर, बता कफिला कैसे लूटा। मैं ये कहना चाहते हैं आपको जब जरूरत पड़ते हैं तब नेहरू जी को सहारा लेने पड़ते। आप अगर नेहरू जी को सहारा बराबर लेते रहते तो आज हिंदुस्तान में ये मणिपुर, हरियाणा हमें देखने को नहीं होते। ये आप मान के चलिए, ये दिल्ली है, दिल्ली, और ये दिल्ली हमारा दिल है। एक दिन मैंने अपने रूह से पूछा ये दिल्ली क्या है। जब जवाब में ये बताया गए मानो आसमान जिस्म है तो दिल्ली उसका जान है। तो ये दिल्ली के साथ बार बार क्यों छेड़खानी किए जा रहे हैं, ये मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहते हैं। आपने खुद अपने वक्तव्य में ये पेश किए कि 1911 में ये कलकत्ता से राजधानी उठ के दिल्ली आए। बिल्कुल सही बताया आपने। ये 1990 में बालाकृष्ण कमेटी की रिपोर्ट और रिकमेंडेशन आई। 69th amendment 1991 was passed by Parliament, which inserted articles 239AA and 239BB in the Constitution and provided for a legislative assembly in Delhi. In short, the 69th Amendment Act roughly restored the kind of governance system that was offered to Delhi in 1952, a union territory with a legislative assembly, council of ministers, and elected chief minister with limited mandate. ये यूनियन टेरिटरी बने 1956 में। देखिए, मेरा सिर्फ यही कहना है कि आप जो भी कहे, शंका हमारे इसलिए है कि हिंदुस्तान में से एक ही राज्य दिल्ली नहीं है। अगर दिल्ली में इस तरीके की छेड़खानी होते रहेंगे तो इसके चलते आप धीरे धीरे हिंदुस्तान की बाकी राज्यों में एक किस्म के ही हमला करते रहेंगे। अगर आपको ये लगे कि यहाँ घोटाला होते रहते, ये घोटाले के लिए क्या ये बिल लाना जरूरी था? आपके हाथ में ईडी है, सीबीआई है, कितने सारे फौजें हैं आपके हाथ में, कितने सारे शक्तियां हैं अपने जेब में, तब उसको इस्तेमाल क्यों नहीं करते? ये घोटाला की चलते, घोटाला की विरोध करने के लिए आपको क्या ये बिल लाना जरूरी था? मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहता है। दूसरी सवाल ये है कि देखिए ये अध्यादेश की घोषणा लोकतांत्रिक और न्यायिक विचार विमर्श का दरकिनार करने का एक स्पष्ट प्रयास है। क्योंकि मैं बता रहा हूं, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की 2023 संविधान पीठ के फैसले के महज 6 दिन बाद ही 17 मई 2023 के अध्यादेश को मंजूरी देने वाले कैबिनेट प्रस्ताव पारित किया गया था, जबकि अध्यादेश को 19 मई को ही कानूनी रूप दिया गया और उसी शाम जैसे ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट की छुट्टियां शुरू हुई, इस अध्यादेश को जनता के लिए लागू कर दिया गया। ये सही है, ये गलत? अब बताओ, इतना जल्दबाजी क्यों आपको लगे कि अध्यादेश के तहत ये बिल लाना जरूरी समझा है आपने? क्यों ये अध्यादेश लाने की क्या जरूरत थी? आप तो सीधा बिल ला सकते। ये जरूरी क्या थी? ये इमरजेंसी क्या थी? एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी सिचुएशन क्या थी उस समय? आपको सदन में ये बताना पड़ेगा। देखिए 1991 में the Parliament also passed the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Act to supplement the constitutional provision relating to the Legislative Assembly and the Council of Ministers. It conferred on the Assembly the power to legislate on all matters in the state list as well as the concurrent list except land, police and public order. Further, in 2018, the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court has dealt with the issue of the powers of Delhi government. Supreme Court involves the interpretation of Article 239AA of the Constitution, which deals with the governance structure of the national capital. In the ruling, the Constitution Bench held that although Delhi could not be accorded the status of a state, the concept of federalism would still apply to it. ये संघीय ढांचा के लिए हमें चिंता जरूर करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान में अगर संघीय ढांचा ना बचेगा तो हिंदुस्तान तबाह हो जाएगी। इस कगार में हिंदुस्तान ना जाए, इसलिए हमें चिंता करना जरूरी है। The 2018 ruling said that with the introduction of Article 239AA in the Constitution, Parliament envisaged a representative form of government for Delhi while seeking to provide a directly elected legislative assembly with legislative powers over matters within the state list and the concurrent list barring those exempted. कल हमारा सदन में जब परसों ये चर्चा होते समय हमें जब विरोध करना जरूरी महसूस किया तो हमारे कोई नेता, ज्ञानी नेता यहाँ उठ के कह रहे थे कि हमारे एरुडाइट हम लोग नहीं हैं, ये कानून नहीं समझते। मानते हैं, उन जैसा फ्लैम्बॉयंट लीगल लुमिनरी मैं कम से कम नहीं हूँ, ये बिल्कुल मानता। लेकिन एक बात जरूर कहना चाहते हैं कि ये जो आपकी तरफ से जो बयान दिया गया था वो भी हमारे पास है। वो ये था कि ये आपने माना कि verdict itself had noted that since there is no central legislation governing the services and the decision making process in Delhi, the power would lie with the elected government. ये आपका तर्क है। आपका दूसरी तर्क ये है, the center has removed the basis and reason on which the judgment was given. The Supreme Court decision on the interpretation of Article 239AA, entry 41 in the absence of any specific parliamentary legislation dealing with the subject of services seemed to be an acknowledgement of the Supreme Court as the superior authority of Parliament to make laws for national capital. ये आपका तर्क यही है। तो इसके साथ मैं ये कहना चाहते हैं, बिल्कुल आपका तर्क सही है, लेकिन ये भी सही है कि review petition filed by the center in the Supreme Court claimed that Delhi is not a full-fledged state, but only a union territory which is an extension of the union. आपको सुविधा ये मैं बता रहा हूँ। The Parliament is Delhi's true legislation. ये भी अपने कहते हैं, true legislation. ये भी अपने कहते हैं. The center has argued. However, the May 11 judgment addresses the contention by acknowledging that though Delhi is not a full-fledged state, its legislative assembly is constitutionally entrusted with the power to legislate upon the subject in the state list and concurrent list. आपके यहाँ बहुत बड़े बड़े वकील बैठे हुए हैं, हमारा रविशंकर प्रसाद जी वो भी है, आप खुद आप देख लीजिए. The unanimous judgment, मैं एक बड़े मेन स्ट्रीम पेपर से मैं ये उद्धृत करते हैं. The unanimous judgment held that though Delhi is not a state under the first schedule to the constitution, it is conferred with power to legislate upon subject to give effect to the aspiration of the people of NCTD. It has a democratically elected government which is accountable to the people of the NCTD. Under the constitution scheme envisaged in Article 239AA Clause 3, NCTD was given legislative power which, though limited in many aspects, is similar to states. In the sense, with the addition of Article 239AA, the constitution created an asymmetric federal model with the Union of India at the center and the NCTD at the regional level. Sir, हमें ये कहना है, जब चुनकर नुमाइंदे आते हैं, चुनकर जब लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली बनते हैं, तो क्या उनका लेजिस्लेट करने के अधिकार नहीं दिया जाएगा? सब छीन लिया जाएगा? बचपन से सुन के आते हैं कि चोर कतवाल को डांटे. यहाँ तो लगते हैं कि चोर सिर्फ कतवाल का नहीं, कलेक्टर को हुक्म कर रहे हैं. क्योंकि यहाँ सारे जो हमारे लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली रहेगा, ये लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली को खत्म करते हुए ये ब्यूरोक्रेट्स पे सारे जिम्मेदारी, सारे अधिकार ब्यूरोक्रेट्स पे सौंपा जाते हैं. ब्यूरोक्रेट्स फैसला करेगा सरकार कैसे चलेगी. ये क्या सही होगा देश के लिए? हमें सर, जहां आपको गलत लगे छांट दीजिएगा, कोई हर्ज नहीं. मैंने कहा कि कहावत की तरह, ये कहावत है, मैं अपनी बात नहीं. The court had held that the executive power of the Delhi government was coextensive with its legislative power. That is, the executive arm of the government covers all the subjects, including services except public order, police, land, for which the legislative arm can make laws. आप ये कह सकते हैं कि हमारे पार्लियामेंट उससे भी शक्तिशाली है. बिल्कुल आप कह सकते हैं, आपको अधिकार है. लेकिन इसमें और एक बात है, ये मैं नहीं कह रहे हैं, ये डॉक्टर PDT आचार्य साहब, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिस्ट, वो कह रहे क्या जानते हैं? When we analyze the key provision of this ordinance in terms of Article 239AA as well as GNCTD Act 1991, it will be found to not be in conformity with the Constitution. Article 239AA Clause 7 empowers Parliament to make a law to supplement the provisions contained in that article. मानते हैं, लेकिन इसके साथ क्या होते हैं? To supplement the provision does not mean making contrary provision. Parliament has not given any power in this article to make a law conferring all powers on the Lieutenant Governor with respect to the administration of the territory of Delhi. हमारा आपत्ति ये है, ये कानूनी आपत्ति है सर. ये हम कोई मनगढ़ंत आपत्ति नहीं करते, कोई अलायंस के चलते, ये कोई दूसरी वजह से. ये हमारे फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर इसमें बड़ा संगीन हालत में गुजर सकते, इसलिए हम पहले ही चेतावनी देना चाहते हैं. आप यहाँ कहते हैं कि हम ये क्या बनाएंगे, एक नया एक ढांचा बनाएंगे NCCA से. क्या होगा उसमें जो चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेगी उनकी बात नहीं चलेगा, जो सेक्रेटरी वो फैसला करेगी, और सेक्रेटरी अगर चाहे तो चीफ मिनिस्टर की कोई सिद्धांत पे वो वेटो भी दे सकते हैं. ये चीफ सेक्रेटरी ये क्या करते हैं? चीफ सेक्रेटरी वुड रिप्रेजेंट द विल ऑफ द ऑफिसर ऑफ द GNCTD, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी ऑफ दिल्ली. सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या कहते हैं? सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहते हैं, Supreme Court had envisaged a neutral civil service, carrying out the day-to-day decision of the Council of Ministers. The NCCA attempts to bring civil service officers out of the administrative control of the elected ministers who embody the will of the people and transform them into power lobby. हमारा यही कहना है कि सारे क्षमता अगर ब्यूरोक्रेट्स पे छोड़ देंगे आप, तो हमें चुनकर यहाँ आने की क्या जरूरत है? ये ट्रिपल कमांड, हमारा जो ट्रिपल कमांड जो चलते हैं, एक बार जनता हमें चुनते हैं, चुनने के बाद यहाँ आते हैं, यहाँ हम लोग आम लोगों के लिए हमारी जिम्मेवारी दिखाते हैं। अकाउंटेबिलिटी आम लोगों के समीप हमें रखना पड़ते। ये जो ट्रिपल चेन जो कमांड है, ये ट्रिपल चेन कमांड हमारी देश की बुनियादी ढांचे के लिए एक अहम हिस्सा होते हैं। अब इसको तोड़ने का कोशिश करते हैं, इसलिए हमारे आपके विरोध या खड़ा होने पड़ते। सर हो गया सर। और एक बात है सर, ये सर देखिए, ये और एक बात है, देयर इज येट अनदर प्रोविजन, ये 45J clause 4 which introduces a new procedure for summoning and proroguing a session of the assembly. Under the present constitutional system, the decision to convene a session of the legislature is taken by the cabinet. यहाँ भी ऐसा होते हैं, आप फैसला करते हैं कब सदन चलेगा या नहीं। Thereafter it is conveyed to the governor. आप क्या करते हैं? प्रेसिडेंट को भेजते हैं।
All right, quite a fiery speech there by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Congress MP, right after Amit Shah spoke. The Delhi Ordinance dangle continues in the Parliament, slipping into a short break. We'll be back with more on that. Stay with us.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Firstly, Chetan, I'd like to say we've never said we want to be asset light. Okay. The reason in 2014 was not because we wanted to be asset light, because if you remember, our original decision in 2014 was to do the investment ourselves. We were going to have all this Gujarat investment on ourselves, on our books. So we had no intention of being asset light. We became asset light because we got an offer from Suzuki, which, when we finalized it, came out so much in our benefit that we said, okay, we'll not have these assets on our books, but we will get a lot of extra benefits by doing this arrangement. So asset light was never an intention. This arrangement was made to get extra benefits more than what any other company in the world gets. And we got those benefits.
Right. Also, sir, what happens to the domestic market for Suzuki and Maruti both combined? Will Suzuki take a hit in any way, or will Suzuki's identity in India will be a little, little diminished with this announcement? Or are you looking at a separate plan for Suzuki?
Maruti is a Suzuki subsidiary. The presence of Suzuki in India is entirely through Maruti. Okay, they have their own battery manufacturing plant, but otherwise their presence in India is actually all through Maruti. And anything which is done in the best interests of Maruti is also in the best interests of Suzuki. Both companies have to rise together. We can do things which will be in the benefit of Suzuki, but not in the benefit of Maruti. But that will ultimately hurt Suzuki in the long run. So Suzuki is very conscious of this fact. And this decision is a joint decision taken with the Suzuki management and us to make an arrangement which will be to the mutual benefit of both, but especially for Maruti and Maruti shareholders.
Right. Okay. Also, sir, the big question that your shareholders would ask you, what should the shareholders do now? Are they in for some kind of troubles, or is this happy news for them, sir?
We will, after the board meeting discusses, the mode of buying the shares, go to the shareholders, explain to them what I'm talking to you about, the whole rationale of this, and what we think should be the best way of buying the shares from Suzuki. And then, of course, it's the shareholders' decision whether to support that or not, because we need a majority of the minority shareholders to support whatever recommendation we make. We cannot take all these decisions without the approval of the minority shareholders.
You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Massive clashes in Bishnpur, Manipur. Forces and Meitei protesters clash on camera. Heavy firing in the air by forces to disperse crowds. Chili spray, bullets and tear gas fired.
There's a massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting.
Undeniable proof on violence with India Today. Exact moment when new riots started. Firing, heavy stone pelting caught on camera. Cops, Yatra participants seen taking cover. Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in new riots case. FIR on 3 social media influencers for fanning the riots. 20 hate video links traced for fomenting riots. Big win for Hindu side in Gyanvapi case as Allahabad High Court allows Gyanvapi survey to begin tomorrow.
कोर्ट का ऑर्डर था उसको इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने अपहोल्ड कर दिया है और अब एएसआई सर्वे तत्काल प्रभाव से चालू होगा और जो जितने मुस्लिम पक्ष के आर्गुमेंट्स है सारे आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट किए हैं और मेरे हर एक सबमिशन को ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने माना है.
Udupi hijab row rerun in Mumbai. Mumbai college bans burqa in campus. College says wear uniform. Parents protest. Massive clashes erupted between Meiteis and the forces in Manipur. India Today was the only channel that reached Manipur's Bishnpur area where there was a violent clash between security forces and Meitei organizations. Now, this unfolded when forces tried to stop Meitei protesters from reaching the buffer zone. Forces resorted to chili spray, tear gas to foil their bid. Multiple aerial firing rounds were in fact done in order to contain the situation on the ground. Remember, it has been 3 months since violence broke out in Manipur, first between Meitei and Kuki communities. More than 160 people were killed and thousands have been displaced by the violence that broke out on May 3rd.
And stone pelting taking place from both the sides. The moment women started stone pelting, there's a massive stone pelting and tear shells being fired. We have to literally take shelter in this part. All of a sudden, there are several tear shells fired. Now even the police is retaliating. The Assam Rifles has asked to charge them. We have to run from this area. Massive tear shells being fired. The police is retaliating. Tear shells being, look at this. There's a massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting. This is भारी भरकम गोलीबारी हो रही है और इस आर्मर्ड गाड़ी के पीछे हम रुके हुए हैं. गोलियां चल रही हैं इस समय यहाँ पे. दरअसल कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. जैसे क्लैश बढ़ा, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स ने महिलाओं को पीछे करने की कोशिश की और यहाँ पे देखिए पुलिस की गोलीबारी हो रही है. AK-47 की गोलियां चल रही है. तमाम मार्ग पुलिस को कोशिश करूँ अगर कैमरा इस तरफ दिखाने की. इनको कहा जाए गोलियां ना चलाएं. कैसे गोली भयानक गोलीबारी हो रही है इस इलाके में। आंसू गैस के गोले चलाए जा रहे हैं ताकि स्थिति पर काबू किया जा सके। दोनों ओर से पुलिस और वो देखे वहाँ पर महिलाएं जो है वहाँ छुपी हुई हैं। पुलिस ने उनको संभाल लिया है। रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स की टुकड़ी आगे बढ़ रही है। पुलिस उनको वहाँ पर रोक रही है उस किनारे में, उन्हें कह रही है वहाँ से पीछे जाइए। भारी गोलाबारी हो रही है। आरएफ वहाँ पर खड़ी है, उनको कह रही है कि पीछे चले जाए, बफर जोन जाने से रोकने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
यहाँ जो आप लोग आए हैं क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं? मैं देख रहा हूँ यहाँ पर आगे रास्ता बंद हुआ, आगे जाने नहीं दे रहे आप लोग।
हम लोग का इलाका से हम 3 महीने से अंदर घुस नहीं पा रहा है। हमारा इलाका इधर से थोड़ा 2-3 विलेज है। हम लोग जो मांग कर इधर से थोड़ा आगे 2-3 कदम, यहाँ से एक रास्ता है तो ऊपर नीचे जा पा रहा है, उधर तक हमको जाने देने के लिए हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हम लोग हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट पूरा क्रॉस करने के लिए नहीं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा 10 कदम आगे करके उधर जो रास्ता है उधर तक जाने के लिए हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। एक बार हमारा कदम 2-3 महीने से एक कदम भी हम हमारा जमीन में कदम।
यहाँ पर फायरिंग हो रही है, बफर जोन बनाया गया, इसीलिए लोगों का घर खाली कराया, लोग रिलीफ कैंप में चले गए थे।
वो तो है, मगर कितना जान वो लोग चाहता है, वो डिमांड करने से 1000 10,000 कितना जान वो लोग मांग रहा है, हम देने के लिए तैयार है। हम देने के लिए तैयार है क्योंकि हमारा आंखों के सामने में कुकी लोग इधर उधर करके जा रहा है, ये देखने में हम लोग बर्दाश्त कर नहीं पा रहा है। तो हम लोग आस्ते आस्ते मरने से तो एक साथ हम लोग अपना देश के लिए, अपना डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए, अपना कम्युनिटी के लिए जान कुर्बान करने से हम लोग डरती नहीं है। हमारे पास में कुछ हथियार भी नहीं है। हम लोग सिर्फ ये जानना है कि ये मिलिट्री लोग हमारा देश के हिफाजत के लिए आया है। हम लोग भी इंडियन है, और हम लोग गर्व करता है कि इतना इंडियन से हम LOC कारगिल देखा है, कितना बॉर्डर्स देखा है, उतना खतरा तो नहीं है यहाँ पे। अगर ये हमारा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट चाहता है तो एक दिन में आधा घंटे में ये लड़ाई खत्म कर सकता है, मगर वो लोग हमारे मणिपुर में ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है।
वो मास बरियल करना चाहते हैं, सामूहिक शब्द अपनाना चाहते हैं जो लोग मारे गए हैं, आप लोग उसका विरोध कर, आप कह रहे हैं कि हमारे इलाके में, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम तुइबंग इलाके में कर रहे हैं जो यहाँ से काफी दूर है।
तुइबोंग इलाका हमारा बिष्णुपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर में है। हमारा बिष्णुपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर में है तुइबोंग, जो हमारा मणिपुरी लोग इतना जान जो गवा चुका है, हम लोग अपना इलाके में उस लोग का क्रियाक्रम कर रहे हैं। इस तरह कुकी लोग का उस लोग के भी बहुत सारा इलाका है, उसमें उस लोग का क्रियाक्रम करने के लिए हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी जो बर्निंग सिचुएशन में उस लोग का जो हमारे इलाके में घुस के हम लोग को मार रहे हैं, उसमें हिफाजत में वो जो लोग उसका जो मरा है वो हम लोग का जगह में बरी करेगा तो ये तो बहुत बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट आ जाएगा। अगर सिविल वार आएगा तो हम मणिपुरी लोग ये मेनलैंड इंडिया से हम लोग प्री मेजर एग्रीमेंट स्टेटस में हम जाना चाहेगा। ये स्टेटस आएगा तो पूरा बड़ा इशू हो जाएगा।
तो अभी नहीं लग रहा कि मणिपुर में ऑलरेडी एक सिविल वॉर जैसी सिचुएशन चल रही
है, मगर हम लोग अभी सिर्फ डिफेंस कर रहा है, हम लोग अभी तक वार शुरू नहीं किया है, सिर्फ डिफेंस में है हम लोग। अगर हम लोग सब वार में उतरेगा, अगर फील्ड में उतरेगा,
किसके खिलाफ वॉर?
किसके? हमारे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट में, क्योंकि वो लोग हम लोग को प्रोटेक्शन नहीं कर रहा है। में मोर देन 50,000 पीपल आर स्टिल दे आर इन रिलीफ कैंप्स, दे हैव लॉस्ट देयर हाउसेस, ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स आर लूजिंग देयर एकेडमिक करियर, ओनली one single piece of cloth they are coming in relief camp. They're also not for 1 month, not for 2 months, it's already 3 months.
But this area continue to be a volatile zone, there is often firing reported. Will it be safe for you to stay here?
If it is safe or not, we are ready to face anything now, because we have already waited for 3-4 months waiting for the state government and Indian government to solve the problem. But how many days, how many months still we have to wait for that? Yes. We are not able to bear this, because our state government and they all making the drones and all, we are watching that the cookie are coming freely to our land, but we are not even allowed to enter to our own houses. What is this? Is the cookie the Indians or is Manipuri? We are immigrants. We want to ask this.
Is it the situation of civil war between Meitei and Kuki in Manipur?
No, this is the national issue. The immigrants, those who are not Indians, they are trying to come and capturing our our land, our border. This is not the issue of Christian, or this is not the issue of Indians, or not the Manipuris, because some Manipuris are also Christian. No, this is not the issue of religions. This is the issue of national problem, of our national boundary. We have already seen that when the Pakistan are attacking India in the Kargil war and all, the state government and all over India, they are protecting the boundaries. Is Manipur not the boundary of India? If they are not allowing us to if they are not allowing us to enter our border, then let them allow us to be a free state from India.
Massive showdown in the conflict areas of Manipur. We are in Bishnpur, and this is where the buffer zone begins. As the ITLF announced mass burial of the cookies died in the conflict, these Meitei women and the entire community opposing the burial, saying this cannot be done in the Meitei land or the government land. And here is the buffer zone, because there is a massive movement of the community, including the Myra Pipesi women. The Assam Rifles have literally put out a Casper van on the road and blocking both sides and avoiding any confrontation. There you see the Indian Army, Assam Rifles, Rapid Action Forces, and these women have literally come to the bunker area. Now if I could take you the other side, how the other side looks across the buffer zone. From here, these women are even asking the army personnel not make videos. So other side, the Casper van, this is a very long buffer zone has been drawn to avoid confrontation. But the Meitei accuses that the cookies, heavily armed, have taken shelter in nearby bunkers, and that's exactly why you see this massive deployment of the armed forces has been done in this region. So not only the police person, not only the state commandos, but also the village defense forces. And now the Myra Pipesi women are asking the armed personnel to let them go, as they are opposing the mass burial in the government land. That is the massive showdown. And this is not just one state. If you just look at the entire more than 2 kilometers, there is only presence of heavily armed forces, heavily presence of the state police personnels, and also the village defense forces, totally heavily armed. We have seen the kind of weapons unprecedented, never seen here. This is the confrontation and a battleground in Manipur. At Bishnpur with Sanjay, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
जा रहे हैं ना, इसको हम बंद करना चाहते हैं सर। ये अपना मैते लोगों का जगह है, इसलिए इस जगह पर दबना नहीं चाहते। ये वार कुछ दोबारा शुरू करने जा रहा है, इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं वो भी शांति में रहे, हम भी शांति में रहे, यहाँ कोई भी ऐसा हरकत न करे। इसमें पूरा इंडिया सरकार और मणिपुर सरकार भी दोनों भलाई में होगा।
उनका कहना है कि वो वहाँ पर बर्न करना चाहते हैं जहाँ पर थोईबंग को इलाका है, और वहाँ पर वो जो मारे गए उनको दफनाना चाहते हैं।
मणिपुर में अलग अलग किस लिए सोच रहे हैं? मणिपुर में अलग अलग कोई नहीं सर, ये मणिपुर एक ही जगह है, एक ही जगह पर। ये कुकी की जगह, मणिपुर के मैते की जगह अलग से नहीं सोचना चाहिए, मरी यहाँ दफना नहीं चाहिए, बस हमारा मकसद ये है।
तो ये आप देख रहे हैं इतने सारे लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं अलग अलग डिफेंस गार्ड सब हथियारों के साथ, इसकी ज़रूरत क्यों पड़ी है?
हमारा जान बचाना, अपने शरीर को बचाना, अपने पर पूरा ये समाज को बचाना, अपना ये मैते लोगों को बचाना, ये हमारा फर्ज है, हमारा कर्तव्य है। इसकी वजह से हम यहाँ तक आया है, तो हमारे भी कुछ भी हो जाए इसलिए कर रहे हैं सर।
As the confrontation takes place, we have been advised to evacuate this area. Mostly the civilians who are unarmed have been asked to go to the safer places. The women, those who were injured, were taken to the hospital in the massive confrontation. And now it is the defense forces and the state forces are heading further to the conflict areas. And we've been asked to leave and quickly evacuate this area, who are totally unarmed. In Bishnpur with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra.
India Today investigations big impact. Hours after India Today uncovered that hate was found on social media, the police has booked online hate mongers. 3 FIRs have been registered on social media influencers as well. More than 10 to 20 video URLs have been identified. Social media team of the police, in fact, has been set up. They're analyzing the alleged hate videos. There can be two faces of what had triggered the horrors in Haryana. Bittu Bajrangi and Mohammad Samar. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. Bajrang Dal member Monu Manesar's name has also emerged at the center of the controversy. The police is on the lookout to nab him. However, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, Monu Manesar denied any involvement in the clashes or making any sort of provocative statements on social media.
6 dead, countless injured. over 100 vehicles reduced to burnt shells. A police station smashed. Shops looted. And a national capital territory on edge. It's day 4 since the communal eruption at Delhi's doorstep in Haryana's Mewat region. And until now, the true trigger has been a matter of speculation. Not anymore. A provocative call concealed in an invitation to the Bajrang Dal's annual religious yatra. The provocation instantly triggering a response from the Muslim local in Nuh named Muhammad Samar. If there can be two faces to what triggered the horrors in Mewat, take a close look at these two men. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. But on India Today, we want to peel away the layers to tell you how things really started. The first seeds were planted in a cyber fraud case in Faridabad a few days ago. Tension escalated when a Muslim man from Nuh, a minority-dominated part of Haryana, who had been arrested in a cyber fraud case, passed away while in police custody at a hospital in Faridabad. Police claimed the suspect was ill at the time of arrest. In came Bittu Bajrangi and his supporters, who claimed local Muslim leaders in Nuh were provoking crowds to attack the police in the aftermath of the alleged custodial death. Local anger against the cyber crackdown had been building, with Nuh emerging as the new epicenter of online scams and cyber crimes. The situation was ripe for trouble.
हम डीसी के माध्यम से सरकार से ये मांग करते हैं आफ्ताब और जाबिर जागमिका उनके खिलाफ राजद्रोह का मुकदमा और जो दंगा भड़काने की जो उन्होंने बात की कोशिश करी, ये सभी को लेकर हम फरीदाबाद पुलिस और राज्य पुलिस के साथ हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं.
Bajrangi even circulated this viral video where a man can be seen calling locals to assault the police. Right after this, open calls were made on social media by Monu Manesar, an accused in the murder of two alleged cow smugglers from the locality. As well as by Bittu Bajrangi to participate in this year's upcoming annual Shobha Yatra passing through Mewat. Muhammad Samar was playing his own part in counter-provocations and organizing groups in Nuh in preparations for violence. Samar has deactivated his social media since the crackdown on the villains this week.
और ये बोलेंगे कि बताया नहीं कि हम मुलाकात नहीं हुई, तो इसलिए हम पूरी लोकेशन देंगे. अभी हम पाली हैं और निकलेंगे धौस से ही. फूल माला तैयार रखना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये बोलते हैं ना कि बताना नहीं, निकल गए जी, बताया नहीं, पूछा. 150 गाड़ियां फुल सिस्टम.
On the fateful day of Yatra, Bajrangi posted multiple live streams with more provocative messaging on his way to Mewat. What happened next was no longer limited to a social media showdown or a cyber fraud investigation.
You can look at the bus. There are bricks lying down. People have somewhere down the line fled while this bus was looted, and subsequently then this bus was used by the miscreants to break the wall of the cyber police station. The manner in which the cyber police station has been destroyed, it stands testimony that this was nothing less than a revenge.
This social media build-up was not happening covertly. it was in full public view and would have raised an alarm on police systems. So how did this very public and communally charged build-up evade the attention of law enforcement? And could timely intervention against those challenging the authority of law have potentially saved lives? With Arvind Ocha and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
After Monday's violence in Haryana's Nuh, which shook the nation, Bittu Bajrangi, a self-anointed cow vigilante and leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force, has come under the scanner. Several questions are being raised about his role in the violence. India Today brings you this report.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Nuh. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocateur. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Nuh on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूं उनका एनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocateur of the Nuh clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
और मेवात यात्रा में बढ़-चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई?
आखिरी बात हो गया 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online riot tribes becoming real-life violence.
New violence has again brought spotlight on hate mongers. India Today tracked down Bittu Bajrangi, whose hate speech had gone viral on 31st of July, which many believe ultimately led to violence in Mewat area. In fact, he admitted on a camera that he had met fugitive Monu Manesar just a month back and added that there were swords and guns in Shobha Yatra. Unfazed by allegations, clearly Bittu Bajrangi has no fear for law. With Alok Das, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
Slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, undeniable proof on violence with India Today. Exact moment, in fact, when Nuh riots started, firing, heavy stone pelting caught on camera. Cops, Yatra participants seen taking cover.
You are watching India Today.
today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
I think the main trigger that is coming for the correction that we witnessed today is the downgrade by Fitch of the US economy, wherein because of the growing concerns about the way the debt has grown and the way the government there is not able to resolve certain debt related issues in terms of the limits and the overall debt ceiling which is there. There is a sense that maybe there could be some amount of risk because of that, and which has actually triggered off the correction in our markets. I think, Sakshi, we should not overplay or give too much of importance to these kind of developments, because credit rating agencies typically are behind the schedule when it comes to taking any decision in terms of the rating change. And the market is forward looking. So sometimes, there can be a knee-jerk reaction because of these kind of developments. But I do not see this necessarily as a reason for a deeper correction for our markets. The interest rates are linked to the rating that the sovereign country gets. Also, many intercorporate transactions are also linked to the credit rating that, the corporates have. So to that extent, it has some impact on the interest rates per se. But the market, as I said before, is forward-looking and would have already priced into a great extent, because if you see the 10-year bond yield movement in US, it had already touched about 4. So market was actually anticipating such a move. And I think maybe temporarily you might see the 10-year bond yields really spike up, and to that extent, it would have some negative rub-off on the market. But I do not see this as a major negative for our own markets.
Let's be clear, the chronology of this riot reveals that there is certainly a role of Islamist groups in Nu who have been seen on tape resorting to violence. There has been an imam who was killed in Gurugram. There are Bajrang Dal workers who are also well armed. How do you explain this chronology? Who do you hold responsible for what happened in Nu and then Gurugram?
See, first of all, Rajdeep, what has happened in Haryana, it's most unfortunate, very painful to see, because Haryana has not had a history of communal clashes. In fact, this is one area which remained peaceful even going back to 1947 during the partition, when we were part of joint Punjab and there were a lot of communal flare-ups in many regions, but this region remained largely peaceful even then. So for Haryana and this region to see such communal clashes. It's very, very painful for us, the citizens of Haryana, to see. And that is why, first and foremost, through your means, I would like to appeal to all the citizens of our state, to our workers and everyone, that everybody should do whatever they can contribute to help in normalizing the situation, to help in creating a situation of social harmony, be it through social media, be it through your conversations with when you meet people. Everybody should try to do that. And I would also like to appeal to Haryana government that they should also take whatever steps are necessary to normalize the situation, to maintain the social harmony. So that's the first and foremost, the priority for all of us. But now the question is, how did we come to this? Absolutely, this is the failure of Haryana state government machinery. This could have been completely avoided. The government, the responsibility lies with the state government. The procession, this is a procession which takes place, and if adequate police deployment was there, this was a completely avoidable scenario. I heard our friend Imphal ji, who said that police adequate deployment was there, but actually it was not there. The only home guards were there. This procession was left, people were left to fend for themselves. And this happened, no adequate deployment of police forces was there, despite the fact that there was a intelligence input which was passed on to the government. Now, this is something, the administrative failure, that questions on administrative failure is not something that we are asking. These are the questions that have been asked by the local BJP MP, Rao Indrajit ji, who is a minister in the union government, and also the Deputy Chief Minister. In his statement today, Deputy Chief Minister also pointed to the administrative failures.
You are watching India Today.
4 days after communal clashes broke out, Haryana is now limping back towards some normalcy. India Today has accessed stunning images of the ambush on the VHP Yatra. Now, this is undeniable proof of the villains of Haryana. This is the exact moment when the riot began in Haryana's Nuh. Firing, heavy stone pelting was caught on camera. Now, cops, Yatra participants were seen taking cover, and later this spiraled into an all-out riot. Several rioters have been identified and nabbed by the police. They will be shortly produced in court. Remember, so far, the police has registered 45 FIRs, 135 persons have been arrested and 185 others have been detained. Meanwhile, the administration has extended the curfew in the volatile areas. In fact, the RAF is continuously conducting flag marches to keep law and order in check. Mobile internet and SMS services in Haryana's Nuh and some other places in the state will remain suspended till August 5th to avoid any untoward situation.
उनु मानेसर के खिलाफ जो पिछला केस एफआईआर वो राजस्थान सरकार की है, राजस्थान पुलिस उसको ढूंढ रही है। कहाँ है, कोई इनपुट्स हमारे पास अभी नहीं है, उनके पास है कि नहीं हम नहीं कह सकते। राजस्थान पुलिस उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, हमारी मदद जितनी चाहिए उनको करेंगे।
अगर कोई कमी है तो उसको सुधारना हमें भी चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि अगर वहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स हम प्रॉपर असेस नहीं कर पाए तो हमें उन लोगों को भी जिम्मेवारी के साथ दोषी मानना पड़ेगा जो ये असेसमेंट में अपना फेलियर लेकर बैठे थे।
This was a jihadi element who pre-planned to do it, and certain videos about these things were circulating on the social media for a couple of days. I am surprised that the intelligence did not report it, and it is a monumental failure of the intelligence. So the intelligence failure and the media failure is something that the Haryana government should investigate.
ये कानून व्यवस्था की पूरी तरह से विफलता है, हरियाणा सरकार की विफलता है, मणिपुर का विस्तार है। दरअसल हरियाणा मणिपुर में जो हो रहा था उसी का प्रयोग अब यहाँ पे किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास चुनाव में जाने के लिए और कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। जब तक वो नफरत नहीं फैलाएंगे, एक दूसरे को लड़ाएंगे नहीं, तब तक चुनाव में किस आधार पर वोट मांगेंगे। तो भाजपा की पूरी राजनीति यही है और भाजपा को अपने मंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री और सहयोगी उप मुख्यमंत्री के बयान को देखे जाने की जरूरत है और उसी कॉन्टेस्ट में जांच की जरूरत है।
As communal violence in the Nuh district of Haryana reached on Neeraj Khan, a home guard was deployed on ground to combat the violent mob. Little did he know it was his last day on duty in uniform. Having served the Haryana police for 15 years, home guard Neeraj, a Muslim man with a Hindu name, was the sole bread earner of his family. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Neeraj's wife pleaded the government to stop the communal fight.
क्या आपको लगता है प्रशासन को भी इस बात पे जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए कि जो नफरत की आग फैलती है इसको रोकना चाहिए ताकि और ऐसे नीरज की जान ना जाए?
हाँ जी, और हाँ उसके जैसे और बैन ना हो जाए, ऐसी भी दुआ जैसी मेरे साथ हुई है शहीद ना हो जाए, जैसे मेरा आदमी होया है। बस सरकार से यही कहूँगी, इसे लड़ाई को यहीं रोको।
सरकार को ये लड़ाई रोकनी चाहिए।
हाँ, ये लड़ाई रोकनी चाहिए, यहीं रोक दो और बेघर ना हो और मेरी बहन जैसी विधवा ना हो। बस यही हाथ जोड़ता है, रिक्वेस्ट करूँ मैं।
देखो जी, ये ऐसा हमारा प्रशासन क्या करे, बहुत ही गलत काम किया जो हमारे बच्चे को ले लिया बेमतलब। प्रशासन की बात है तो अब इसमें मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मेरे लिए तो दुश्मनी।
2 लाख खिड़की लेके गया उसको वहाँ,
2 लाख
ड्यूटी भी उसकी वहाँ थी थाने में, तो थाने में फोर्स लेके गए। थाना 2 लाख खिड़की उसकी ड्यूटी थी, वहाँ से जी 2 लाख खिड़की का SHO जो फोर्स लेके गया उसके साथ में फोर्स के साथ गया था। 2 लाख खिड़की SHO ही लेके गए हैं उनको। प्रशासन में आ जाते हैं SHO वगैरह, ये लेके गए हैं वहाँ, ये हादसा हो गया नौ में।
प्रशासन से हमारे यहाँ ACP DCP सारे आए थे।
आप नीरज के भाई?
हाँ जी, और कमिश्नर मैडम ने पूरा आश्वासन दिया है हमें, ऐसी बात नहीं है।
Delhi's Ordinance dangle got even more fierce today. Home Minister Amit Shah lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha today while debating on the Delhi Services Bill. The Home Minister accused the Aam Aadmi Party of selectively interpreting the Supreme Court's decision. Targeting the Congress, Amit Shah further added that the former Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, himself is against Delhi being given full statehood. Remember, AAP earlier lashed out at parties like BJD and YSRCP for supporting the bill, calling those supporting the bill will be remembered as anti-nationals and adding that the BJD, YSRCP and TDP were backing the Delhi bill out of compulsion. Meanwhile, the Congress is supporting the Delhi government. The Grand Old Party called the new bill an attack on the federal structure of the country and added it would oppose the bill in the Rajya Sabha as well. Listen in to what Home Minister Amit Shah said in the Lok Sabha this afternoon.
दिल्ली विधानसभा सहित एक संघ शासित प्रदेश है, तो दिल्ली ना तो पूर्ण राज्य है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश विथ असेंबली। क्योंकि ये राजधानी क्षेत्र है, इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए 239A में इसका एक विशेष प्रावधान संविधान के तहत किया गया है। 239AA3B बहुत स्पष्ट है। इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है। 2015 में यहाँ स्थिति बदली और यहाँ एक ऐसे दल की सरकार आई जिसका मकसद, मुझे कोई झिझक नहीं है कहने में, जिसका मकसद सेवा करना है ही नहीं, झगड़ा करना। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी अनेक पार्टियों के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, अनेक पार्टियों की मिलीजुली सरकार रही, शुद्ध रूप से सरकार रही, मगर राष्ट्र सेवा करने में और जन सेवा करने में किसी भी पार्टी को कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। मैं बाद में बात करूंगा क्या दिक्कत है वो, उसकी भी डिटेल बात करूंगा। प्रॉब्लम क्या है वो? प्रॉब्लम ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के अधिकार का नहीं है, विजिलेंस को कंट्रोल में लेकर बंगला जो बना दिया है इसका सत्य छुपाना है। जो भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है इसका सत्य छुपाना है।
Allahabad High Court allows Archaeological Survey of India to conduct a survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque complex, upholding the Varanasi District Court's order. The High Court dismissed the mosque's plea, saying that the ASI survey can resume immediately. In its verdict, the High Court had said that the ASI survey was necessary in the interest of justice and it needs to be carried out under certain conditions. Varanasi District Court claims ASI is to resume its survey tomorrow. The Muslim side plans to approach the Supreme Court to appeal against the High Court's decision. Rakhi Singh, the main petitioner in the Gyanvapi case, has filed a caveat petition in the Supreme Court. The caveat asks the Supreme Court should not pass any order if the Muslim side challenges the decision of the Allahabad High Court.
मिनिस्टर साहब ने कहा है कि एएसआई ने एफिडेविट फाइल किया है और उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में
जो लिखित एफिडेविट दिया गया था
जी, उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में सर्वे किया जाए। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कहा कि जब एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया है तो कोई मतलब नहीं है उसको डाउट करने का, और जो एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया उसके कंप्लायंस में ये पूरा सर्वे किया जाए। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का फैसला तत्काल प्रभाव से प्रभावी हो चुका है, ये भी आदेश में हुआ, और सिविल सूट जल्दी से जल्दी डिसाइड किया जाए, इसमें कोई एडजमेंट ना हो, ये भी कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया।
वाराणसी के ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के मामले में लोअर कोर्ट के एएसआई सर्वे के फैसले को हाई कोर्ट ने हरी झंडी दे दी है और लोअर कोर्ट के फैसले को अलाउ कर दिया है। इस वक्त हम ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के ठीक बाहर खड़े हैं, गेट नंबर 4 पर, और देख सकते हैं रोज की तरह यहाँ श्रद्धालु बाबा विश्वनाथ के दर्शन के लिए तो पहुंचे ही हैं, लेकिन एक अलग जो हिंदू धर्म, सनातन धर्म को मानने वाले लोगों में एक अलग उत्साह है, और इनसे जानते हैं कि आखिर आज जो फैसला हुआ है उसका क्या आप लोग को इंतजार था और इस फैसले को किस तरह देख रहे हैं?
आज जो कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है उससे ये तय हो जाएगा कि आएंगे, जांच होगी, सर्वे होगी तो मालूम हो जाएगा कि सच्चाई क्या है। ये दोनों पक्ष के लिए अच्छा है और जरूरी भी है, अन्यथा इसको रुकने का काम न करे कोई भी, चाहे हिंदू पक्ष हो चाहे मुस्लिम पक्ष।
आज इस फैसले को कितना बड़ा मान रहे हैं और क्या इससे आप लोगों में खुशी भी है?
जी, इसी फैसले से तो खुशी भी है, खुशी का माहौल भी है, और ये कोर्ट का न्याय है, इसको सबको मान्य करना चाहिए।
आज माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने जो एएसआई को सर्वे का आदेश दिया है उसका स्वागत करता हूं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि सर्वे के माध्यम से जो मुगल आक्रमणकारियों ने मंदिर का विध्वंस किया था और उसको छिपाया गया था वो सच बाहर आएगा। बाकी अभी मामला न्यायालय के समक्ष विचाराधीन है और जो भी निर्णय आएगा, जब भी आएगा, उसका हम स्वागत करेंगे।
सनातन धर्मियों के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि हम लोगों का जो विश्वास है, हम लोगों का जो देवी देवता है, हमारे धार्मिक स्थल हैं, उन पर कुठाराघात करके मुगल कालीन सरकार ने जो काम किया था वो मुगल काल में हटा करके उनके जो हमारे मंदिरों को ध्वस्त करके उन पर जो चिन्ह बना करके इन्होंने खड़े कर दिए थे। अब वो समय आया है स्वतंत्र भारत में कि हम गुलामी के प्रतीकों को हटा करके सत्य को उजागर करें, प्रकट करें, और सत्य स्थापित होता है, सत्य सिद्ध होता है। इसलिए ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही सम्मानजनक निर्णय है।
क्या अच्छी बात है, इसका डिसीजन जल्द से जल्द होना चाहिए, नहीं तो हमेशा कुछ न कुछ बातें चलती रहती है। इसका फाइनल एक डिसीजन आ जाएगा तो पूरा देश के लिए अच्छा है।
Allahabad High Court has ordered ASI survey, and we are hopeful that justice will be done, as this masjid is around 600 years old, and Muslims are offering namaz there from last 600 years. And we also want that the Places of Worship Act should be enforced all over India on all the places of worship, so that no another controversy can be raised as far as places of worship are concerned.
न्यायालय के फैसले पे कोई टिप्पणी नहीं, लेकिन 1991 का जो पूजा स्थल अधिनियम है उसका फिर क्या है, सरकार उसके बारे में क्या कर रही है?
कोर्ट के फैसले सर्वमान्य हैं। कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया है उसको मानेंगे और ASI से हमें ईमानदाराना सर्वे की उम्मीद है, जैसे उन्होंने पहले बाबरी मस्जिद के मामले में करा था और ये रिपोर्ट दी थी कि वहाँ पे कोई भी मंदिर के प्रमाण नहीं थे। बाकी फैसले क्या होते हैं ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा, लेकिन आज के दौर में हमें इंसानियत को मिलाने की ज़रूरत है। 350 साल से जहाँ 5 वक्त की नमाज हो रही है, आज भी हो रही है, उसे मस्जिद नहीं कहें तो क्या कहें?
कैसे देखते हैं इस फैसले? What is your first reaction, sir?
तो भैया यहाँ सबको जैसा ही हो।
सर बोल के जाइए सर।
होना चाहिए सर, कुछ तो बोल दीजिए। हिंदू पक्ष कह रहा है कि वो मंदिर है और उनकी ये जीत है।
भैया मंदिर हो या मस्जिद वो सबका एक ही है। आप उसको मंदिर में देखिए या मस्जिद में देखिए।
Congress High Command tells its Karnataka ministers to take a hard anti-corruption stand. AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi advised all ministers, including the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, not to indulge in corruption at the Lok Sabha post strategy meeting, which was held in Delhi yesterday. Now saying that corruption-free government should be the differentiating factor between the former BJP government and the current Congress state government. Rahul Gandhi brought up the issue of corruption allegations against sitting ministers, said this won't be tolerated. He reportedly also told the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, that sacking corrupt ministers would help in keeping others in line. Rahul Gandhi has also asked state ministers to be ready to fight Lok Sabha polls, calling it non-negotiable, saying the party decision was going to be final. Meanwhile, former Chief Minister of the state, Basavaraj Bommai, alleged rampant corruption in the Congress government. He said that the Congress, headquarters calling state ministers in just 2 months of government formation showed that all wasn't well within the party. In fact, he said that Siddaramaiah doesn't hold sway over the party.
This government has indulged in all kind of corrupt practices, especially in transfers. Everybody, all ministers, everybody, they are indulged in these corrupt practices, and officers are also lobbying for plum posts. Even yesterday's meeting in Delhi, this was discussed. While that was discussing, here the transfers were stopped by wireless. This shows that 2 things: there is rampant corruption, favoritism, nepotism. Second is, all is not well politically in Congress.
Now, former Karnataka Home Minister Arga Janendra, in fact, has made a racist comment against Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge. Addressing a BJP protest in Shivamogga district, Arga said that people from North Karnataka region have dark complexion and appear burnt due to scorching heat, giving the example of Mallikarjun Kharge. Arga said that Kharge looked a little presentable as his head hair protected him from getting fully burnt. Taking objection to his comments, the Congress said it showed the BJP's anti-Dalit mindset, demanding the resignation of Arga as the MLA. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar said that Arga was mentally ill and needed treatment, condemning his remarks.
After BJP leader and former Home Minister Arga Nyanendra made racist comments against AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge, now we can see the supporters and leaders of Congress party are protesting in front of Congress Bhavan here in Bengaluru. They demand the arrest of former Home Minister Arga Nyanendra, and you can also see the photographs as well as the placards of former Home Minister Arga Nyanendra has been burnt in front of Congress Bhavan against the racist comment of former Home Minister Arga Nyanendra. Remember, Arga Nyanendra has compared AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge to a Blackstone, and he has also said that people like Mallikarjun Kharge, who hail from North Karnataka, doesn't have any knowledge about the forest. And this particular statement has not gone well the Congress supporters are on the streets across the state protesting against this particular statement of former Home Minister. With it, Shimurthy Sagaras reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
ನಮ್ಮ ದುರದೃಷ್ಟ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗೋರು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನೆರಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಸುಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ಕಲಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಪಾಪ ತಲೆ ಕೂದಲು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವೇ ನೆರಳು ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಅಂತವ್ರು ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಬದುಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನರ ಬದುಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟನೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡಿ
ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂದಿರೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂವರೆಗೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, undeniable proof of violence with India today. The exact moment when new riots started, firing, heavy stone pelting caught on camera. Cops, Yatra participants seen taking cover.
You are watching India Today.
Just bring out the point where you have mentioned in your report that gold demand in India particularly, which is the world's second largest consumer of gold, has in fact slipped in Q2 of the calendar year. Help us with the reasons behind the same.
Well, as we have stated, it's largely to do with the price. As the prices have shot up very fast, consumers tend to stay on the sidelines to see whether this is a blip or is it a sustainable increase. It always happens. Volatility is good for the trading community, it's not good for the consumers. So that is what has really happened. On top of it, there have been other factors as well. Probably a little bit of inflation has bitten into the incomes, and that must also have reduced the amount that people could afford to buy gold. But primarily, the high prices, in fact, it touched something like 64,000 rupees in Indian rupee during the quarter, where gold prices were literally unaffordable for many people. That must have been the biggest reason. And to give you an indication, gold prices have gone up by nearly 12% above the prices of last year's same quarter.
Okay, sir, can the second half demand be even worse than the first half? What is your own sense here?
Well, generally, second half is the better half every year. This is a general rule, although we have seen even Q2, sometimes Akshay Tritiya just exceeding expectations. Generally, in the Indian demand is such that second half is the biggest quarter. And within the second half, the fourth quarter, when you have generally Puja, and then Dhanteras and others coming in, and then the wedding season. This is how it is. In fact, fourth quarter is something which everybody looks forward to when it is in the jewelry business. Now, it is the third quarter, part of it is lost in monsoons, because generally in monsoons, unless there is something like a significant price drop or something, people tend to focus on other stuff. And towards September, of course, it comes back with Gyanvapi festival. So the 4 months of the last year are very important. So it will always be higher than the first half.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees.
एक नफरती तत्वे ने आप लोगों पे अटैक किया आपके, क्योंकि आप कह रहे हो धर्म को लेके और भी ज़्यादा अटैक हुआ, और दूसरी तरफ उन्हीं धर्म के लोगों ने आपको बचाया। क्या आप नफरत को सीख के तौर पे लोगे या फिर अमन को सीख के तौर पे लोगे, और आप लोगों को भी क्या दोगे सीख के तौर पे कि इस पूरी घटना से लोगों को क्या सीखना चाहिए?
हम तो धर्म के बारे में और अपने भाईचारे के बारे में यही लोग वागन से कहेंगे कि शांति बनाए कर रखा है, ज़्यादा उसमें कुछ नहीं रखा है। ये देश हमारा है, ये बर्बाद हो जाएगा, कुछ नहीं बचेगा। जिस तरीक़ा से वारदात हो रही हैं, हिंदू कर रहा है, मुस्लिम कर रहा है, ये गलत हो रहा है। या कि अपने भाईचारे को अपनों कायम रखो, इसी में हमें भी यहीं रहना, उनको भी यहीं रहना है। बाकी जो हादसा इन्होंने किया है ये बहुत ही शर्मसार, बहुत ही बहुत ही ज़्यादा शर्मसार।
अभी सहमत हो?
हाँ जी मैम, बिल्कुल मैम।
कुछ कहना चाहते
मैम? वही है, गलत तो हुआ है, हमारा भी नुकसान हुआ है मैम, ठीक है। और मैम वहाँ से जान बच के आ गई, ये हम तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। गाड़ी घोड़ा की तो कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ जी मैम, बिल्कुल मैम, सुख शांति से जी ले मैम। वही सब।
ज़्यादातर आपसे ये सवाल मैं पूछ रही हूँ कि ज़्यादातर जो लोग थे वहाँ पे वो यूथ थे, है ना? तो जो यूथ है
मैम 25 साल तक के बच्चे थे जो, और पतले पतले मैम जो भी थे, हमने देखे भी, मैंने बिल्कुल बहुत करीब से देखा है उनको, तो मैम सारा यूथ था।
तो भी इन भटके हुए नौजवानों को आपके कहानी से आप इनको जो सीख है वो क्या देना चाहोगे?
मैम यही देना चाहेंगे कि अपन शांति बनाए रखें, इनके बिना हमारा काम नहीं चल पाता और हमारे बिना इनका काम नहीं चलेगा, ठीक है मैम। तो वही चीज़ें अमन चाहते हैं। हाँ जी, अमन चाहते हैं।
So you know, this is the story that you beautifully heard by both Karan and Vivek. They were attacked by the same community. They were saved by the same community. They are choosing to take the message of friendship, and that is their message forward. They're asking people to ensure and keep peace and harmony, because otherwise, as we've always heard, an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. With video journalist Abhishek, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paurami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Fresh clashes erupt in Manipur. Forces and Meitei protesters clash. Chili spray and tear gas fired.
Number of the massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place stone pelting.
Undeniable proof of Haryana villains with India Today. Exact moment when new riots unravelled, caught on camera. Cops and Yatra participants seen taking cover. Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in new riots case. FIR filed against 3 social media influencers. 20 hate video links traced for fomenting riots. Delhi Services Bill showdown erupts in Parliament. Home Minister Amit Shah hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party. Says Kejriwal is objecting to the bill to conceal corruption. Big win for Hindu side in Gyanvapi case as Allahabad High Court allows Gyanvapi survey, ASI survey to begin tomorrow. Udupi hijab rowry run in Mumbai. Mumbai College bans burqa in campus. College says wear uniform. Parents protest. Four days after communal clashes broke out, Haryana is limping back towards normalcy. India Today has accessed stunning images now of the ambush on VHP Yatra. Now, this is undeniable proof of the villains of Haryana. This is the exact moment when the riot began in Haryana's Nuh. Firing, heavy stone pelting were caught on camera. In fact, cops and Yatra participants were seen taking cover. And later, this spiraled into an all-out riot. Several rioters have been identified and nabbed by the police. They will be shortly produced in court. Remember, so far the police has registered 45 FIRs, 135 persons have been arrested and 185 others have been detained. Meanwhile, the administration has extended the curfew. RAF is continuously conducting flag marches to keep law and order in check. Mobile internet and SMS services in Haryana's Nuh and some other places in the state will remain suspended till August 5th to avoid any untoward situation.
उनु मानेसर के खिलाफ जो पिछला केस एफआईआर वो राजस्थान सरकार की है। राजस्थान पुलिस उसको ढूंढ रही है। कहाँ है, कोई इनपुट्स हमारे पास अभी नहीं है। उनके पास है कि नहीं हम नहीं कह सकते। राजस्थान पुलिस उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है। हमारी मदद जितनी चाहिए उनको करेंगे।
अगर कोई कमी है तो उसको सुधारना हमें भी चाहिए और मुझे लगता है कि अगर वहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स हम प्रॉपर असेस नहीं कर पाए तो हमें उन लोगों को भी जिम्मेवारी के साथ दोषी मानना पड़ेगा जो ये असेसमेंट में अपना फेलियर लेकर बैठे थे।
This was a jihadi element who pre-planned to do it, and certain videos about these things were circulating on the social media for a couple of days. I am surprised that the intelligence did not report it, and it is a monumental failure of the intelligence. So the intelligence failure and the media failure is something that the Haryana government should investigate.
ये कानून व्यवस्था की पूरी तरह से विफलता है, हरियाणा सरकार की विफलता है। मणिपुर का विस्तार है दरअसल हरियाणा। मणिपुर में जो हो रहा था उसी का प्रयोग अब यहाँ पे किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास चुनाव में जाने के लिए और कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। जब तक वो नफरत नहीं फैलाएंगे, एक दूसरे को लड़ाएंगे नहीं, तब तक चुनाव में किस आधार पर वोट मांगेंगे। तो भाजपा की पूरी राजनीति यही है और भाजपा को अपने मंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री और सहयोगी उप मुख्यमंत्री के बयान को देखे जाने की जरूरत है और उसी कॉन्टेस्ट में जांच की जरूरत है।
Now, my colleague Shivarur explains how and why the violence actually erupted in Haryana's Nuh. Listen in.
Give you a bird's eye view of how things erupted right at the beginning of the crossfire. The procession, this is Nuh town here in Haryana. That's the road that leads up to the temple where the procession was to end up. As you can see, it's right at a vertex where it's surrounded by the Aravalli Hills. So if you look at the terrain, there's a vantage point there. The temple is on flat land, but there are heights all around it where people from Nu were lying in wait. And it is from these heights that, if you look at it like, if you actually look at this terrain, is where the rocks began to fly and hit the temple. And that's what triggered the entire crossfire, and things expanded and scaled up from there.
So that is, of course, how the entire thing played out, how it actually erupted. Some of those faces have now been caught on camera. Now, news that's coming in, Nu riot accused have been sent into judicial custody. The accused have been remanded to 14 days judicial custody. That's the latest update that's coming in from the court. Remember that several persons have been arrested, many others detained as well. All of those accused, as you can see, they're being taken out from the police station earlier and taken to court. Now, the news which is coming in, the update which our colleagues are sending us from the court, they've been sent into judicial custody for 14 days. 14 days judicial custody. This is the Nu violence case. 19 accused is what our colleagues are telling us. 19 of those accused have now been sent into judicial custody. They are the ones who've been identified, nabbed by the police immediately as being held responsible for the riots that broke out in Haryana's Nu on the 31st of July, which has led to a very charged atmosphere in Nu and in adjoining areas, the brunt of which the local residents are facing. Those are the faces on your camera, on your video screens at the moment. You can see those faces of the accused who were brought by the police to the court premises, and now the court has remanded them into 14 days judicial custody. We'll try and get more details in from our colleagues on the ground who are tracking all those developments, who've been fearlessly reporting from the ground as the violence erupted, broke out, the aftermath of it as well, the sporadic incidents of, in fact, arson and violence that have been reported from adjoining areas in Sona, in Gurugram as well, the tense residents, the stories of those who've been caught in the crossfire, as well as tracking the investigation as well. Remember, several of them have been arrested at the moment. The police is still, of course, on the lookout for certain faces that they consider to have been those who stoked and fanned these fires that led to the riots in Nu, which includes also Monu Manesar. But 19 of those accused now being accused of the riots that broke out in Nu have been sent into 14 days judicial custody. Now, as communal violence in the Nu district of Haryana raged on, Neeraj Khan, a home guard, was deployed on ground to combat the violent mob. Little did he know it was his last day of duty in uniform. Having served the Haryana police for 15 years, home guard Neeraj, a Muslim man with a Hindu name, was the sole bread earner of his family. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Neeraj's wife pleaded the government to stop the communal fight.
आपको लगता है प्रशासन को भी इस बात पे जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए कि जो नफरत की आग फैलती है इसको रोकना चाहिए ताकि और ऐसे नीरज की जान ना जाए?
हाँ जी, और हाँ उसके जैसे और बहन ना हो जाए, ऐसी भी दुआ जैसी मेरे साथ हुई है, शहीद ना हो जाए जैसे मेरा आदमी होया है। बस सरकार से यही कहूँगी, इसे लड़ाई को यहीं रोको।
सरकार को ये लड़ाई रोकनी चाहिए।
हाँ, ये लड़ाई रोकनी चाहिए, यहीं रोक दो और बेघर ना हो, और मेरी बहन जैसी विधवा ना हो। बस यही हाथ जोड़ता है, रिक्वेस्ट करो मैं।
देखो जी, ये ऐसा हमारा प्रशासन ने क्या करे, बहुत ही गलत काम किया, जो हमारे बच्चे को ले लिया बेमतलब। प्रशासन की बात है तो अब इसमें मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मेरे लिए तो दुश्मनी।
2 लाख खेड़ की लेके गया उसको,
2 लाख
ड्यूटी भी उसकी वहाँ थी थाने में, तो थाने में
फोर्स से लेके गए। थाना दौला खेड़ की उसकी ड्यूटी थी। वहां से जी दौला खेड़ की का SHO जो फोर्स लेके गया उसके साथ में फोर्स के साथ गया था। दौला खेड़ की SHO ही लेके गए हैं उनको। प्रशासन में आ जाते हैं SHO वगैरह ये लेके गए हैं। वहाँ ये हादसा हो गया 9 में।
प्रशासन से हमारे यहाँ ACP DCP सारे आए थे।
आप नीरज के भाई?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी। और कमिश्नर मैडम ने पूरा आश्वासन दिया है हमें, ऐसी बात नहीं है।
India Today investigations big impact. Hours after India Today uncovered that hate was fanned on social media, the police has booked online hate mongers. 3 FIRs have been registered on social media influencers as well. More than 10 to 20 video URLs have been identified. The social media team of the police has been set up now. They're analyzing the alleged hate videos. There can be 2 faces of what triggered the horrors in Haryana. Bittu Bajrangi and Mohammad Samar. It was their social media posts that raised the temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. Bajrang Dal member Monu Manesa's name has also emerged at the center of the controversy. The police is on the lookout to nab him. However, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, Monu Manesa denied any involvement in the clashes or the provocative statements he made on social media.
Six dead, countless injured, over 100 vehicles reduced to burnt shells, a police station smashed, shops looted, and a national capital territory on edge. It's day 4 since the communal eruption at Delhi's doorstep in Haryana's Mewat region. And until now, the true trigger has been a matter of speculation. Not anymore. A provocative call concealed in an invitation to the Bajrang Dal's annual religious yatra. The provocation instantly triggering a response from the Muslim local in Nuh named Mohammad Samar. If there can be 2 faces to what triggered the horrors in Mewat, take a close look at these 2 men. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. But on India Today, we want to peel away the layers to tell you how things really started. The first seeds were planted in a cyber fraud case in Faridabad a few days ago. Tension escalated when a Muslim man from Nuh, a minority-dominated part of Haryana, who had been arrested in a cyber fraud case, passed away while in police custody at a hospital in Faridabad. Police claimed the suspect was ill at the time of arrest. In came Bittu Bajrangi and his supporters, who claimed local Muslim leaders in Nuh were provoking crowds to attack the police in the aftermath of the alleged custodial death. Local anger against the cyber crackdown had been building, with Nuh emerging as a new epicenter of online scams and cyber crimes. The situation was ripe for trouble.
हम पीसी के माध्यम से सरकार से ये मांग करते हैं आफ्ताब और याबिर घाटमिका उनके खिलाफ राजद्रोह का मुकदमा और जो दंगा भड़काने की जो उन्होंने बात की कोशिश करी, ये सभी को लेकर हम फरीदाबाद पुलिस और राज्य पुलिस के साथ हम इनके साथ खड़े हैं।
Bajrangi even circulated this viral video where a man can be seen calling locals to assault the police. Right after this, open calls were made on social media by Monu Manesar, an accused in the murder of 2 alleged cow smugglers from the locality. As well as by Bittu Bajrangi to participate in this year's upcoming annual Shobha Yatra passing through Mewat. Mohammad Samar was playing his own part in counter-provocations and organizing groups in Nuh in preparations for violence. Samar has deactivated his social media since the crackdown on the villains this week.
और ये बोलेंगे कि बताया नहीं कि हम मुलाकात नहीं हुई, तो इसलिए हम पूरी लोकेशन देंगे। अभी हम पाली हैं और निकलेंगे धौस से ही। फूल माला तैयार रखना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये बोलते हैं ना कि बताना नहीं, निकल गए जी, बताया नहीं, पूछा। 150 गाड़ियाँ फुल सिस्टम।
On the fateful day of Yatra, Bajrangi posted multiple live streams with more provocative messaging on his way to Mewat. What happened next was no longer limited to a social media showdown or a cyber fraud investigation.
You can look at the bus. There are bricks lying down. People have somewhere down the line fled while this bus was looted, and subsequently then this bus was used by the miscreants to break the wall of the cyber police station. The manner in which the cyber police station has been destroyed, it stands testimony that this was nothing less than a revenge.
This social media build-up was not happening covertly. It was in full public view and would have raised an alarm on police systems. So how did this very public and communally charged build-up evade the attention of law enforcement? And could timely intervention against those challenging the authority of law have potentially saved lives? With Arvind Ocha and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
After Monday's violence in Haryana's Nuh, which shook the nation, Bittu Bajrangi, a self-anointed cow vigilante and leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force, has now come under the scanner. Several questions are being raised about his role in the violence. India Today brings you this report.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Nuh. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Nuh on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया, और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए, और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the Nuh clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम वो यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
और मेवात यात्रा में बढ़-चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात?
आखिरी बात हो गया 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online riot tribes becoming real-life violence.
New violence has again brought spotlight on hate mongers. India Today tracked down Bittu Bajrangi, whose hate speech had gone viral on 31st of July, which many believe ultimately led to violence in Mewat area. In fact, he admitted on a camera that he had met fugitive Monu Manesar just a month back and added that there were swords and guns in Shobha Yatra. Unfazed by allegations, clearly Bittu Bajrangi has no fear for law. With Alok Das, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, fresh clashes erupt in Manipur. Forces and Meitei protesters clash. Chili spray and tear gas fired. Details on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
$5 a.m. on Monday. 4 people are killed in a shooting spree on the Jaipur-Mumbai Superfast Express. Railway Protection Force Constable Chetan Singh allegedly gunned down his superior officer Tikaram Meena and 3 Muslim passengers. Those 1.5 hours of sheer horror still haunts Krishna Kumar Shukla, an attendant who was on the coach, and now a key witness.
माहौल तो सर जी बहुत डरावना था वहाँ का। भाई ऐसा सामने वाला बंदूक लेके घूम रहा था, ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे मानो कसाव वाली कहानी सामने, तो पैसेंजर तो डरेंगे ही ना। मैं वहाँ पेट्रोल का काम करता हूँ, कोच अटेंडेंट हूँ, करीबन 12-13 साल हो गए।
Shukla rushed to the spot where he heard the firing.
हम भी देखे तो सामने वाला नीचे एकदम खून में पड़ा हुआ था और वो जो जिसने गोली चलाई थी वो बगल में बंदूक लेके खड़ा था।
The train attendant says he got nightmares even now.
हम तो इधर जो पुलिस वाले साहब मरे थे खाली उन्हीं को जान रहे थे, लेकिन बाद में बोरीवली में ये देखने को मिला कि उधर भी एक बॉडी पड़ी हुई है। फिर दोनों बॉडी को बोरीवली में उतारा, फिर इसके बाद पता चला कि स्लीपर में भी 2 हादसा हो गया है।
Police officials who are investigating the entire case are not at all buying the claims that Chetan Singh is mentally unfit and therefore he committed this entire crime. There are several allegations by Chetan Singh's advocate and his family members saying that Chetan Singh was mentally unfit. But the police officials who are investigating this case saying that while this crime was committed, Chetan Singh was very much in his consciousness. He did what he wanted to do and he was very well aware about it.
Meanwhile, the Railway Protection Force has issued a press note saying the periodical medical examination conducted by the force detected no medical ailment. The RPF says if Chetan Singh was under medication, then he and his family kept it a secret. With Saurav Bhaktania and Mustafa Sheikh, Bureau Report, India Today.
watching India Today.
Fresh violence grips Manipur as massive clashes erupted between Meiteis and the forces. India Today was the only channel that reached Manipur's Bishnpur area, where there was a violent clash between security forces and Meitei organizations. This unfolded when forces tried to stop Meitei protesters from breaching the buffer zone. The forces resorted to using chili spray and tear gas to foil their bid. Multiple aerial rounds were fired as well in order to contain the situation on the ground. Remember, it has been 3 months since violence broke out in Manipur between the Meitei and the Kuki communities. More than 160 people have been killed and thousands have been displaced by the violence that broke out on May 3rd.
And stone pelting taking place from both the sides. The moment women started stone pelting, there's a massive stone pelting and tear shells being fired. We have to literally take shelter in this part. All of a sudden there are several tear shells fired. Now even the police is retaliating. The Assam Rifles has asked to charge them. We have to run from this area. Massive tear shells being fired. The police is retaliating. Tear shells being, look at this number. There's a massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting. This is भारी भरकम गोलीबारी हो रही है और इस आर्मर्ड गाड़ी के पीछे हम रुके हुए हैं. गोलियां चल रही हैं इस समय यहाँ पे. दरअसल कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. जैसे क्लैश बढ़ा, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स ने महिलाओं को पीछे करने की कोशिश की और यहाँ पे देखिए पुलिस की गोलीबारी हो रही है. AK-47 गोलियां चल रही है. तमाम मार्च और पुलिस को कोशिश करो अगर कैमरा इस तरफ दिखाने. इनको कहा जाए गोलियां ना चलाएं. गैस के गोले भयानक गोलीबारी हो रही है इस इलाके में. आंसू गैस के गोले चलाए जा रहे हैं ताकि स्थिति पर काबू किया जा सके. दोनों ओर से पुलिस और वो देखिए वहाँ पर महिलाएं जो है वहाँ छुपी हुई हैं. पुलिस ने उनको संभाल लिया है. रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स की टुकड़ी आगे बढ़ रही है. पुलिस उनको वहाँ पर रोक रही है उस किनारे में. उन्हें कह रही है वहाँ से पीछे जाइए. भारी गोलाबारी हो रही है. आरएफ वहाँ पर खड़ी है. उनको कह रही है कि पीछे चले जाए. बफर में जाने से रोकने की कोशिश की जा रही है.
More news that's coming in from Manipur at the moment. After bordering areas, now tension escalates even in the valley, in the capital as well. Protests have broken out in Imphal. The police fired tear gas shells to disperse crowds that had gathered in the capital city of Imphal. So Manipur continues to be on the edge. It's been over 3 months. These clashes, these ethnic clashes between the two communities, Kukis and Meiteis, began on May 3rd, and to date, we're still reporting about the violence that both communities are resorting to. The forces are on the ground trying to disperse crowds as they gather. Earlier, you saw my colleague Ashutosh Mishra there report from the ground in Bishnpur as Meitei protesters clashed with the cops and the cops had to resort to aerial firing. Now reports coming in of such protesters gathering in the capital city in Imphal as well, and the police having to resort to tear gas shell firing. Shifting focus now, Delhi's Ordinance dangle got even more fierce today. Home Minister Amit Shah lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha today while debating the Delhi Services Bill. The Home Minister accused the Aam Aadmi Party of selectively interpreting the Supreme Court's decision, targeting the Congress as well. Amit Shah further added that the former Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, was himself against Delhi being given full statehood. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party earlier had lashed out at parties like the BJD and the YSRCP for supporting the bill, calling those supporting the bill, in fact, they will be remembered, saying that they will be remembered as anti-nationals, and adding that the BJD, the YSRCP and the TDP were backing the Delhi Services Bill out of compulsion. Meanwhile, the Congress is supporting the Delhi government. The Grand Old Party called the new bill an attack on the federal structure of the country, added it would oppose the bill in the Rajya Sabha as well. Listen in to what Home Minister Amit Shah said in the Lok Sabha today.
दिल्ली विधानसभा सहित एक संघ शासित प्रदेश है, तो दिल्ली ना तो पूर्ण राज्य है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश विथ असेंबली, क्योंकि ये राजधानी क्षेत्र है। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए 239A में इसका एक विशेष प्रावधान संविधान के तहत किया गया है। 239AA3B बहुत स्पष्ट है। इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है। 2015 में यहाँ स्थिति बदली और यहाँ एक ऐसे दल की सरकार आई जिसका मकसद, मुझे कोई झिझक नहीं है कहने में, जिसका मकसद सेवा करना है ही नहीं, झगड़ा करना। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी अनेक पार्टियों के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, अनेक पार्टियों की मिलीजुली सरकार रही, शुद्ध रूप से सरकार रही, मगर राष्ट्र सेवा करने में और जन सेवा करने में किसी भी पार्टी को कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। मैं बाद में बात करूंगा क्या दिक्कत है वो, उसकी भी डिटेल बात करूंगा। प्रॉब्लम क्या है वो? प्रॉब्लम ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के अधिकार का नहीं है, विजिलेंस को कंट्रोल में लेकर बंगला जो बना दिया है इसका सत्य छुपाना है। जो भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है इसका सत्य छुपाना है।
Allahabad High Court allows the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct a survey of the Gyanvapi mosque complex, upholding the Varanasi District Court's order. The High Court dismissed the mosque plea, saying that the ASI survey can resume immediately. In its verdict, the High Court said that the ASI survey was necessary in the interest of justice and it needs to be carried out under certain conditions. Now, Varanasi District Court claims that the Archaeological Survey of India is to resume its survey tomorrow. The Muslim side plans to approach the Supreme Court to appeal the High Court's decision. Rakhi Singh, the main petitioner in the Gyanvapi case, has filed a caveat petition in the Supreme Court. The caveat asks the Supreme Court should not pass any order if the Muslim side challenges the decision of the High Court.
मिनिस्टर साहब ने कहा है कि एएसआई ने एफिडेविट फाइल किया है और उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में, जो लिखित एफिडेविट दिया गया जी, उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में सर्वे किया जाए। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कहा कि जब एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया है तो कोई मतलब नहीं है उसको डाउट करने का, और जो एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया उसके कंप्लायंस में ये पूरा सर्वे किया जाए। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का फैसला तत्काल प्रभाव से प्रभावी हो चुका है, ये भी आदेश में हुआ, और सिविल सूट जल्दी से जल्दी डिसाइड किया जाए, इसमें कोई एडजमेंट ना हो, ये भी कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया।
वाराणसी के ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के मामले में लोअर कोर्ट के एएसआई सर्वे के फैसले को हाई कोर्ट ने हरी झंडी दे दी है और लोअर कोर्ट के फैसले को अलाउ कर दिया है। इस वक्त हम ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के ठीक बाहर खड़े हैं, गेट नंबर 4 पर, और देख सकते हैं रोज की तरह यहाँ श्रद्धालु बाबा विश्वनाथ के दर्शन के लिए तो पहुंचे ही हैं, लेकिन एक अलग जो हिंदू धर्म, सनातन धर्म को मानने वाले लोगों में एक अलग उत्साह है। और इनसे जानते हैं कि आखिर आज जो फैसला हुआ है उसका क्या आप लोग को इंतजार था और इस फैसले को किस तरह देख रहे हैं?
आज जो कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है उससे ये तय हो जाएगा कि आएंगे, जांच होगी, सर्वे होगी तो मालूम हो जाएगा कि सच्चाई क्या है। ये दोनों पक्ष के लिए अच्छा है और जरूरी भी है, अन्यथा इसको रुकने का काम न करे कोई भी, चाहे हिंदू पक्ष हो चाहे मुस्लिम पक्ष।
आज इस फैसले को कितना बड़ा मान रहे हैं और क्या इससे आप लोगों में खुशी भी है?
जी, इसी फैसले से तो खुशी भी है, खुशी का माहौल भी है, और ये कोर्ट का न्याय है, इसको सबको मान्य करना चाहिए।
News that's coming in right now. The Muslim side moves the Supreme Court, now challenging the Allahabad High Court's order allowing an ASI survey to be conducted at the Gyanvapi mosque premises. The Masjid Committee has filed a special leave petition challenging the High Court's order. The Supreme Court is already scheduled to hear the matter tomorrow. The plea filed by the Masjid Committee challenging the High Court order, which upheld maintainability of the suit filed by Hindu petitioners, is now, of course, before the Supreme Court. It remains to be seen when the Supreme Court, of course, takes up the matter. The petition has been filed. Srishti Oja is joining us for more on this. Srishti, what more can you tell us about the petition which has been filed before the Supreme Court by the Muslim side in the Gyanvapi matter?
Well, like you said, the Allahabad High Court, in a very important order today, allowed ASI survey of the Gyanvapi mosque premises. Remember, earlier the Masjid Committee had moved the Supreme Court seeking an interim stay till the High Court decides that particular case. Now today, the Masjid Committee, the Muslim side, has again moved the Supreme Court challenging the Allahabad High Court order, which was passed today morning, through which an ASI survey was allowed. Challenging that order, special leave petition has now been filed by the Masjid Committee before the top court. And the same case was also mentioned before the Chief Justice of India, seeking an urgent listing today at 4 p.m. And the CJI has assured the council that the email that the council has sent with the petition copy he will look at it right away. What we have also learned from our sources close to the legal team of the Masjid Committee is that they're also pressing for an urgent hearing, and they're trying to get a hearing today if the court permits. So that will be an important development if the Supreme Court decides to allow an urgent hearing of the case today itself. Remember, the Allahabad High Court has not only ordered the ASI survey, but it has also said that such a survey or investigation that the Commission has proposed to carry out is extremely necessary and is and is also in the interest party similarly, and will also come in aid of the decision. And the Allahabad High Court has also made it clear that the case should be concluded expeditiously. Remember, the Supreme Court is already scheduled to hear one of the petitions in the Gyanvapi case tomorrow. It's already listed before the court, so we'll have to see if any urgent hearing is granted in this case.
Absolutely. Srishti will be keeping an eye on that. Srishti, thank you for joining us. So, Srishti is saying that the Muslim side, of course, has moved the Supreme Court against the Allahabad High Court's order today, allowing for an ASI survey to be conducted at the Gyanvapi Mosque complex site. But the Muslim side is also seeking an urgent hearing, and the Chief Justice of India has told them he'll be looking at their petition, and there's a possibility there could be an urgent hearing, but already the matter, at least one of the petitions, is listed to be heard tomorrow in the Apex Court. So Srishti will be keeping an eye on that development. Now, months after the hijab controversy in Karnataka, a similar row has erupted in Maharashtra. A college in Mumbai's Chembur barred entry to girl students wearing burqas due to the college's uniform policy. The incident sparked tension as parents and students staged a demonstration in front of the NG Acharya and DK Marathe College gate. The situation was pacified after police officials reached the spot, reasoned with the parents as well as the college authorities. By evening, the college released a statement clarifying some conditional rules to be followed while dressing up for college. The college principal has claimed that the college has newly implemented a dress code this year and that the rules were communicated to the parents well in advance. The college has now issued a statement stating that girl students would be allowed to come to college wearing burqa, hijab or scarf, but they will need to remove it in the washroom before entering the classroom.
हम लोग इस कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हम लोग को यहाँ पे निकाब में अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा है। निकाब तो हम लोग उतारने पे थोड़ा राज़ी भी हो गए थे, लेकिन यहाँ पे दुपट्टा लेने की भी पूरी वो नहीं है। हम लोग को बोलते गेट के बाहर से, स्कूल के अंदर इंटर भी नहीं करने दे रहे, गेट के बाहर से ही बोलते दुपट्टा है, निकाब सब उतार के आना है। सारे बच्चे लोग को मतलब गेट से ही भगा दे रहे हैं जिनके पास यूनिफॉर्म है। समझ में आता है कि हाँ यूनिफॉर्म है, दुपट्टा लेना अलाउ करना चाहिए ना। मुस्लिम गर्ल्स कहाँ जाएंगी बिना दुपट्टे के? सभी तरीके की समानता हो, ऊंच नीच भाव, रिलीजन, पैसे का भाव, ये सब ना हो, और अपने पेरेंट्स को ज़्यादा पैसे की ड्रेसेस पर खर्चा न हो। इसके लिए ये शालेय शिक्षण है, इसमें हम लोग ने यूनिफॉर्म का ये साल से मतलब 23-24 से हम लोग ने जो ये लगाया हुआ है। धार्मिक नहीं जिसमें से आपकी
आप अमीर है या गरीब है ये पता चले, ये भी ना चाहिए, ये भी हम बताना नहीं चाहते, समानता चाहते।
We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
A notorious cow vigilante.
मेवात किसी की पनौती नहीं है या किसी की जागीर नहीं है, वो हमारे कृष्ण भगवान की धरती है। जोरों शोरों से गौ माता की सेवा करते थे, हैं और रहेंगे।
A Bajrang Dal activist. A history sheeter under investigation in connection with the killing of 2 Muslim men in Haryana's Bhiwani in Feb this year.
मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर, बजरंग दल प्रांत गोरक्षक प्रमुख, बजरंग दल हरियाणा से।
This is Mohit Yadav, popularly called Monu Manesar, a 30-year-old polytechnic diploma holder who joined the Bajrang Dal while in college. Monu Manesar shot to limelight for his announcement that he would attend the VHP's Braj Mandal procession on Monday, the annual 130-kilometer march planned through Nuh, a sensitive Muslim-dominated district in Haryana. Police stopped him from attending the yatra. But an India Today investigation has found rumors about his alleged presence stirred the passions among locals already pent up by the Feb killings and the Gaurakshak squads.
कोई भी दोषी बख्शा ना जाए और उसमें मैं
Monu Manesar denied provoking the other side of the communal divide in Nuh.
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया क्योंकि हमारे अधिकारीगण थे। उस यात्रा में मैं था ही नहीं। हमारे जो डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र जैन जी हैं, जो हमारे विश्व हिंदू परिषद के बड़े अधिकारी हैं, उन पर भी सीधा फायरिंग की गई है। तो उससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य क्या है? हमारी हिंदू बहन बेटियों पर सीधा फायरिंग, और ये हिंदू समाज बिल्कुल नहीं सहेगा।
At the same time, he sought to speak on behalf of the entire Hindu community, claiming it won't tolerate attacks. The last time his name cropped up prominently in national media was in Feb. The police probe found cow vigilantes from Haryana pounced on Junaid and Nasir, suspecting them of being cattle smugglers. The charred bodies of the 2 men from Rajasthan found in a burnt vehicle at Bhiwani. Police named 9 suspects for the savage murder. 3 of them have been arrested, 6 still at large. Monu Manesar's alleged role being probed. Born and raised in Haryana's Manesar, he is father of 2 children. The man is no stranger to police investigations. He is named in 6 cases in Haryana and 1 at Bharatpur in Rajasthan. His vocabulary at public meetings hosted by Hindutva outfits has often blurred the line between free speech and provocation. Monu Manesar appears to have got the back of some powerful people over what all unfolded at Nuh on Monday. A textbook case, a man with criminal record fostered by the powerful, going berserk online and on the ground, all in the name of Gauraksha and religion. With Arvind Ojha and Jai Kishan Sharma, Bureau Report.
You are watching India Today.
American pop star Lizzo, also known for being champion for body positivity, is being sued by 3 of her former dancers over claims including sexual harassment and creating a hostile work environment. The singer has not yet responded to the allegations. Here's a report.
American pop star and Grammy winner. A champion for body positivity. Lizzo is now accused of fat shaming, sexual harassment and creating a hostile working environment. She is being sued by 3 of her former backup dancers. The civil lawsuit claims that the superstar pressured one of her dancers to touch a nude performer at a club and pressured others into attending a sex show. The lawsuit also claims that the body-positive American singer criticized one of the dancers for weight gain. Filmmaker Sophia Nali-Allison has also come forward in support of the dancers. Speaking to social media, Sophia shared why she walked out from Lizzo's documentary in 2019. One of the backup dancers has also accused Lizzo of racial discrimination. Hours after allegations against Lizzo exploded, megastar Beyonce dropped Lizzo's name as she performed Break My Soul at a concert in Boston.
On the other hand, I know my worth, and now he calling me. Why do I feel like this? What's happened to me? Turn up the music, turn down the lights.
The sexual harassment allegations have sent Lizzo fans into a frenzy, even as the internet remains divided over the issue.
It's about damn time. Turn up the music. Let's celebrate.
The Grammy winner has not yet responded to the allegations. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's about damn time.
We're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, news for the hearing impaired. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
This is a rare oasis of peace in Manipur. The orphanage run by Donjalal Haukip, a Kuki, and his wife Rebati Devi Haukip, a Methi, is in the foothills of Khetal Banbi. Here an imaginary line divides the Methi-dominated West Imphal and Kuki-dominated Kangpokpi. A line so far nobody has breached. The orphanage run by Emma Foundation is home to 18 children, and they come from all communities. The children haven't been to school since the ethnic clashes started.
How many of them have not been going to schools?
They all go to school.
No, the small younger one.
Yeah, they all go. Before the conflict, they all go.
Before the conflict?
Yeah.
And since the conflict?
Since the conflict, only the higher classes.
Only the higher classes.
They now learn the occasional lessons from Rebati Devi Haukip and spend time in their dormitory among their books. Initially, they are wary of the guests in their dorm.
पोएम आता है? जिंगल आता है? पोएम आता है कोई? पोएम किसने याद किया है?
Attempts at friendly chit-chat yield shy smiles. Then they opened up, like only kids can do. And when kids do that, how does one hold back? how Kip and Rebati don't have kids of their own. These children mean the world to them.
They love with peace and harmony.
Yeah, they love peace and harmony. We are trying our best to be a good citizens in the future.
By the time we got ready to leave, the children obliged us with a song.
While people are at war against each other in Manipur, there are few stories that could be a living example and motivation for the entire state that love can bring peace and harmony. Love can bring you together, and this is what is need of the hour in this state which is in conflict and which has become literally a war zone. In Manipur's this part, bringing this dispatch with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Four days after communal clashes broke out, Haryana limping back towards normalcy. Several rioters have been identified and nabbed by the police. So far, the police has registered 45 FIRs, 135 persons have been arrested and 185 have been detained. Meanwhile, the administration has extended curfew to keep law and order in check. Mobile internet and SMS services in Haryana's New and some other places in the state will remain suspended till August 5th. Massive clashes erupted between Meiteis and the forces in Manipur's Bishnpur area. This unfolded when forces tried to stop Meitei protesters from breaching the buffer zone. Multiple aerial firing rounds were in fact done by the police to contain the situation on ground. Allahabad High Court allows Archaeological Survey of India to conduct a survey of the Gyanvapi mosque complex, upholding the Varanasi District Court's order. The High Court dismissed the mosque plea, saying that the ASI survey can resume immediately. ASI is all set to resume survey tomorrow. Muslim side approaches the Supreme Court to appeal the High Court's decision. Former Karnataka Home Minister Arga Yanendra ignites controversy. Addressing a BJP protest in Shivamogga district, Arga said that people from North Karnataka region have dark complexion and appear burnt due to the scorching heat, while giving the example of Mallikarjun Kharge. Taking objection to his comments, the Congress has said it showed the BJP's anti-Dalit mindset, demanding the resignation of Arga as MLA. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has said that Arga was mentally ill, condemning his remarks.
Haryana simmers. Uneasy calm in New. Parts of Gurugram burn. There's no sign of normalcy in the violence-hit zone even 3 days after communal violence flared up.
अभी तक 116 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया है और 90 इसके अतिरिक्त और डिटेन किए गए हैं। पूछताछ करने के बाद उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई जो बनेगी वो सब की जाएगी। सारा जो विषय आया है, इसके पीछे किसका हाथ है, कैसे शुरू हुआ, इन सब बातों के ऊपर भी प्रोसेस चल रही है। उस सारी प्रोसेस में कोई भी दोषी है उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
India Today accessed the FIR where many stinging revelations were made. Police say there were 800 to 900 people who chanted Pakistan Zindabad slogans while marching towards the Shiv temple. It's the same temple where 2,500 people were held hostage on 31st July. Police FIR mentions that the mob marched towards the yatra with sticks and guns, and petrol bombs were even hurled at the yatra.
पुलिसकर्मी जो शोभा यात्रा में शामिल होते हैं वो एक के बाद एक भीड़ को रोकने के लिए हवाई फायरिंग शुरू कर देते हैं, लेकिन भीड़ रुकती नहीं है। लेकिन एफआईआर में जो चौंकाने वाला खुलासा हुआ है वो खुलासा ये हुआ है कि ये जो खेत आप देख पा रहे हैं मंदिर के आसपास और ये जो पहाड़ी देख पा रहे हैं, इन पहाड़ी इलाकों से जो उपद्रवी हैं 600 से 700 के लगभग जो उपद्रवी थे वो पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाते हुए अवैध हथियारों से फायरिंग करते हैं।
The Bajrang Dal and VHP workers upped the ante against communal violence that rocked Haryana. The Hindu group stormed the streets of the national capital, blocking key national highway connecting Haryana's Faridabad with Delhi.
Right there you can see in your visuals, these are Bajrang Dal Karyakartas, Vishwa Hindu Parishad Karyakartas who have blocked the Badarpur Toll Plaza, which is the connecting point between the national capital and Faridabad of Haryana. And right there you have the Bajrang Dal Karyakartas sloganeering, holding Bhagwa flags and sitting on the road, literally blocking the lane which heads towards the national capital.
ये सब बातें बहुत समय से मीडिया में आ रही थी, सोशल मीडिया में। उसका ध्यान क्यों नहीं दिया गया मैं नहीं जानता। पुलिस की तैयारी क्यों नहीं थी। इंटेलिजेंस का फेलियर है। हमको हरियाणा की सरकार ने वचन दिया है कि जो जिम्मेवार अधिकारी हैं वो भी बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे।
Not just Delhi, the Hindu group workers staged massive protests in Haryana's Panipat, Uttarakhand's Dehradun, and adjoining Noida was put on high alert. 6 people were killed in the violence that nobody foresaw. But who's at fault? Bureau Report, India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 74. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Ahmedabad is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 70. Bhopal is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 88. Delhi is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 117. Srinagar is at 30 degrees Celsius with AQI being 55. Lucknow is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 59. Patna is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 49. Kolkata is at 31 degrees with an AQI of 45. Hyderabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 30. Bangalore is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 27. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 29. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
The moment new nightmare began. Video that nobody else shows you. Watch the first stone being thrown.
पहाड़ों में करा रहे हैं ये देखो कितने हैं पहाड़ों में से निकल और इधर पहाड़।
Stand by for hair-raising India Today video break. Top focus on 5 Live.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. Over the last 4 days, viewer, you've seen multiple videos of the violence as it erupted in Nuh. You've seen the crossfire, you've seen the damage, the destruction, you've seen the social media provocations, you've seen how people are living in fear in Nuh. They're abandoning places like Gurugram and the Mewat region. What you haven't seen so far, amidst a storm of claims and counterclaims, is who threw the first stone or who fired the first shot. Here on India Today, with our factual reporting that has garnered the highest viewership in a week where India has literally been on edge, I'm going to show you that video and answer that question once and for all. I'm also going to be telling you how what was happening in Mewat was also being watched very closely, believe it or not, from across the border. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live, these are the headlines. Fresh clashes erupt in Manipur. As always, India Today, the only crew on site to bring it to you live. Forces and Meitei protesters clash in Bishnpur. Chili spray, bullets and tear gas fired.
There's a massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting.
Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in the Nuh riots. FIR filed against 3 social media influencers. 20 hate video links traced for amplifying and creating communal tension. Delhi Services Bill showdown in Parliament. Home Minister Amit Shah hits out at Aam Aadmi Party, says Kejriwal is objecting to the bill only to conceal his corruption. Big win for Hindu side in the Gyanvapi case as the Allahabad High Court clears the decks for the Archaeological Survey of India survey of the complex. Muslim side moves Supreme Court to challenge the order. Karnataka hijab row rerun, this time in India's financial capital. Mumbai College bans burqa on campus, says students must only wear uniforms. Every riot has a single trigger point. Every act of communal tension has something that happened on the ground which serves as a tipping point, after which everything completely gets consumed. This image that I'm putting on your screen for you, that you will see nowhere else but here on India Today, captures on camera the precise moment tensions exploded in Nuh in Haryana at Delhi's doorstep. What you're going to see in the report that's coming up right now is how stones began to fly from the hilltops on the border of the Rajasthan-Haryana states, pointed at that Bajrang Dal VHP procession which had reached the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Now the procession members were armed with rifles. They had weapons with them as well because they claimed they needed to be ready for precisely this kind of attack. No matter who you believe about what really happened and how social media triggered the mood that created this terrible violence, here's the shot that began it all.
A glimpse of the sheer terror that was unleashed on Yatris on July 31st in Haryana's Nuh. India Today has accessed 3 videos that show you how the Nuh nightmare really unfolded, with a mob armed to the teeth ambushed locals from all sides at a Shiv temple.
ये भाई सामने उधर देखो
The first video, shot by a terrified Yatri, shows cops armed with AK-56 aiming for the hills. People are scrambling on the road for cover as the sound of gunfire can be heard. Cops, however, dressed in civil clothes, hold back from firing.
ये देखो भाई फायरिंग होते हुए ये पहाड़ों पे बैठे भाई फायरिंग कर रहे थे।
Another video shot by a local shows everyone hiding behind vehicles as the bullet train continues. Unarmed cops can be seen also taking cover, helpless, and shows you how completely unprepared they were for the ambush from the hills.
ये देखो भाई फायरिंग होते हुए ये पहाड़ों पे बैठे भाई फायरिंग कर रहे थे।
The armed mob, clearly at a strategically higher location, manages to fire non-stop at Yatris, with a clear aim of ensuring maximum casualties.
ये देखो भाई फायर।
The next video is from inside the temple. There is no shelter, no place to run, no place to hide for terrified Yatris. One of them can be even heard asking what are the cops doing.
ये पुलिस कर क्या रही है? पुलिस का क्लियर करा दिया।
Police officials with bulletproof vests can be seen ushering people inside to protect them from the spray of bullets raining on them. Smoke can be seen billowing out of areas close to the temple, and dozens of people can be seen standing in the Shiv temple with nowhere to go. These videos on India Today answer the one question India has been asking. Who started the riot? Who opened fire first? The rioters who stood strategically atop a hill and fired non-stop at innocent Yatris have now been arrested.
क्यों आपने आगजनी की घटनाओं को दिया?
नहीं सर, हमें सोते लाए,
इसमें हम ना जाए सोते उनको 5 बजे उठा के लाए हैं सर। ये 5 बजे सुबह वो सोते हैं, वो उठा के लाए हैं। कहीं सीसीटीवी फुटेज मिले, हमारा कोई रोल मिले, तब तो हम गुनहगार हैं। बाजार में नहीं थे,
हम बाजार में नहीं थे, लेकिन आप सबके ऊपर आरोप है कि आपने आगजनी की घटनाओं को अंजाम दिया था।
नहीं दिया हमें।
These videos tell a story of manufactured terror, of how the riots that broke out on July 31st and August 1st was pre-planned, motivated, and completely orchestrated to spread unrest. With Arvind Ojha and Sushant Mehra, Bureau Report, India Today.
And the reason I'm going to say this again is that this is an important video that's going to become part of the investigation and is going to be crucial into depicting an accurate timeline of the sequence of events and how they actually unfolded. Arvind Ojha is the journalist who accessed this video. It's a big exclusive amidst a huge amount of claims and counterclaims and a lot of misinformation, including old videos that are doing the rounds. This is the moment that Arvind Ojha has reported when the VHP Bajrang Dal procession was at the Nalhar Mahadev temple, and then the firing or the stones began to land from up on the hilltops. It was almost like an ambush. Arvind, इस वीडियो में एग्जैक्टली क्या हो रहा है हमारे व्यूअर्स को बताइए डिटेल में, क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है कि ये ऑलमोस्ट एक एम्बुश जैसा था। जो पहाड़ पे लोग बैठे थे वो इंतजार कर रहे थे इसके लिए।
नहीं, बिल्कुल देखिए, 31 अगस्त को आखिर मेवात नूह में क्या हुआ था एग्जैक्टली, इसको लेकर अलग अलग तरह की बातें हो रही हैं, खासतौर से सोशल मीडिया पर। लेकिन जो इंडिया टुडे ने ये वीडियो एक्सेस किया है, ये नल्हड़ के शिव मंदिर का है, और जो शोभा यात्रा है वो इसी नल्हड़ मंदिर से निकलनी थी। इंडिया टुडे ने जो यहाँ पर इंसिडेंट हुआ था उसकी एफआईआर भी एक्सेस की है, जो पुलिस वालों ने ही फाइल की है। एफआईआर की अगर बात करें और ये जो वीडियो एक्सेस किया है इसकी बात करें, तो इसमें आपको साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा होगा कि नल्हड़ मंदिर के अंदर लोग छुपे हुए हैं, एक वीडियो में गाड़ियां बकायदा दिखाई दे रही है, गाड़ी की शेल्टर लेकर एक पुलिस वाला छिपा हुआ है, बाकी कई लोग छिपे हुए हैं। और जो हिल्स एरिया है, इस हिल्स एरिया से लगातार फायरिंग हो रही है। अगर इसकी बात की जाए, ये मंदिर है, मंदिर के आसपास बड़े बड़े इस तरीके के खेत हैं, जो ये खेत आपको दिखाई दे रहे होंगे, इस तरीके के बड़े बड़े मैदान है और बीच में मंदिर है और चारों तरफ इस तरह का हिल्स है। जरा आप कैमरा में प्रदीप गुप्ता को दिखाएंगे, शिव, ये आप देख पा रहे हैं, इस तरह के जो बड़े बड़े हिल्स है वो हिल्स है और इन्हीं हिल्स से लगातार फायरिंग हो रही थी नीचे की तरफ, पुलिस पार्टी की तरफ और शोभा यात्रा की तरफ। और उसके बाद ये वो प्लेस है जहां से वायलेंस की शुरुआत हुई। और बहुत हैरानी की बात है शिव कि वायलेंस की शुरुआत होती है इस मंदिर से और देखते ही देखते 20 किलोमीटर दूर तक ये जो पूरा वायलेंस है वो फैल जाता है। कम से कम ये जो वीडियो है इससे ये एस्टैब्लिश्ड होता है कि जो हिल से लोग फायरिंग कर रहे हैं या जिस तरह से वायलेंस हो रहा है, तैयारी पूरी थी, पहले से लोग तैयार थे। जो एफआईआर है उसके मुताबिक जो रिलीजियस स्लोगन है वो 600 से 700 की मॉब थी वो लगा रही थी और उसके बाद वो अटैक करते हैं। इलीगल आर्म्स उनके पास होते हैं और वीडियो में क्लियरली साउंड सुनाई दे रहा है कि किस तरीके से वो बकायदा फायरिंग कर रहे हैं। पुलिस वाले भी हवा में फायरिंग करते हैं ताकि वो रुके, लेकिन लगातार फायरिंग होती रहती है। और मंदिर से कुछ दूरी पर एक वीडियो में साहब को आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा, काफी धुआं उठ रहा है। जो शोभा यात्रा में गाड़ियां थी उसको आग के हवाले कर दिया गया था। तो ये तो क्लियर है कि जिस तरीके से इस शोभा यात्रा के 6 से 7 दिन पहले दोनों ही साइड से लगातार सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रिगर्ड किया जा रहा था, चैलेंज किया जा रहा था। इस वजह से ऐसा लगता है कि जब ये शोभा यात्रा निकाली जा रही थी तो पूरी तैयारी थी और पूरी तैयारी के साथ अटैक किया गया था।
और दोनों साइड के जो सोशल मीडिया पे जो था, ऑल द कंटेंट, Shreya, you know, you've been looking at this also very closely. The social media atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and in many ways the decks were cleared for this kind of confrontation. You know, but what you know, you and your team, Arvind and his team, have revealed today through this video is that, you know, this was almost like a military style confrontation. You know, entrenched positions had been taken on a hilltop. There was advanced intelligence about this yatra arriving there. You know, the people in the yatra were armed with rifles as well, as we've uncovered in our videos, because they also, you know, obviously knew that they would probably be attacked. It seems like a crossfire was the intention, Shreya. That's what it looks like.
Well, absolutely, so Shiv. You know, this entire video clearly established that this was nothing less than an ambush that was done from the adjoining hill areas on that Nalhar Shiv Mandir when the Yatris had actually reached there. It's also important to point out that this is not the first time, Shiv, that this has happened in Mewat. We've heard news even earlier when police team has gone to carry out raids, be it arresting other criminals, be it arresting cyber criminals. There similar attacks have happened on the police teams as well. People usually go retrace themselves in the hills and from there they usually attack or ambush. So this is a style that has existed from before. Pointing out to the question that since the police was aware that the mandir was also situated in a locality like this, why wasn't additional forces also posted in the hill regions? So as we talk about the video which clearly establishes an ambush, the question also lies on the police who knew that this similar situation has happened before. Why wasn't enough deployment done in the manner so that this could have been avoided?
अरविंद, इस सवाल पे क्या आप कुछ बता सकते हैं? पुलिस के साइड से उनके पास क्यों तैयारी नहीं थी? उनको पता है कि ये हो सकता है, ये एम्बुश बिल्कुल हो सकता है। अगर हम गूगल मैप्स पे भी देखेंगे, ये जो मंदिर का जो लोकेशन है ये बिल्कुल पहाड़ के सामने है, जहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे ऊंचे वांटेज पॉइंट्स हैं। तो क्यों वो प्रिपेयर्डनेस क्यों नहीं था पुलिस के साइड से?
नहीं, और देखिए यही बहुत बड़ा लैप्स है शिव। मैं आपको बताऊं, इंडिया टुडे की स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम ने न सिर्फ सोशल मीडिया बल्कि हमने जो इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर्स हैं उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश की। इस बार जो रूट था वो काफी बड़ा था, तकरीबन 100 किलोमीटर का रूट था और जो पुलिस सीनियर ऑफिशियल है उनका कहना है कि चूंकि रूट काफी लंबा था उस वजह से जगह जगह पुलिस को लगाया गया था, लेकिन फोर्स काफी कम थी। यहाँ तक कि कुछ फोर्स गुरुग्राम से भी मंगाई गई थी, जिसमें एक इंस्पेक्टर क्राइम ब्रांच का था, उसको पेट में गोली लगी थी फायरिंग के दौरान। फोर्स काफी कम थी, ऐसा सोर्सेस बताते हैं कि किसी दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में किसी वीवीआईपी मूवमेंट पर भी कुछ फोर्स भेजी गई थी, इस वजह से कुछ फोर्स कम हुई। लेकिन सवाल यहाँ पर फोर्स से ज्यादा इस बात का इश्यू, क्योंकि फोर्स में ऐसे कई पुलिसकर्मी हैं, 2 होमगार्ड शहीद हो चुकी है, उनको मौत के घाट इसी मॉब ने उतार दिया। उसके अलावा क्राइम ब्रांच का एक इंस्पेक्टर है जो गुरुग्राम से खासतौर पर उसको मेवात भेजा गया था, उसको पेट में गोली लगी, और भी कई पुलिस वाले वो घायल हुए। जो एफआईआर है और जो वीडियो क्लियरली, इस तरह के वीडियो हमने इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किए, लेकिन इस तरह के जो रियल एक्चुअल वायलेंस थी वो तो कोई देख ही नहीं पाया, क्योंकि पेट्रोल बम से अटैक किया जा रहा था। पूरे जो मॉब थी वो पूरी तरह से आम थी, तैयारी पहले से थी, ये क्लियर्ड है। क्योंकि लगातार जो हमने इन्वेस्टिगेट भी किया कि सोशल मीडिया पर चाहे बिट्टू बजरंगी हो, चाहे मोनू हो, या फिर दूसरी तरफ से बहुत से ऐसे लोग थे जो मेवात नहीं आने के लिए चैलेंज कर रहे थे, तो ये क्लियर था कि पहले से तैयारी थी। लेकिन जो मेवात के जो खासतौर से लोकल्स लोग थे वो काफी ज्यादा तैयारी थे, वो कम से कम ये इस वीडियो में एस्टैब्लिश्ड होता है, जो न सिर्फ शोभा यात्रा के लोगों को चैलेंज कर रहे थे बल्कि पुलिस को भी चैलेंज कर रहे थे। आप वीडियो में देखिए तो मंदिर के अंदर पुलिस वाले जो लोग हैं उनके साथ छिपे हुए नजर आ रहा है। एक पुलिस वाला तो गाड़ी के नीचे छिपे हुए नजर आ रहा है, जबकि उसके पास वेपन्स है। तो इससे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि सिचुएशन किस तरह की रही है।
Police totally unprepared, complete lapse on their part, clear signs of an ambush, premeditation, preparation, as Shreya and Arvind are reporting on this big India Today exclusive, key to the investigation and depicting an accurate sequence of events. Both of our reporters will continue to be with us. Shreya and Arvind, stay safe. We'll keep coming back to you on that. Now, remember, on India Today, we've been showing you what Arvind and Shreya were just talking about. The social media aspect, the social media poison and provocations and threats and challenges that had begun from around July the 23rd. And for about 8 days, they kept increasing, they kept intensifying, deteriorating, becoming more and more vicious until the lid actually exploded. We showed you Bittu Bajrangi, we showed you Monu Manesar and others from the VHP and the Bajrang Dal. Now let's show you how there was social media poison also happening from members of the Muslim community in Nu, including a person called Mohammed Samar, who I'll be introducing you into just a moment, but also this individual you see on your screen, who's not sitting in Mewat, not sitting in Nu, but sitting all the way in Pakistan. He identifies himself as Ehsan Mewati Pakistani. That's his social media name. And this individual, as you're going to see now in an India Today exclusive by my colleague Balkrishna, is that he's been pouring poison, pouring threats and viciousness on social media to call attention to Mewat, preparing and organizing for the violence that's taking place there. Watch this exclusive report.
31st July, Nu. Violent clashes erupted at Delhi's doorstep. On the same day, a video on social media went viral, where a man was heard appealing to Muslims to kill absconding cow vigilante Monu Manesar.
और भाई आज तो मज़ो आगो है, टंडो डाल दियो है आज तो भाई, मैं कह रहा हूँ मज़ो आगो। और जो ये नारा लगाना है अल्लाहु अकबर, यकीन कर यासु तो भाई सीना ना छोड़ो होगो हमारो।
Many identified him as a YouTuber who goes by the name Ehsan Mewati Pakistani. Some claimed that he lives in India and urged Haryana police to arrest him.
सही अब पता लग रहा है कि म्यों होता, मतलब मोनू मानेसर छोड़ो मत या कि तो मारूं मैं।
India Today has investigated this man who was spewing venom on social media when the clashes in Nu were at its peak. Ehsan Mewati has been uploading content on YouTube since 2019.
He has over 80,000 subscribers and 85 lakh views. He has a second YouTube channel called Ehsan Mio, where he has close to 8,500 subscribers. On Facebook, he has more than 1 lakh followers.
अल्लाह अकबर का जो नारा लगाना है ये कमाल है तुम वीडियो देखो आगे बाद आऊंगा मैं
Ehsan Mewati mentions his location as Alwar, Rajasthan on Facebook page. But his profile lists Kairor Pakka, a tehsil in Pakistan's Punjab province, as his location. India Today managed to contact Ehsan Mewati. He told us that he is a farmer and his brother is in Pakistan police.
Assalamu alaikum guys, this is me Ehsan Mewati, Pakistan का क्या हाल
He claims that he uses Mewati in his name because his ancestors are from Mewat.
मेवात में
India Today dug deep into the videos uploaded on Ehsan Mewati's YouTube channel. The names and numbers written on billboards revealed that he lives in Chammor, a village in Bahawalpur, Pakistan.
क्योंकि हमारी मेवात हमारा मियों ये डरा क्यों पड़ा है काय चीज से डर रहा है
In the last few months, he started uploading communally sensitive videos. India Today investigation also uncovered some vulgar content on his channel. So what does a man living in Pakistan have to do with no violence? Why did he post videos on Haryana clashes? Only a full cyber investigation will reveal the real motive. Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today's Balkrishna, my colleague, senior editor with our fact-check team, is live from the newsroom on this story. He's been looking through a lot of the misinformation that's been doing the rounds, which typically happens at a time like this. Bala, thanks for your time here on the show. This report that you've put together on Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani, is very, very intriguing. I have so many questions. A man sitting in Pakistan with an unusual level of interest, specifically in what's happening in Mewat. What are you making of it? Because, you look at this kind of thing very often, Bala.
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. We started investigating this man when we saw that on social media, many people were wondering that this man is posting such instigating videos and using such abusive language, then why police is not arresting him? Then when we started looking at his social media profiles, initially it was a bit confusing because as we saw in the report, somewhere he says that he's from Alwar, Rajasthan, at other places he said that he's from Pakistan, and even his name appears differently. Then we realized that this person is is a YouTuber basically, and we could we tried to contact him. Initially he didn't pick up our phone, but finally we managed to track him down, and I spoke to him for quite some time today. And then we asked him that why he is up to this and why he is putting such kind of videos. So first thing first, we are now sure that he lives in Bahawalpur area, in a village 7 kilometers from Bahawalpur in Punjab in Pakistan. And he says that he would love to come to India, but he has never been to India. That is what he's told us. And he said that actually his ancestors migrated from Alwar to Pakistan, and that is why he still thinks that at heart he is a Mewati. Now the second question is that why is posting such kind of videos? So there could be two reasons for this. We asked him that why, because he has never been to India, then why is so closely tracking everything that is going there, and especially about the videos in which he's saying, instigating people to kill Manu Manesar, and he says that Muslims must kill him. So we asked him that why he's tracking these events so closely.
Yes.
So what he said that he's actually very upset that the things that is going on in Mewat and Nu, and he says actually that he has never been to India, but he tracks everything because his heart belongs to there, to Mewat. He feels that at heart he is still a Mewati, and he says that he was upset at the police not doing anything about the social media videos, and basically but when we looked at his other profile, the kind of videos that has been posting earlier, so we saw that basically he has latched onto this opportunity to just increase the number of his subscribers. As I told you that on YouTube and Facebook he has on Facebook he has 1 lakh plus subscribers. Similarly on YouTube he has 80,000 followers. So he thought this is something he has been talking about Mewat. He keeps on saying that I'm a Mewati in his videos, and initially he has been posting some irrelevant content, even some vulgar content, some cheap kind of joke about women. But recently we saw that he latched onto this opportunity that was that violence going on in Mewat, and he started posting videos about that. And he says that actually he is a YouTuber, he is some agricultural land in Pakistan, and he says that he's just upset and that is why he posted these videos.
Incredible details that Bala and his team have put together. A man in Pakistan, Bahawalpur, 7 kilometers from the city of Bahawalpur, which also happens to be the, the headquarter town of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We don't know what links he has. He seems to be a YouTuber just looking to increase his followers. But his role in the entire social media poison cannot be discounted, because at the end of the day, as Bala and all of us in India today have been reporting, 6 people have died, 200 vehicles have been burnt, and untold damage has been conducted. So can this man be off the hook just because he's across the line of control? We'll make sure that something happens. We hope the government is watching. This is the man who was part of the social media poison. Bala, thanks very much, and great report with those details that puts another jigsaw piece into place into just how all of this was made possible until the pressure was simply too high, and then you saw those stones flying. Well, after Monday's violence in Nu, which is still shaking the nation, we've shown you Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani, we've shown you Monu Manesar, but it all also started on social media with Bittu Bajrangi. That's this guy you see on your screens right now, a self-anointed cow vigilante and a leader of a self-anointed group called the Bajrang Force. Not Bajrang Dal, but Bajrang Force. Well, he's also come under the scanner now because several questions are being raised about his role in the violence. As always, the police is on the lookout for everyone, but it seems like only India today knows where they are and how to get them to talk. Take a look at this exclusive report.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Nu. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocateur. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Nu on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया, और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए, और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए। जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocateur of the Nu clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम भी यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
और मेवात यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात?
आखिरी बात हो गया, 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था, वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online riot tribes becoming real-life violence.
New violence has again brought spotlight on hate mongers. India Today tracked down Bittu Bajrangi, whose hate speech had gone viral on 31st of July, which many believe ultimately led to violence in Mewat area. In fact, he admitted on a camera that he had met fugitive Monu Manesar just a month back and added that there were swords and guns in Shobha Yatra. Unfazed by allegations, clearly Bittu Bajrangi has no fear for law. With Alok Das, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
Now, we've shown you some of the villains on both sides. Sadly, we don't have all of their faces just yet, but I assure you, I give you a guarantee that we'll have all of their faces and we will grill them before anyone else can, because that's how seriously we take this unfolding story. But apart from the villains, apart from the rioters, apart from the investigation, it is the poor, it is the migrant laborers of this country that have always been the hardest hit in the wake of any communal violence. We were hundreds of migrants working in the Delhi suburb of Gurugram in Haryana are fleeing the city in panic. Most of these workers are from West Bengal and are now going back to their states. Many of them from the Muslim community, many of them from the Hindu community in Nu as well, choosing life over livelihood. According to some estimates, people have left Gurugram since the violence began. Most of these workers were working in high-rise societies as house helps, drivers. They've left their jobs fearing for their lives. And this is despite the Gurugram police saying that security is up and that tensions are only happening in small pockets of this sprawling suburban metropolis. India Today spoke to some of those migrants. Listen in to this exclusive report by India Today's Media.
We are in Sector 70 of Gurugram, which is very close to the Sona Road, and this is a colony of migrant laborers, many of whom who have come from West Bengal. And after the violence that erupted in Nu as well as Mewat, there have been sporadic instances of hate violence against this particular community over here as well. So I'd just like to speak to a few people to understand if they are actually facing issues, because there have been videos on social media that have been viral talking about how migrant laborers are facing the most problem. जो सोसाइटी में जो लोग हैं आसपास जो काम करता है वो लोग आप लोग को मदद कर रहे हैं अभी यहाँ पे?
है, मदद कर रहे हैं। ये गांव वाला सब मदद कर रहा है, ऐसी बात नहीं है।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
उन लोग ये कह रहे हैं कोई परेशानी नहीं है। हाँ, जहाँ गर्म हुआ यहाँ थोड़ा से माहौल गर्म है, लेकिन हर जगह गर्म है, लेकिन यहाँ कोई गर्म है नहीं अभी। लेकिन ऐसा ही आदमी कुछ आदमी जैसे घर चला जा रहा है उसको मना भी नहीं कर सकता इसको, इसीलिए वो लोग जा रहा है।
कितना लोग चला गया यहाँ से?
कम से कम करीब 400 लोग चले गए, 400-500।
वेस्ट बंगाल, पश्चिम बंगाल
पूरा नहीं, कुछ बिहार का है, यूपी का था और बंगाल का था, वो लोग सब चला गया। अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत है, बाकी ऐसा कोई इधर का जो गांव वाला है, इस गांव वाला हम लोग का थोड़ा सहयोग किया। ये लोग कह रहा कोई डर नहीं है, अब सब शांत हो जाएगा। बाकी आया था 2, 4, 10, 20 बंदा बाहर से, पता नहीं वो लोग कौन है, कैसे हम देखा भी नहीं, कभी पहचानता भी नहीं। लेकिन हमारा गांव इधर जो है पल्लव का, यहाँ का एक भी गांव वाला हमें परेशान नहीं किया।
What we've been told right now is about 300 to 400 people from this particular area have left for West Bengal, and this is why the life of migrant laborers is difficult in and around the city of Gurugram as well. And these are the people that are most affected by the meaningless violence that has led to a lot of fear-mongering and speculation among all communities within Gurugram as well. With Shailendra from Gurugram, Milan Sharma for India Today.
The communal clash, as you can see in those voices, has spread panic and fear. People making the difficult decision to leave their livelihoods and get out of places like Palwal, like Gurugram, like Nu itself as well. Shreya continues to be with us from Nu because she's going to be reporting on every aspect of the effects of this communal violence. We've heard some of those voices from Gurugram, the migrant laborers who are deciding not to stay because they don't feel safe. Shreya, what's the situation there in Nu? Are people leaving Nu as well in fear?
Shiv, the demography of Nu is such that, we will not see an exodus in the manner that we are seeing in Gurugram. Because when we talk about Gurugram, this is a settled city. People are coming from outside. So it's a mixed demography. There are pockets where probably we've seen that a community is living in a number as a minority. And when these clashes erupted, sporadic incidents were reported from Gurugram yesterday and day before yesterday. So for that reason, these workers who are migrant workers. They work as maids in the high rises. They are choosing to leave their residences because of these visuals that were also reported from Gurugram of shanties being burnt, of isolated shops being put on fire. So it's unfortunate that it's happening. It's the duty of the law and order bodies to actually ensure that people feel safe, but that hasn't fortunately happened immediately after the new violence. So that is the reason we are seeing this exodus that has taken place from particularly the 66, 67 and 70 sector of Gurugram. We only hope that the Gurugram police takes cognizance of these and provide adequate security so that people, especially from this strata, from the migrant workers and all, they feel safer in the city of Gurugram.
And after all those police lapses that Shreya and her team have nailed down in our coverage from day one, let's hope that the police is doing its job now to guarantee the safety of these people and send out a message that they will be kept safe at all costs. We can't have another situation where migrants decide not to return to work in these cities, leaving their families very far away. We will do our best to try and reach out to get you more voices as well. Shreya, stay safe as always. Thank you very much for getting us that report. We've got some breaking news coming in now. Okay, former Haryana Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda has quoted from India Today's agenda-setting sting operation that highlighted the lapses of the Haryana police. Hooda, only the latest to take up India Today's sting operation, says this is a clear failure of the Khattar government that's been exposed. He says, why did Haryana government ignore all the warnings? Well, just to remind our viewers, the India Today's sting operation called Villains of Haryana caught on camera several police officials admitting in the most brazenly clear way that there was enough prior warning, enough intelligence to support premeditated or preemptive action by the police, which obviously did not happen, as a result of which 6 people died. Hooda saying clear lapses by the Khattar government despite intelligence. This is the power of India Today's reporting and India Today's special investigations. And I assure you, our viewer, because you are looking to India Today to keep our coverage factual, and that's the reason why we've been the most watched right through this coverage. That means a great deal to us, and we take it very, very seriously. After this very short break, I'm taking you to another story where we've set the agenda on, and that is Manipur. I'm sad to report that after a few days of tentative calm, things have re-erupted in the northeastern state, and as always, it was only India Today's crew that was there to bring it to you live. Don't miss this unsettling report by Ashutosh next.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now.
Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports. 100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 154. In Mumbai, 78. In Kolkata, 71. In Bangalore, 40. In Chennai, 85. In Hyderabad, 91.
Yeah, so it's been actually one of the positive things that emerged in July regarding the UV sales was, of course, the semiconductor crisis, which we were battling, the whole of last couple of years, and Q1 seems to have eased a little bit. And as a result, we could produce some very good numbers for Ertiga and XL6. We could get much better supplies, the Brezza and the Vitara. The Fronx also continues to do well. And those are reflected in the very good growth numbers that you just mentioned. And also in terms of the SUV market itself, we have done, I think we have made good progress towards our stated objective to be the number one manufacturer of SUVs. In fact, for the month of July, we were the number one SUV in terms of the sales. We did about 42,600 units against the next biggest player. That was around 36,000 units.
So is it bothering you about the plunge in mini cars and small compact vehicles sales being plunging? Although SUVs on the revival of Maruti and record numbers have come, but yes, does a decline in sales worry Maruti Suzuki?
I wouldn't say worry, but yes, if you look at the overall market construct, while still the segment is large, 13,40,000 vehicles were sold last year in the small car segment, which is a pretty large segment. And it becomes important to us more so because we have a 70% share in that segment. So from that perspective, this segment, both in terms of volume and the market share, is very important. That's the reason why we want to continue to consolidate in this segment while we get into the new segments like the SUVs, where admittedly we have been weak historically. But now with these four models, I'm happy to say that we could achieve almost 25% share in July in the SUV segment as well. So yes, I would say it's like you have to devise a strategy according to the market movements.
Is the rural India, rural Bharat consumer pushing the purchase to a later date when the vehicles become more affordable, or the trend would be like this?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of things which are happening, and it's not just one trend that we can talk of. In terms of the body shape preference, yes, it seems to be a general trend towards the more SUV-ish, strongish, upright driving stance type of vehicle with high ground clearance, which is what the SUV offers. So that trend is a body type preference trend is there. On the other hand, you also see the trend in terms of the income levels going up in the rural areas. So combined with that, you would see the rural growth, for example, in our opinion, should continue to be robust. If you look at, for example, April to July period, the growth in the rural areas has been about 12%. In the urban areas, it is 8.6%, and combined, it's about 10.3%. So still rural growth outpacing the urban growth.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 154. In Mumbai, 78. In Kolkata, 71. In Bangalore, 40. In Chennai, 85. In Hyderabad, 91.
After a few days of a tense calm, things have re-erupted in Manipur. Big clashes were seen today between a group from the Meitei community and the armed forces. India Today, the only TV crew that reached Manipur's Bishnpur area when this violent clash between security forces and Meitei organizations broke out. This unfolded when forces tried to stop Meitei protesters from breaching the established buffer zone. India Today's Ashutosh Mishra with this exclusive ground report.
The police is retaliating. Tear shells, look at this. There's a massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired.
For 3 months, Manipur has been on the brink. India Today journalists Ashutosh Mishra and cameraman Sanjay Kumar on Thursday witnessed firsthand how tenuous the deceptive calm on the ground is.
Massive showdown in the conflict areas of Manipur. We are in Bishnpur, and this is where the buffer zone begins. As the ITLF announced mass burial of the cookies died in the conflict, these Meitei women and the entire community opposing the burial, saying this cannot be done in the Meitei land or the government land. And here is the buffer zone, because there is a massive movement of the community, including the Myra Pipesi women. The Assam Rifles have literally put out a Casper van on the road and blocking both sides and avoiding any confrontation. There you see the Indian Army, Assam Rifles, Rapid Action Forces, and these women have literally come to the bunker area. Now, if I could take you the other side, how the other side looks across the buffer zone. From here, these women are even asking the army personnel not make videos. So other side, the Casper van, this is a very long buffer zone has been drawn to avoid confrontation. But the Meitei accuses that the cookies, heavily armed, have taken shelter in nearby bunkers, and that's exactly why you see this massive deployment of the armed forces has been done in this region. So not only the police person, not only the state commando, but also the village defense forces.
Hundreds of people belonging to Meitei community tried to breach the buffer zone created by security forces in Bishnpur. Clashes erupted when the security forces stopped them.
More than 50,000 people are still there in relief camps. They have lost their houses. All the students are losing their academic career. Only one single piece of cloth they are coming in relief camp. They're also not for 1 month, not for 2 months. It's already 3 months.
But this area continue to be a volatile zone. There is often firing reported. Will it be safe for you to stay here?
If it is safe or not, we are ready to face anything now, because we have already waited for 3-4 months waiting for the state government and Indian government to solve the problem. But how many days, how many months still we have to wait for that? We are not able to bear this, because our state government and they all making the drones and all, we are watching that. The cookie are coming freely to our land, but we are not even allowed to enter to our own houses. What is this? Is the cookie the Indians or is Manipuri? We are immigrants. We want to ask this.
The security forces used chili spray and tear gas. And when that did not work, opened fire in the air to contain trouble.
Tear shells, look at this. There's a massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting. This is भारी भरकम गोलीबारी हो रही है, और इस आर्मर्ड गाड़ी के पीछे हम रुके हुए हैं. गोलियां चल रही है इस समय यहाँ पे. दरअसल कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. जैसे क्लैश बढ़ा, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स ने महिलाओं को पीछे करने की कोशिश की, और यहाँ पे देखिए पुलिस की गोलीबारी हो रही है.
The security forces have created buffer zones separating the Meiteis and Kuki Zomi communities.
As the confrontation takes place, we have been advised to evacuate this area. Mostly the civilians who are unarmed have been asked to go to the safer places. The women, those who were injured, were taken to the hospital in the massive confrontation. And now it is the defense forces and the state forces are heading further to the conflict areas. And we've been asked to leave and quickly evacuate this area, who are totally unarmed.
The face-off on Thursday is a grim reminder of the deep divide in Manipur. Bureau Report, India Today.
And after Bishnpur, there are fresh tensions in Manipur's capital, Imphal, as well, where protests have broken out. The police have just fired tear gas to disperse protesters in Imphal as well. This appears to be a real re-eruption of tensions in the northeastern state. Here's the latest ground report that we're getting to you from India Today's Ashutosh Mishra.
While tension escalating in the bordering areas of the valley and the hills, the situation remains tense even in the heart of the city, the capital, Imphal. Massive deployment of the forces, security forces on all over the city. The curfew relaxation has been withdrawn, and all you see now, the central forces like BSF and several other the armed forces of the state police, they are not only barricading, putting barbed wires to all the pockets. However, this is one pocket in the city where there are several protesters who are in clash with the armed police personnel. Intermittent tear shell firing taking place in this area. This explains that past 2-3 days, whatever the peace and the situation of peace that was visible, this all of a sudden escalated since this morning from the bordering areas, from the conflict zone to even the heart of the city in Imphal, capital.
We'll keep track of both those stories very, very closely because they're developing as we speak. That's a wrap on 5 Live. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita is up next. The big battle in Parliament. The Delhi Ordinance dangle that escalated big time. If you missed how the Home Minister attacked Arvind Kejriwal on this contentious issue, here's your chance to see it. Akshita next on 6 p.m. Prime.
Just bring out the point where you have mentioned in your report that gold demand in India particularly, which is the world's second largest consumer of gold, has in fact slipped in Q2 of the calendar year. Help us with the reasons behind the same.
Well, as we have stated, it's largely to do with the price. As the prices have shot up very fast, consumers tend to stay on the sidelines to see whether this is a blip or is it a sustainable increase. It always happens. Volatility is good for the trading community. It's not good for the consumers. So that is what has really happened. On top of it, there have been other factors as well. Probably a little bit of inflation has bitten into the incomes, and that must also have reduced the amount that people could afford to buy gold. But primarily, the high prices, in fact, it touched something like 64,000 rupees in Indian rupee during the quarter, where gold prices were literally unaffordable for many people. That must have been the biggest reason. And to give you an indication, gold prices have gone up by nearly 12% above the prices of last year's same quarter.
Okay, sir, can the second half demand be even worse than the first half? What is your own sense here?
Well, generally, second half is the better half every year. This is a general rule, although we have seen even Q2, sometimes Akshaya Tritiya just exceeding expectations. Generally, the Indian demand is such that second half is the biggest quarter. And within the second half, the fourth quarter, when you have generally puja, and then Dhanteras and others coming in, and then the wedding season. This is how it is. In fact, fourth quarter is something which everybody looks forward to when it is in the jewelry business. Now, it is the third quarter, part of it is lost in monsoons, because generally in monsoons, unless there is something like a significant price drop or something, people tend to focus on other stuff. And towards September, of course, it comes back with Gyanvapi festival. So the 4 months of the last year are very important. So it will always be higher than the first half.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
एक नफरती तत्वे ने आप लोगों पे अटैक किया आपके, क्योंकि आप कह रहे हो धर्म को लेके और भी ज़्यादा अटैक हुआ, और दूसरी तरफ उन्हीं धर्म के लोगों ने आपको बचाया। क्या आप नफरत को सीख के तौर पे लोगे या फिर अमन को सीख के तौर पे लोगे, और आप लोगों को भी क्या दोगे सीख के तौर पे कि इस पूरी घटना से लोगों को क्या सीखना चाहिए?
हम तो धर्म के बारे में और अपने भाईचारे के बारे में यही लोग वागन से कहेंगे कि शांति बनाए के रखें, ज़्यादा उसमें कुछ नहीं रखा है। ये देश हमारा है, ये बर्बाद हो जाएगा, कुछ नहीं बचेगा। जिस तरीक़ा से वारदात हो रही हैं, हिंदू कर रहा है, मुस्लिम कर रहा है, ये गलत हो रहा है। या कि अपने भाईचारे को अपनों कायम रखो, इसी में हमें भी यहीं रहना, उनको भी यहीं रहना है। बाकी जो हादसा इन्होंने किया है ये बहुत ही शर्मसार, बहुत ही मतलब बहुत ही ज़्यादा शर्मसार।
अभी सहमत हो?
हाँ जी मैम, बिल्कुल मैम।
कुछ कहना चाहते
मैम वही है, गलत तो हुआ है, हमारा भी नुकसान हुआ है मैम, ठीक है। और मैम वहाँ से जान बच के आ गई, ये हम तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। गाड़ी घोड़ा की तो कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ जी मैम, बिल्कुल मैम, सुख शांति से जी ले मैम, वही सब।
ज़्यादातर आपसे ये सवाल मैं पूछ रही हूँ कि ज़्यादातर जो लोग थे वहाँ पे वो यूथ थे, है ना? तो जो यूथ है
मैम 25 साल तक के बच्चे थे, जो और पतले पतले मैम जो भी थे, हमने देखे भी, मैंने बिल्कुल बहुत करीब से देखा है उनको, तो मैम सारा यूथ था।
तो भैया इन भटके हुए नौजवानों को आपके कहानी से आप इनको जो सीख है वो क्या देना चाहोगे?
हम यही देना चाहेंगे कि अपन शांति बनाए रखें, इनके बिना हमारा काम नहीं चल पाता और हमारे बिना इनका काम नहीं चलेगा, ठीक है मैम। तो वही चीज़ें अमन चाहते हैं। हाँ जी, अमन चाहते हैं।
So you know, this is the story that you beautifully heard by both Karan and Vivek. They were attacked by the same community. They were saved by the same community. They are choosing to take the message of friendship, and that is their message forward. They're asking people to ensure and keep peace and harmony, because otherwise, as we've always heard, an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. With video journalist Abhishek, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Delhi dangal in Parliament.
की बात यह है इसका समर्थन भी मोदी जी के साथ हमारे अमित शाह जी शायद कहीं घूमने गए।
Amit Shah leads the centre's charge.
यहाँ एक ऐसे दल की सरकार आई जिसका मकसद, मुझे कोई झिझक नहीं है कहने में, जिसका मकसद सेवा करना है ही नहीं, झगड़ा करना।
Lashes out at Aam Aadmi Party over ordinance.
प्रॉब्लम ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के अधिकार का नहीं है, विजिलेंस को कंट्रोल में लेकर बंगला जो बना दिया है इसका सत्य छुपाना है।
Opposition attempts show of unity.
ये घोटाले के लिए क्या ये बिल लाना जरूरी था? आपके हाथ में ईडी है, सीबीआई है, कितने सारे फौजे हैं आपके हाथ में, कितने सारे शक्तियां हैं आपके जेब में, तब उसको इस्तेमाल क्यों नहीं करते?
As Delhi Services Bill faces Lok Sabha test, the real fight will be in the upper house. The Delhi Ordinance dangal, the big focus on 6 p.m. prime.
watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Anandagopal, and yes, this evening we're going to be getting you all the highlights coming in from Parliament. Yes, the big talking point was really the Delhi Services Bill. You had Home Minister Amit Shah leading the fight for the central government. A slew of opposition leaders who are backing the Aam Aadmi Party also spoke. We'll get you all of those highlights. AAP MP Raghav Chadha will also be joining me in just a few moments from now. First, as always, the headlines. Undeniable proof of Haryana villains with India Today. Exact moment when new riots unravelled, caught on camera. Cops, Yatra participants seen taking cover. Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in new riots. FIR filed against 3 social media influencers. 20 hate video links traced for fomenting riots. Fresh clashes erupt in Manipur. Forces and Meitei protesters clash in Bishnpur. Chili spray, bullets and tear gas fired. We get you exclusive ground reports.
This is number of the massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting.
For Hindu side in Gyanvapi case, as Allahabad High Court gives green nod to ASI survey, Muslim side moves Supreme Court to challenge the order. Karnataka hijab row rerun in India's financial capital. Mumbai College bans burqa in campus as students must only wear uniform. Protests break out. And fresh trouble for BJP MP Brij Bhushan. Green Court orders probe against Brij in illegal sand mining case. For days now, we've been hearing about the Delhi Ordinance dangle. It finally played out in Parliament today as every political party, keeping aside differences and all the protests and din in the House, engaged in a meaningful debate for perhaps the first time in the course of the monsoon session. You had Home Minister Amit Shah kicking off things, lashing out at the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha. While defending the Delhi Ordinance Bill, he also made several points against the AAP, saying they're selectively interpreting the Supreme Court's decision. Targeting the Congress, Amit Shah also said that the former Prime Minister Nehru was himself against Delhi being given full statehood. He also, in fact, said that the reason the Aam Aadmi Party is against the Delhi Ordinance Bill is because they want control of the Vigilance Department to ensure the details of Arvind Kejriwal's splurge on his bungalow doesn't come out. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has lashed out at parties like the BJD, YSRCP, because remember, these two parties who hold a crucial chunk of numbers in the Rajya Sabha have chosen to support this ordinance, have chosen to back the centre.
दिल्ली विधानसभा सहित एक संघ शासित प्रदेश है, तो दिल्ली ना तो पूर्ण राज्य है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश है, ना संघ शासित प्रदेश विथ असेंबली, क्योंकि ये राजधानी क्षेत्र है। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए 239A में इसका एक विशेष प्रावधान संविधान के तहत किया गया है। 239AA3B बहुत स्पष्ट है। इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है। गठबंधन बनाने के नए गठबंधन बनाने के अनेक प्रकार होते हैं। नया गठबंधन बनाने के अनेक प्रकार होते हैं। विधेयक और कानून देश के भले के लिए लेकर आते हैं। इसका विरोध या इसका समर्थन भी देश के और दिल्ली के भले के लिए करना चाहिए। अगर हमारी राजनीति में थोड़ी स्वीकृति कम है तो सबको मिलाना है। दिल्ली का जो होना है वो हो, जितना भ्रष्टाचार होना है वो हो। मंत्री कुछ भी करे, मुख्यमंत्री करोड़ों के बंगले बनाए, मगर हम विपक्ष में रहते हुए समर्थन करेंगे क्योंकि हमें गठबंधन बनाना है। इस तरह से नहीं सोचना चाहिए। और वैसे भी मैं बता देता हूं, विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी वालों को, कि ये बिल पारित होने के बाद वो अलायंस में आपके साथ आने वाले नहीं है। तो जो सच है वो करिए। इतना अपील करके मेरी बात को समाप्त करें। 2015 में यहाँ स्थिति बदली और यहाँ एक ऐसे दल की सरकार आई जिसका मकसद, मुझे कोई झिझक नहीं है कहने में, जिसका मकसद सेवा करना है ही नहीं, झगड़ा करना। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अनेक पार्टियों के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, अनेक पार्टियों की मिलीजुली सरकार रही, शुद्ध रूप से सरकार रही, मगर राष्ट्र सेवा करने में और जन सेवा करने में किसी भी पार्टी को कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। मैं बाद में बात करूंगा क्या दिक्कत है वो, उसकी भी डिटेल बात करूंगा। प्रॉब्लम क्या है वो? प्रॉब्लम ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के अधिकार का नहीं है, विजिलेंस को कंट्रोल में लेकर बंगला जो बना दिया है इसका सत्य छुपाना है। जो भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है इसका सत्य छुपाना है।
मेरा सिर्फ यही कहना है कि अब जो भी कहे, शंका हमारे इसलिए है कि हिंदुस्तान में से एक ही राज्य दिल्ली नहीं है। अगर दिल्ली में इस तरीके की छेड़खानी होते रहेंगे तो इसके चलते आप धीरे धीरे हिंदुस्तान की बाकी राज्यों में एक किस्म के ही हमला करते रहेंगे। अगर आपको ये लगे कि यहाँ घोटाला होते रहते, ये घोटाले के लिए क्या ये बिल लाना जरूरी था? आपके हाथ में ईडी है, सीबीआई है, कितने सारे फौजें हैं आपके हाथ में, कितने सारे शक्तियां हैं अपने जेब में, तब उसको इस्तेमाल क्यों नहीं करते? ये घोटाला की चलते, घोटाला की विरोध करने के लिए आपको क्या ये बिल लाना जरूरी था? मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहता है। दूसरी सवाल ये है कि देखिए ये अध्यादेश की घोषणा लोकतांत्रिक और न्यायिक विचार विमर्श का दरकिनार करने का एक स्पष्ट प्रयास है। क्योंकि मैं बता रहा हूं, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की 2023 संविधान पीठ के फैसले के महज 6 दिन बाद ही 17 मई 2023 के अध्यादेश को मंजूरी देने वाले कैबिनेट प्रस्ताव पारित किया गया था, जबकि अध्यादेश को 19 मई को ही कानूनी रूप दिया गया और उसी शाम जैसे ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट की छुट्टियां शुरू हुई, इस अध्यादेश को जनता के लिए लागू कर दिया गया। ये सही है, ये गलत? अब बताओ, इतना जल्दबाजी क्यों आपको लगे कि अध्यादेश के तहत ये बिल लाना जरूरी समझा है आपने? क्यों?
आज चर्चा हो रही है कि चुनी हुई सरकार का पूरा मुख्यमंत्री का सारा अधिकार वो लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर को दे रहे हैं। वो क्या उचित है क्या? इस ऑर्डिनेंस की जरूरत क्या पड़ी?
अटल जी को याद करो, जो दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य बनाने की वकालत जिंदगी भर करते रहे। अपना घोषणा पत्र पढ़ो अमित शाह जी, उसमें लिखा हुआ है साफ साफ, दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य बनाएंगे। किसने? भाजपाइयों ने लिखा था। संख्या बल के आधार पर एक राज्य सरकार के खिलाफ आप गैर संवैधानिक बिल पास कर रहे हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में दूर दूर तक ये बिल कहीं टिकेगा नहीं, रुकेगा नहीं।
Let's get you the first reaction coming in from Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to Home Minister Amit Shah. Kejriwal has reiterated that in the Aam Aadmi Party's view, the services bill enslaves Delhiites, enslaves Delhi residents. He's also said that the India alliance will never allow this bill to pass. Kejriwal has also accused Amit Shah of dithering from the main issue, saying he's resorting to putting the focus on other issues to take the keen eye of Delhiites away from what's really happening right now in Parliament on the Delhi Services Bill itself. First reaction that's coming in from Arvind Kejriwal. Let's take this across to Moshmi Singh for more details. Moshmi, you've got Arvind Kejriwal right now lashing out at Amit Shah and saying that the India alliance will ensure this bill doesn't pass. Easier said than done. Numbers are not in AAP's favour right now.
Absolutely, Akshata, and bold and underline that he also brings in the India alliance question into the entire counter-attack by the Delhi Chief Minister. It is interesting that Amit Shah, drives a wedge straight into the opposition unity, hitting where it hurts the most. The Congress party, questioning the Congress party, saying it compromised on its own interests to keep the India alliance alive. And in fact, mocking the Congress, saying that after this bill is passed, the Aam Aadmi party is going to walk out of the entire India bloc. So there you are. And, first we had Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, slamming and hitting back at Amit Shah there, saying that you could use the ED and the CBI. Why would you want to get a bill, to in fact expose any kind of corruption when you have these agencies under you? And on the other hand, now Delhi Chief Minister, hitting back almost as soon as Amit Shah made those allegations. So very interesting power play is what we see, Akshata, there inside on the floor of the House.
And while the India Alliance, Maushmi, came out in support of the Aam Aadmi party in Parliament as well, we saw leading the fight essentially was the Congress in the Lok Sabha, because the AAP doesn't have representatives there. But at the end of the day, the India Alliance was formed for this very reason, to combat the BJP, to show they have the numbers. It hasn't worked in this particular case either, because you've had the other parties like BJD, YSRCP, even TDP, who they failed to really bring into their fold, joining hands with the BJP on this.
That's there, they never had the numbers. They are in overwhelming majority, the NDA in the lower house, and you have the fence-sitters siding with the BJP. It's not also about the numbers now in the Raj Sabha with the fence-sitters, absolutely backing the BJP. It's a glim possibility that, any numbers could work in their favor, and that's one reason, the rhetoric is playing out to the fullest. The optics are playing out to the fullest. Interesting that the Speaker was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and not Manish Tiwari or an MP from Punjab, because, Congress MP from Punjab from the Congress's side, because they know that there is, and Amit Shah, pointing that out as well, that there is, a lot of restlessness in the Congress over support to the Aam Aadmi party on this bill, and all, for the sake of the unity of the India partners.
Very true. And at this point, you've got Arvind Kejriwal now reacting to Home Minister Amit Shah's speech there. But no reaction, interestingly, from Kejriwal, Maushmi, to the point that Home Minister Shah made about the AAP wanting control of the Vigilance Department because they wanted to hide the funding of the Chief Minister's bungalow.
Absolutely no reaction, but he actually played out the greater common good cause, that this would hold Delhi to ransom. It was about the right to rule for the people of Delhi, by the people of Delhi, of the people of Delhi. So he highlighted the cause of Delhi more than, answering those corruption charges in that tweet, Akshata.
All right, Maushmi, thanks very much for joining us with all of those details. So that's the big news break coming in. The war of words continuing even as the fight plays out in Parliament right now. But essentially what you've seen in the Supreme Court, and this is something that's constantly mentioned with regards to the Delhi Ordinance Bill, that the Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition constantly say that the Supreme Court has said that the Parliament cannot step in here. But remember, and let me just highlight for you how this has essentially played out for the last many years. It started in 2015 when the MHA directed the Lieutenant Governor then to take control over the Services Department. And that means that the appointment of officers, the power and control of that would go away from the Aam Aadmi Party. In 2017, you had, in fact, the central government also taking further steps on that front. It then moved to the Supreme Court in 2018, and since then it's been moving forward in the courts. I want to bring in on this broadcast Member of Parliament from the Rajya Sabha representing the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Raghav Chadha, on this broadcast. Raghav, good evening. I'm sure you heard what Home Minister Amit Shah said in Parliament. The most basic argument which the Aam Aadmi Party, which your party has been putting forth constantly, is the fact that the Delhi Ordinance and Services Bill is essentially against legislative competence to bring it in to the Parliament. And this has constantly been countered. Several legal experts here in India today have also raised this, Raghav, saying that it's not true. That, the Supreme Court mentioned that this can be brought up in Parliament. Amit Shah has said that you've kind of misconstrued the Supreme Court order to benefit your argument.
Well, I heard the Honorable Home Minister's comments and his interpretation of a couple of paras of the Constitution bench judgment of the Supreme Court. And I beg to differ with it. And I wish to say that that assessment and that understanding is erroneous, to say the least. The Supreme Court in its judgment has said that the center has powers to legislate on some matters vis-a-vis Delhi, and it can make laws for Delhi. The laws that are to be made have to be within the four corners of the Constitution. They cannot be violative of the Constitution. Just how center may have powers to make a law vis-a-vis Delhi, but can the center tomorrow make a law, say for example, give all powers to the government of Delhi to dictate the foreign policy of India vis-a-vis the United States of America? It can't, because that law, if the center wishes to enact that law through an ordinance or through a bill, will be violative of the Constitution, because we have a boundary of subjects of administration that has been defined for the Delhi government. Similarly, since they cannot give us a power like the foreign policy, etc., which is beyond the power that the government of Delhi enjoys, they cannot even snatch away a power from us. So they cannot legislate and take away services, that is the transfer posting of bureaucrats, officers, disciplinary proceedings against bureaucrats, etc., from the Delhi government. So therefore, whatever they legislate has to be within the four corners of the Constitution. Since it is not within the four corners of the Constitution, we don't have legislative competence, as in we the parliamentarians do not enjoy legislative competence. Number two, it is violative of the Constitution of India. And third, it is a direct and utmost contempt of the Honorable Supreme Court. A Supreme Court on 11th of May 2023 came out with a unanimous 5-judge Constitution bench judgment, which says that services is fairly and squarely with the Chief Minister and elected government. You cannot, after 7 days, come out with an ordinance and take those powers away. And it is a direct challenge of the Supreme Court and challenging the majesty of the Supreme Court. There is no precedent where you can change the Supreme Court judgment without changing the basis of the judgment. And in order to change the basis of the judgment, you have to amend the Constitution, which they are not doing. They are only bringing a simple bill. So therefore, it is unconstitutional.
Raghav, can I read out two parts? One is from the Supreme Court verdict, which says the Legislative Assembly of NCTD has competence over entries. In addition to this, Parliament has legislative competence over all matters by virtue of Article 239AA3A. Now, another point that I want to make here is about also Article 249, which says Parliament should make laws with respect to any matter enumerated in the state list specified in the resolution. The Parliament will make laws for the whole or any part of the territory of India. It's these two parts that Home Minister Amit Shah also has constantly cited.
The judgment that the para that you read out from the Constitution, from the first bit that you read out of the Supreme Court's judgment, that judgment says that in accordance with Article 239AA, subsection 3, clause A, whatever that article that you read out, that article defines the powers of the Delhi government. You cannot add something to it. You cannot subtract something to it. You can only make laws to give effect to that law. For example, can the government tomorrow say that Delhi government will decide on India's foreign policy with the United States? No, because it is violative of Article 239AA. Similarly, they can't take away powers from us also, because that will also be violative of Article 239AA, and that is my short point. And in case you wish to do so, you have to amend the Constitution. You cannot do this via amending a bill, amending an act. You have to amend the Constitution, which you are not doing because you don't have a 2/3 majority in the Rajya Sabha. So therefore, this is an unconstitutional act. It is an attempt to hoodwink the Supreme Court, and it will, of course, be thrown in the dustbin because it's not worth the paper it is written on once it's before the Supreme Court. Number two, direct abuse of the government's ordinance making powers under Article 123. Ordinances are brought in the rarest of the rare circumstances where situations arise which necessitate an ordinance. There are no situations that necessitate an ordinance vis-a-vis Delhi. There is a Supreme Court judgment giving us all the powers. What was the hurry? What was the tearing hurry? Would heavens have fallen if they would have brought in a bill and not an ordinance? So merely because it is abuse of the ordinance making powers of the government, on that count alone, this bill should be struck down.
I want to highlight for a moment what Home Minister Amit Shah also said when he made this quite political. He said that the reason that the Aam Aadmi Party has such a big problem with this current legislation, with this current bill, is that you want control of vigilance to ensure that, no details of the Chief Minister's bungalow expenses really emerge. What's your response to that, Raghav?
Well, Aam Aadmi Party is not made up of the stuff that it will get scared or will be trembling with fear because of some threats that have been issued to us by the BJP, including by the Home Minister. They can let loose any agency on us. We have nothing to hide. We will still put up a big fight against you and defeat you in the electoral battles. Point number one. Point number two, these people are scared of Arvind Kejriwal. Today, the Home Minister let the cat out of the bag. He said that I am bringing this law because from 2015, situation in Delhi changed, and as a result, we had to take away all these powers from the elected government. What happened in 2015? India's highest ever electoral mandate was given to a man called Arvind Kejriwal. And therefore, ever since 2015, BJP has lost successive assembly elections in Delhi. They have realized that they can never form a government in Delhi, and their political future in Delhi is very bleak. As a result, they have decided that let's abandon the government, make the government administratively impotent, let's snatch all the powers from the government. And therefore, once there is no power in the government, there will be no elections, or there will be no effective elections in the city. And as a result, BJP will not be put to face a humiliating defeat every election after election at the hands of Mr. Kejriwal. That is what he said in the sum and substance of his statements. Sure. He even said that previous to 2015, everything was okay. But in 2015, something changed. It is in 2015, because Mr. Kejriwal came into office, I have to say this in no uncertain terms, that it is the Kejriwal phobia. It is the Kejriwal phobia on the basis of which and due to which BJP is bringing this bill. They are afraid of Arvind Kejriwal because they know that Arvind Kejriwal until the time he's in Delhi and he's contesting elections in Delhi, BJP has no future in Delhi. So let's abandon the government.
Okay, but what's happening in Parliament right now, Raghav, is realistically speaking, you don't seem to have the numbers. The BJD, the YSRCP, even the TDP, the so-called fence-sitters seem to all be siding with the BJP and the NDA here. So have you already lost the fight in Parliament?
Look, Lok Sabha, the government has the numbers. In the Rajya Sabha, it's a closely fought battle. Let's see how the voting happens in the Rajya Sabha. How many people are present? How many are voting? Who votes for which motion? Who votes for the motion? Who votes against the motion? These are things we'll see once the bill is put to vote in Rajya Sabha. I wouldn't want to second guess the outcome. But yes, there are some political parties like the BJD and the YSRCP that have decided to support the government on this unconstitutional bill. I am pretty sure they have not done this out of choice. I am given to understand they have done this out of compulsion, and therefore I recited a couplet to explain their situation, which is...
What kind of compulsion?
Well, I don't know what compulsion. It is for them to answer. It is for the people to, ponder upon what kind of compulsion. I can only say कि कुछ तो मजबूरियां रही होंगी, यूं ही कोई बेवफा नहीं होता. जी चाहता है बहुत सच कहूं, क्या करूं हौसला नहीं होता. I'm pretty sure they're subject to some compulsions and majburiyan. As a result, they've chosen. However, as far as defeating this bill is concerned, as far as challenging this law is concerned, we are going to challenge it legislatively by trying to oppose it in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and we will fight it out judicially in the Supreme Court when the Constitution bench is set up again to look into this matter. There have been two Constitution benches that have heard the Delhi government's matter, one in 2018 and one in 2023. Both ruled in favor of the elected government and said that the elected government has all the powers. It's the chief minister that has all the transfer posting powers of the secretaries and the officers, not the central government, not the lieutenant governor. So we won 2 rounds in Supreme Court. Now we are gearing up for the round 3, and I'm pretty sure since the constitution remains the same, we will win round 3 as well.
Let's see if the Parliament round goes your way as well. Raghav Chadha, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. So you heard the Aam Aadmi Party's perspective there. They're making it very clear that they're going to be fighting this out tooth and nail, whether it's in Parliament or in the courts. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. We'll be right back with lots more news and updates. Don't go anywhere.
politics, everyone has an opinion. But I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
$5 a.m. on Monday. 4 people are killed in a shooting spree on the Jaipur-Mumbai Superfast Express. Railway Protection Force Constable Chetan Singh allegedly gunned down his superior officer Tikaram Meena and 3 Muslim passengers. Those 1.5 hours of sheer horror still haunts Krishna Kumar Shukla, an attendant who was on the coach, and now a key witness.
माहौल तो सर जी बहुत डरावना था वहाँ का। भाई ऐसा सामने वाला बंदूक लेके घूम रहा था, ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे मानो कसाव वाली कहानी सामने, तो पैसेंजर तो डरेंगे ही ना। मैं वहाँ पेट्रोल का काम करता हूँ, कोच अटेंडेंट हूँ, करीबन 12-13 साल हो गए।
Shukla rushed to the spot where he heard the firing.
हम भी देखे तो सामने वाला नीचे एकदम खून में पड़ा हुआ था और वो जो जिसने गोली चलाई थी वो बगल में बंदूक लेके खड़ा था।
The train attendant says he got nightmares even now.
हम तो इधर जो पुलिस वाले साहब मरे थे खाली उन्हीं को जान रहे थे, लेकिन बाद में बोरीवली में ये देखने को मिला कि उधर भी एक बॉडी पड़ी हुई है। फिर दोनों बॉडी को बोरीवली में उतारा, फिर इसके बाद पता चला कि स्लीपर में भी 2 हादसा हो गया है।
Police officials who are investigating the entire case are not at all buying the claims that Chetan Singh is mentally unfit and therefore he committed this entire crime. There are several allegations by Chetan Singh's advocate and his family members saying that Chetan Singh was mentally unfit. But the police officials who are investigating this case saying that while this crime was committed, Chetan Singh was very much in his consciousness. He did what he wanted to do and he was very well aware about it.
Meanwhile, the Railway Protection Force has issued a press note saying the periodical medical examination conducted by the force detected no medical ailment. The RPF says if Chetan Singh was under medication, then he and his family kept it a secret. With Saurav Bhaktania and Mustafa Sheikh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Let's get you details of how the BJP is gearing up for the 2024 battle. Prime Minister Modi almost every single day is meeting with a group of NDA MPs, and yesterday he met with a series of South NDA MPs, pictures of which he also shared of all of them having a South Indian dinner as well. Now, here's what we've picked up from the meeting. Prime Minister Modi reportedly has told all of them to prepare for the 2024 elections and conveyed to them that they should, in fact, focus on all of the corruption charges against the governments in the south, whether it's Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, or for that matter, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. He is saying that we must focus on what the BJP has done for the last 9 years and that all opposition governments in South India are merely a model of corruption. Poulami Saha is joining us with more details on this. Poulami, what really have you picked up from your sources, or what was discussed in the Prime Minister's meeting with South NDA MPs? We know that the BJP is focusing hard on trying to make inroads in several of these states.
Absolutely. The BJP, as you know, Akshita, is not exactly a dominant force as far as southern India is concerned. So one of the messages, of course, that the Prime Minister asked the NDA MPs who he dined with to convey, of course, to their constituents is that the BJP is taking all NDA allies together and is working towards winning 2024. That the BJP works with its alliance partners, is not actually using them as such. He says, in fact, he told them that BJP in the past has also stood with its alliance partners without much going in its own favor. For instance, of course, when there was the AIDMK government in the state of Tamil Nadu as well. So he's basically asked them to convey that. The corruption plank, of course, is something that he's asked these NDA MPs to use as well as they go to their electorate and meet with them ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Remember that he's been having these meetings in clusters with MPs, NDA MPs specifically from across the various parts of the country. So this, of course, was the fourth such meeting. Earlier, he'd met with Western Uttar Pradesh MPs. He'd met with MPs from Bengal, Odisha and Jharkhand in one cluster. And then yesterday, in the first half of the evening, he met with MPs from the Kashi and the Awadh region. And then, of course, this meeting with NDA MPs from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep. The message, of course, is that the NDA is together, that the NDA has come together with one purpose, which is to serve the people, and the purpose of coming together is not like the other alliance, which he says is not the India alliance. He says refer to it as the UP alliance because name changing is not game changing, he says. So the UP alliance, he says, is only coming together because they have only one agenda, which is to defeat Modi. The agenda isn't to serve the people of the country.
All right, Poulami, thanks very much for getting us all of those updates. Slipping into a short break here at 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we're getting you a report of another rape shocker that's been reported from Rajasthan. Political heat is mounting on the Gehlot government. This latest incident is horrifying, to say the least, as another minor has been targeted.
A notorious cow vigilante.
मेवात किसी की पनौती नहीं है या किसी की जागीर नहीं है, वो हमारे कृष्ण भगवान की धरती है। जोरों शोरों से गौ माता की सेवा करते थे, हैं और रहेंगे।
A Bajrang Dal activist. A history sheeter under investigation in connection with the killing of 2 Muslim men in Haryana's Bhiwani in Feb this year.
मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर बजरंग दल प्रांत गोरक्षा प्रमुख बजरंग दल हरियाणा से।
This is Mohit Yadav, popularly called Monu Manesar, a 30-year-old Polytechnic diploma holder who joined the Bajrang Dal while in college. Monu Manesar shot to limelight for his announcement that he would attend the VHP's Braj Mandal procession on Monday, the annual 130-kilometer march planned through Noor, a sensitive Muslim-dominated district in Haryana. Police stopped him from attending the yatra. But an India Today investigation has found rumors about his alleged presence stirred the passions among locals already pent up by the Feb killings and the Gau Rakshak squads.
कोई भी दोषी बख्शा ना जाए और उसमें मैं
Monu Manesar denied provoking the other side of the communal divide in Nu.
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया क्योंकि हमारे अधिकारीगण थे। उस यात्रा में मैं था ही नहीं। हमारे जो डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र जैन जी हैं, जो हमारे विश्व हिंदू परिषद के बड़े अधिकारी हैं, उन पर भी सीधा फायरिंग की गई है। तो उससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य क्या है? हमारी हिंदू बहन बेटियों पर सीधा फायरिंग, और ये हिंदू समाज बिल्कुल नहीं सहेगा।
At the same time, he sought to speak on behalf of the entire Hindu community, claiming it won't tolerate attacks. The last time his name cropped up prominently in national media was in Feb. The police probe found cow vigilantes from Haryana pounced on Junaid and Nasir, suspecting them of being cattle smugglers. The charred bodies of the two men from Rajasthan found in a burnt vehicle at Bhiwani. Police named 9 suspects for the savage murder. 3 of them have been arrested, 6 still at large. Monu Manesar's alleged role being probed. Born and raised in Haryana's Manesar, he is father of 2 children. The man is no stranger to police investigations. He is named in 6 cases in Haryana and 1 at Bharatpur in Rajasthan. His vocabulary at public meetings hosted by Hindutva outfits has often blurred the line between free speech and provocation. Monu Manesar appears to have got the back of some powerful people over what all unfolded at Nu on Monday. A textbook case, a man with criminal record fostered by the powerful, going berserk online and on the ground, all in the name of Gauraksha and religion. With Arvind Ojha and Jai Kishan Sharma, Bureau Report.
Quality today. In Delhi, 154. In Mumbai, 78. In Kolkata, 71. In Bangalore, 40. In Chennai, 85. In Hyderabad, 91.
के अंदर ये सत्र जब से शुरू हुआ तब तक 9 बिल पास कर लिए। सारे बिल अपनी अपनी जगह बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे माननीय अध्यक्ष। हर क्षेत्र के महत्वपूर्ण बिल थे। उसमें इन्होंने कहा पीएम आकर जवाब दे, पीएम आएंगे तभी संसद चलने लगे। आज क्या हो गया है? आज इस बिल में मैं तो स्वागत करता हूं आपने चर्चा की, मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। मैं तो चाहता हूं हर रोज ही आ जाइए, परंतु आज क्या हुआ है? क्या डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता है? तो डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता है तो हर एक बिल महत्वपूर्ण है, हर एक बिल महत्वपूर्ण है। क्या देश की चिंता है तो किसानों के लिए भी बिल आया, बाकी सारे विषय के लिए भी बिल आए, मगर कोई नहीं आया। साहब, ना डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता है, ना देश की चिंता है, ना जनता की चिंता है। अपने गठबंधन को बचाने के लिए सारे लोग यहाँ आए। और आज मुझे कह रहे थे कि भारत आपको देख रहा है। मैं बता रहा हूं कि भारत देख भी रहा है, देखना भी चाहिए। आपके दोहरे चरित्र को भारत देख रहा है। आपके लिए जनता के बिल महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है। हमारे गठबंधन से एक छोटी सी सुपारी जितनी पार्टी भागकर न चली जाए, इसका बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। आपकी प्रायोरिटी बड़ी स्पष्ट हो गई भाई, बहुत स्पष्ट आप लोगों ने ही कर दी। मैं तो कुछ बोला नहीं, चुपचाप सुनता रहा, सबको पढ़ा और सब बड़ी बड़ी दुहाइयां दे रहे थे। अरे भले आदमी, कोई तो सच बोल देता कि हम इसलिए आए हैं कि केजरीवाल जी हमारे गठबंधन से भाग न जाए। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, खैर उनका जो कारण हो, मणिपुर उनका एब्सेंट रहने का कारण नहीं है। मैंने पहले दिन से यहां कहा है, जितनी लंबी चर्चा करनी हो मणिपुर पर सरकार चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार, हर चीज का जवाब दिया जाएगा और मैं दूंगा जवाब। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, उनको प्रॉब्लम एक ही है कि जनता के मन में भ्रांति खड़ी कर दी जाए। मैं उनको बताता हूं कि जनता है जो सब जानती है, कभी भ्रांति खड़ी नहीं होती है। आज आपने अपने आप को यहां पर एक्सपोज कर दिया है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, पूरी चर्चा को मैंने सुना, प्रेमचंद्रन जी से लेकर सारे लोग जो विषय पर बोले, मैंने ध्यान पूर्वक नोट भी पढ़े हैं, सुना भी है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये फिर से मैं एक बार कहता हूं कि सदन जनता को गुमराह करने की जगह नहीं है। सारे लोग राज्य के अधिकार कह रहे हैं। कौन से राज्य के? दिल्ली राज्य ही नहीं है, ये तो संघ प्रदेश है और संघ प्रदेश में भी राजधानी क्षेत्र है जो एक विशेष आर्टिकल के तहत बनाया गया। अनुच्छेद 239 से 242 तक दिल्ली के कामकाज करने के तरीके को संविधान ने स्वीकार किया। हम तो संविधान संशोधन लेकर नहीं लाए थे, आप ही आए थे। 69वां संविधान संशोधन आप लेकर आए थे, आपने ही अधिकार नहीं दिए थे। अधिकार उसके तहत अनुच्छेद 239 ए 3B के तहत संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या उसके किसी भी भाग के लिए, उसके संबंधित किसी भी विषय के लिए कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार है। मैं फिर भी आज मैं समझता हूं कि आप लोग समझकर ही बोले होंगे, समझते हैं, मगर पॉलिटिकली बोले होंगे, मगर मैं ऐसा समझकर बोलता हूं कि आप नहीं समझे होंगे। तो राज्य और केंद्र शासित प्रदेश और राजधानी क्षेत्र, ये संविधान में अलग अलग एंटिटी है। अब राज्य की दुहाई, अभी किसी सदस्य ने कहा कल को आप किसी भी राज्य से, भाई नहीं हो सकता, राज्य के काम में दखल नहीं हो सकती। यहां दखल इसलिए कर सकती है संसद क्योंकि 239 ए 3B के अंदर इस संसद को आपकी पार्टी जब सत्ता में थी तब अधिकार दिया हुआ है। और अभी किसी को लगता है मेरे अधिकार कम है, तो चुनाव लड़ने से पहले आर्टिकल 239 ए 3B पढ़ना चाहिए था। अब पढ़े नहीं, लड़ लिए और कहते मेरे अधिकार कम है। मैं देश की जनता को, दिल्ली की जनता को, सारे विपक्षी दलों को इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, साहब 1993 में राज्य बना, 93 से 15 तक इसी नियमों के अनुसार उस वक्त भी सर्विस केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में ही थी। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक इंटरप्रिटेशन किया और इंटरप्रिटेशन कर ये भी कहा कि अगर आपको सर्विस हाथ में लेनी है तो कानून बनाना पड़ेगा, जो अभी हम कर रहे हैं। तो 93 से लेकर 2015 तक किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री को कभी भी झगड़ा नहीं हुआ। आप भी आए, हम भी आए, ऊपर हम भी थे, आप भी थे, क्योंकि झगड़ा इसलिए नहीं हुआ कि जो भी आए, मैं तो आपके वखान कर रहा हूं, अधीर रंजन जी समझिए, चाहे कांग्रेस हो या बीजेपी, जो भी आए उनका मकसद दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा करना था। अगर सेवा करनी है तो झगड़ा करने की जरूरत नहीं, मगर अधिकार चाहिए तो झगड़ा करने, और झगड़ा करने का स्वभाव ही हो तो क्या कर सकते हैं। हम तो रिसीविंग एंड पर है, भाई झगड़ लो, अब क्या कर सकते हो। आप दिल्ली की जनता ने आपको चुना है, आप झगड़ा करना चाहते हो। और रूल्स बनाने के पावर के बारे में किसी सदस्य ने कहा, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि रूल्स बनाने के अधिकार, जो एक्ट बनाने का जिसके पास अधिकार है उसी के पास रूल्स बनाने के अधिकार रहते हैं। एक्ट बनाने का अधिकार भारत सरकार को है, तो एक्ट के रूल बनाने का अधिकार, ये बेसिक समझ का विषय है। कैबिनेट नोट का सवाल किया, इसमें भी आप इसको गलत भ्रांति खड़ी कर रहे हो। आप ध्यान से पढ़ लीजिएगा, कैबिनेट नोट आज भी कोई भी राज्य हो, आप लोग की कई राज्य में सरकार है, वहाँ कैबिनेट नोट कैबिनेट सचिव की साइन से ही कैबिनेट में जाती है। फाइल पर मंत्री की अप्रूवल होती है। यहाँ पर क्या होता था, जब घपले घोटाले वाली कैबिनेट नोट हो, सचिव के पास जाती ही नहीं थी, मुख्य सचिव के पास जाती ही नहीं थी। मंत्री के सिग्नेचर से पहली बार मैंने इतने लंबे सार्वजनिक जीवन में, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कोई कैबिनेट नोट गई है ऐसा सुना है। मंत्री के सिग्नेचर से कभी नहीं जाती। इसलिए रूल्स बनाने पड़े हैं भाई, रूल्स इसलिए बनाने पड़े हैं कि रूल्स के हिसाब से नहीं चलता था, रूल्स के हिसाब से चले, उसके लिए ये रूल्स बनाने पड़े हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं फिर से एक बार दिल्ली का इतिहास जरूर बताना चाहूँगा। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, 1953 में फजल अली कमीशन का गठन हुआ। उसने अपना प्रतिवेदन 1955 में दिया। उसके पहले पट्टाभी सीतारामैया की कमेटी बनी। उसके बाद 56 में संविधान संशोधन कर यूनियन टेरिटरी की अवधारणा आई। इसके साथ साथ दिल्ली म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन एक्ट 57 नगर नियम अधिनियम लागू कर दिया गया और 87 में जब सरकार या कमेटी बनी, उसके बाद दिल्ली को राज्य देने का निर्णय किया गया। 249A के तहत इसका विस्तृत वर्णन दिया हुआ है और 69वें संविधान संशोधन के द्वारा इसको लिया गया है। मैं एक जो रिपोर्ट है इसका कोट भी पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। पहले मैंने जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी को पढ़ा, आम्बेडकर जी को पढ़ा। श्री रिंकू जी आम्बेडकर जी को कह रहे थे कि आम्बेडकर की भावना के खिलाफ काम करे हो। रिंकू जी, हम तो आम्बेडकर जी की भावनाओं के अनुसार काम कर रहे हैं। आम्बेडकर जी ने कहा था कि केंद्र के तहत रहना चाहिए। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बालकृष्ण रिपोर्ट में साफ शब्दों में कहा, मैं कोट अनकोट कहता हूं, दिल्ली की कार्यप्रणाली और सेवा प्रणाली, कार्यप्रणाली और सेवा प्रणाली केंद्र सरकार के अधीन होनी चाहिए। संविधान में संशोधन के दौरान तत्कालीन गृह मंत्री ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में ये बात को, रिपोर्ट को कोट किया और उन्होंने कहा कि बालकृष्ण समिति ने पूरे विश्व की राजधानियों की कार्यप्रणाली और सेवा प्रणालियों का अध्ययन करके ये प्रस्तुत किया है, जिसका हम पालन कर रहे हैं। और उस वक्त गृह मंत्री कांग्रेस के थे। तो आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि आप जब एक उंगली हमारे सामने करते हो तो 3 उंगली आपके सामने होती है। और मैं तो कहता हूं उस वक्त उचित ही किया था और आज हम जो कर रहे हैं वो ही उचित ही कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आप, जैसा मैंने कहा कि आप गठबंधन को बढ़ाना चाहते हो, आपके मन में ऐसी कल्पना है कि गठबंधन बड़ा करेंगे तो शायद मोदी जी के खिलाफ चुनाव जीत जाएंगे। भाई और 2-3 लोगों को ढूंढ लाओ, जितने हो सके इतना इकट्ठा कर लो, अगले प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ही बनने वाले। परंतु कम से कम इसके लिए 130 करोड़ की जनता के सामने इतने एक्सपोज न हो। हर बिल आता है, नहीं मणिपुर पर चर्चा, मैं मणिपुर पर चर्चा करने के लिए आता, नहीं मणिपुर पर चर्चा नहीं, हम विरोध करेंगे, यहाँ आ जाएंगे, मेरे सामने बोर्ड लेकर खड़े हो जाएंगे। ठीक है भाई, करो। मगर जैसे ही गठबंधन टूटने वाला बिल आया, मणिपुर भी याद नहीं आया, डेमोक्रेसी भी याद नहीं आई, दंगे भी याद नहीं आए, सब इकट्ठा होकर देखो सामने बैठे सारे इकट्ठा। और 130 करोड़ की जनता को बताते हैं हमें मणिपुर की चिंता नहीं है, हमें चुनाव की चिंता है, हमें डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता नहीं है, हमें चुनाव की चिंता है। हमारी पार्टी के कोई सिद्धांत नहीं है, केवल और केवल राजनीति में, चुनाव जीतने के लिए राजनीति में है। और बताइए भैया, आप बाहर जाकर मीडिया को, अगर ये नहीं है तो सारे बिल में क्यों एब्सेंट रहे? सारे बिल महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है क्या? सारे बिल महत्वपूर्ण है, आपको रहना चाहिए था। मगर ये बिल इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है कि ये बिल आपके गठबंधन को क्षति करता है। और मैं एक बात आगे कह देता हूं कि ये बिल पास होने के बाद वैसे भी आपका गठबंधन टूट जाने वाला है। केजरीवाल जी आपको बाय बाय कर देंगे। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, एक बात आई कि भाई अध्यादेश क्यों लेकर आए। मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि 11/5/2023 को संविधान पीठ ने एक फैसला दिया। अब संविधान पीठ के फैसले को कोई ध्यान से पढ़ेगा तो वो फैसला कहता है, इन अ वे संविधान पीठ ने 2 जजों की खंडपीठ का बेंच का गाइडेंस किया है। फाइनल निर्णय 2 जज की बेंच ने करना है। वो अभी डेट लगी भी नहीं है, मैटर लगी भी नहीं है। 11/5/23 को जजमेंट आया और 11/5/23 को ही दिल्ली सरकार के सेवा विभाग ने मंत्री ने एक परिपत्र घोषित कर दी अपने सिग्नेचर से। फिर से मैं कहता हूं, परिपत्र सचिव करते हैं, यहां मंत्री करते हैं। आज 5:30 बजे तक पात्र अधिकारियों की सूची के साथ जो इस पद तैनात किए जा सके, सचिव सेवाएं की तैनाती मतलब सर्विस जो देखते हैं वो सचिव की तैनाती के लिए नोट प्रस्तुत किया जाए। अभी तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्णय करना बाकी, इन प्रिंसिपल निर्णय किया है। इसके पर 2 जजों की बेंच ने निर्णय करना है, इसको घोषित करना है। आप अमल करने कर दी। सोशल मीडिया में घोषणा कर दी कि सेवा विभाग के सचिव श्री आशीष माधेराव मोरे का ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया है। ध्यान देने की बात है कि जो मैं कह रहा हूं वो फिर से पढ़ रहा हूं। 11/5/23 के निर्णय के पैरा 165 में न्यायालय की नियमित बेंच को इस मामले का निपटारा करने का आदेश दिया गया था, जो अभी बैठी ही नहीं थी। शाम को ही इन्होंने तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन चालू कर दिया। इसके बाद सतर्कता विभाग विजिलेंस मंत्री जी ने सभी सहायक निर्देशकों को आदेश दे दिया कि विशेष सचिव सतर्कता विजिलेंस कमिश्नर को के सचिव है विजिलेंस के, उसको रिपोर्ट न कर दिया। रिपोर्ट मत करिए। क्यों? अभी जजमेंट नहीं आया। क्यों? क्योंकि अब कारण कहता हूं, इसलिए न करना का किया जाए। इसके बहुत सारे कारण हैं, मैं बताता हूं। मित्रों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, दिल्ली के सतर्कता विभाग को सबसे पहले क्यों निशाना बना गया? अगर सेवा के अधिकार मिल गए, चलो मैं 1 मिनट के लिए मान लेता हूं मिल गए, तो सबसे पहले कोई क्या करेगा? रोड एंड बिल्डिंग की चिंता करेगा, पीने की पानी की चिंता करेगा, साफ सफाई की चिंता करेगा, आरोग्य की चिंता करेगा। इन्होंने विजिलेंस की चिंता करी। बोलो, प्रायोरिटी तो देखिए साहब इनके साथी की, विजिलेंस की चिंता करी। भला विजिलेंस की चिंता क्यों करी? इससे दिल्ली की जनता का क्या भला होने वाले था? मैं बताता हूं। क्योंकि विजिलेंस विभाग को इसलिए निशाना बना गया, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कि इसमें बहुत सारी संवेदनशील फाइलें बंद पड़ी हुई थी। कौन सी फाइलें थी? कौन सी फाइलें थी? जरा आप ध्यान से सुनना भाई। जिसके बारे में बड़े बड़े आवाज से आर्गुमेंट्स कर रहे थे, उनका एक्ट सुनना। आबकारी घोटाले के संबंधित फाइल, शराब की आबकारी घोटाले की फाइल, न्यायालय द्वारा जो आदेश किया था, इसका ओपिनियन जो देना था, वो फाइल विजिलेंस डिपार्टमेंट में थी, जिसके तहत उनके पूर्व डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर जेल में बैठे हैं। अब वो फाइल कैसे इनके हाथ में दे? मुख्यमंत्री के नए बंगले के निर्माण पर अवैध रूप से हुए खर्चे के संबंधित फाइल, जिसमें स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री फंसते हैं। शीश महल की फाइल दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा उनकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने उसके प्रचार के लिए, सरकार के नहीं, पार्टी के प्रचार के लिए 90 करोड़ रुपया खर्च कर दिया। कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया कि वो 90 करोड़ रुपया पार्टी के खजाने से दिल्ली सरकार में भरा जाए। इसकी जांच की फाइल भी सतर्कता विभाग में थी। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, एक फीडबैक यूनिट बना दिया। अब आप संविधान की दुहाई दे रहे हो, ये एक्ट सुधारने के पहले भी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर इनके पास नहीं है, तो उनके पास खुफिया विभाग नहीं हो सकता। उन्होंने फीडबैक यूनिट के नाम से करोड़ों रुपए का खर्च कर एक स्वतंत्र गैरकानूनी खुफिया विभाग खड़ा कर दिया। अब इसकी भी जांच चालू हो गई। वो फाइल भी विजिलेंस में थी। BSES जो बिजली सप्लाई करने वाली कंपनी है और BYPL कंपनियों का 21,000 करोड़ का बकाया था, फिर भी एक इंडस्ट्री को और रुपया दे दिया। उनको 21,000 करोड़ लेना है, वो साइड में रहा और दूसरा पेमेंट कर दिया। इसका भी विजिलेंस में इंक्वायरी चल रहा है। अब ये सारी फाइलों के लिए माननीय अध्यक्ष जी सतर्कता विभाग को निशाना बना दिया और ये हमारे दल, मैं तो नहीं मानते सारे दल इसका समर्थन करते होंगे ऐसे काम के, मगर गठबंधन की एक मजबूरी है, इसलिए सारे दल ये सतर्कता विभाग के साथ आज आप पार्टी के साथ जुड़ गए। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, एक कहा कि भाई सत्र बुलाने का। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सभी दलों की कहीं ना कहीं पार्टियां रही। मैं इनको ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने असेंबली, एक भी असेंबली ऐसी दिखी है जिसका सत्र अवसान ही न हो। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सत्र आहूत होता है, आप सत्र अवसान यहाँ करते हो, राष्ट्रपति महोदया साइन करती हो, सत्र का अवसान होता है, नए सत्र का फिर से आहूत किया जाए। एक असेंबली देश में ऐसी है दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र की जिसका सत्र अवसान ही नहीं होता है, चालू ही रहती है। और जब भी पॉलिटिकल भाषण देना है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से भागना है, सदन के विशेषाधिकार का उपयोग करना है, किसी को गाली गलौज करना है, तो आधे दिन का सत्र बुलाकर गाली बोलकर फिर से सत्र निलंबित कर देते हैं। सत्र का अवसान ही नहीं होता है। माननीय अध्यक्ष, ऐसी कोई सरकार देखी है आपने? मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं, इनको बताता हूं आप किसका समर्थन कर रहे हो, इसी किस व्यवस्था का समर्थन कर रहे हो माननीय अध्यक्ष जी। और देश की जनता को ये सब मालूम है। और एक कैबिनेट के अधिकारों की बात कर रहे हैं, असेंबली के अधिकारों की बात कर रहे हैं। 2020 में दिल्ली विधानसभा का एक ही सत्र बुलाया गया, बजट सत्र, जिसमें 5 बैठकें हुई, 2 दिन का, जो मजबूरी है बजट पारित कराना है। 21 में भी एक ही सत्र बुलाया गया, बजट सत्र, जिसमें 3 दिन की बैठक करी, 4 बैठकें करी, वो बजट सत्र था, मजबूरी है। 2022 में एक ही सत्र बुलाया गया, बजट सत्र, क्योंकि मजबूरी है बजट पारित करना है। और 2023 में भी एक सत्र बुलाया गया, बजट सत्र। इसके अलावा विधानसभा ही नहीं बुलाई माननीय अध्यक्ष जी। अरे विधानसभा के अधिकारों की हमारे विपक्षी दल के मित्र, कौन से अधिकार भाई? विधानसभा बुलानी है नहीं है, ओवैसी जी आप मुगालते में हैं, आप मुगालते में है, विधानसभा बुलानी ही नहीं है। ऐसा है ओवैसी जी, मैं तो चाहता हूं आप अपनी स्वयं टीम बनाओ। अब वो परेशान है, इसलिए कहता हूं, मैं चाहता हूं आप अपनी स्वयं, आपके मुद्दे सबसे अलग है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं अब कैबिनेट बैठक पर आता हूं। 2022 के लिए 2022 में सिर्फ 6 कैबिनेट बैठक बुलाई गई, सिर्फ 6 ही बैठक पूरे साल में। इसमें से 3 बैठक बजट संबंधी थी और 1 बैठक एक कंपनी को फायदा करने के लिए बुलाई गई। तो एक्चुअल में देखे तो 2 बैठक बुलाई गई। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, 2023 में 2 ही बैठक अब तक बुलाई गई है, दोनों बैठक बजट के लिए। अब ये कैबिनेट की बात कर रहे हैं, भैया कैबिनेट बुलाते नहीं है, वही तकलीफ है दिल्ली की जनता को, ये तो बुलाते ही नहीं कैबिनेट। हम तो चाहते हैं कैबिनेट बुलाया जाए। अब किसका समर्थन कर रहे हो? गठबंधन करना चाहिए, सबको जोड़ना चाहिए, हम भी चलाते हैं, मगर ऐसे एक भी बिल में चर्चा नहीं करना और इसमें खड़े हो जाना। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, शॉपिंग फेस्टिवल आयोजित करने के लिए विज्ञापन के नाम पर करोड़ों रुपया खर्च कर दिए, इसमें भी कोर्ट ने स्ट्रिक्चर किया। केग का रिपोर्ट 2 साल से सदन में नहीं रखते हैं, संवैधानिक प्रोविजन है। आप हमें संविधान सिखाते हो, जरा आपके साथी को सिखा दो कि केग के रिपोर्ट को आप छुपा नहीं सकते हो। 2 साल से साहब केग का रिपोर्ट नहीं छुपाते, सदन के पटल पर नहीं रखते। बोलो क्या ये संवैधानिक प्रावधान है? माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, RRTS, एम्स, UER, IIT दिल्ली इस जैसी संस्थाओं के 13 परमिशन वहाँ लंबित है, नहीं देते हैं। उनको डर है कि ये सब होगा तो मोदी जी बड़े लोकप्रिय हो जाएंगे। मैं इनकी सरकार चलाने का तरीका बताता हूँ माननीय अध्यक्ष जी। 5G टेक्नोलॉजी लाने के लिए 2016 के एक अधिनियम बनाए, देश के सारे राज्यों ने, इवन डीएमके ने भी इसको एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, परंतु दिल्ली नहीं करता है क्योंकि उनको विकास से कोई सरोकार नहीं है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, 2013 से जो सिविल सर्विस बोर्ड की हमने रचना की, इसको लेकर ये आगे गए। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं सदन के सामने और आपके माध्यम से देश की जनता को बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि ये अध्यादेश और बाद में अब जो बिल में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है वो विधेयक लेकर मैं आया हूं, ये संपूर्णतया संविधान सम्मत है और केवल दिल्ली की जनता के कल्याण के उद्देश्य से बनाया गया है। हमारा कोई राजनीतिक उद्देश्य इसके लिए नहीं है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं
एक थोड़ा बात क्लियर कर दिया, उनको लगा 2G बोला, 5G बोला था, 5G बोला।
मारन जी पूछ रहे हैं,
वहाँ पूछ।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, भाई ये भी खड़े हो गए, मैं क्या करूं? एक बार ये भी खड़े हो गए।
सदन की कार्रवाई इस विषय की समाप्ति तक बढ़ाई जाती है। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी।
नहीं दिया आप बोल तो भाई उनको मर्जी है
मैं क्या
The Home Minister says anything.
माननीय, हाँ, आप क्या बोलना चाहते हैं? 2G 5G पे समझौता बहस नहीं हो रही यहाँ पे।
Sir, I want to submit, sir, through you, sir. Through you, sir, I want to submit one thing before the House and the Honorable Home Minister and other members of the Parliament in the other side, adversary benches. As far as 2G is concerned.
No. माननीय गृह मंत्री जी। 2G 3G माननीय 2G 3G में बहस नहीं हो रही। नो कुछ नहीं बोला। नो लगाया है। आप क्यों 2G पे नाम पूछ नाराज हो रहे हो? अरे 2G पे नाराज पे इतना नाराज क्यों जाते हो? देखो, पुरानी बातों को लेके मत चलो। वो 2G
अध्यक्ष जी रिकॉर्ड पर नहीं है, बता दीजिए इनको।
देखिए, वो रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं है, आप क्यों रिकॉर्ड पे लाना चाहते हो बात? अरे ऑनरेबल मेंबर, वो रिकॉर्ड में नहीं है, आप क्यों रिकॉर्ड में लाना चाहते हो बात? ऑनरेबल मेंबर, वो रिकॉर्ड में नहीं है। ओके, नो रिकॉर्ड। ओके, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी। No record, Mr. Balu. वो रिकॉर्ड में नहीं गया, क्यों रिकॉर्ड में लाना चाहते हो उसको बिना काम में? बिना जी, गृह मंत्री जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बालू जी,
चलो आप कहेंगे जब 2G 3G पे चर्चा करा लेंगे, अभी गृह मंत्री जी की चर्चा करने दो।
हाँ जी, मैं करता हूँ बाद में।
ओके
बालू जी, रिकॉर्ड पर नहीं है,
प्लीज।
रिकॉर्ड में नहीं है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कुछ सदस्यों ने टिप्पणियां करी है, मैं जरूर जवाब देना चाहता हूँ। मैं तो सीधा साधा भाषण करने आया था नियमों के अनुसार, मगर राजनीतिक टिप्पणियां कर गई तो मुझे जवाब देना पड़ेगा। माननीय अध्यक्ष, राजीव रंजन जी ने कहा कि लोकलाज होनी चाहिए, लोकलाज होनी चाहिए। राजीव रंजन जी, लोकलाज आप तो मत ही बोलिए, क्योंकि जिस चारा घोटाले को लेकर बिहार की जनता के सामने गए थे, आज चारा घोटाला करने वालों के साथ आप बैठे और फिर से गठबंधन के लिए। लोकलाज आपके मुंह में अच्छा नहीं लगता। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये जो गठबंधन बना है यूपीए का, ये यूपीए का गठबंधन नहीं है, ये सत्ता के स्वार्थ के लिए बना है। बंगाल में माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी, तृणमूल कांग्रेस और कांग्रेस तीनों लड़ती हैं। हर रोज ममता जी को हमारे अधीर रंजन जी क्वेश्चन करते रहते हैं, मगर बेंगलोर में साथ में बैठेंगे। जेडीयू और आरजेडी, जेडीयू का जन्म ही, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, जेडीयू का जन्म ही आरजेडी का विरोध करने के लिए हुआ। यूनाइटेड जनता दल तोड़ दिया, वो जेडीयू आज सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए गठबंधन में है। जो बाला साहब ठाकरे के सिद्धांतों पर चलते थे, वो आज कांग्रेस के साथ बैठे हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, केरल में, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, केरल में कम्युनिस्ट, कांग्रेस और एलडीएफ और यूडीएफ दोनों आमने सामने थे। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सत्ता के कारण दोनों इकट्ठा आए हैं। सुरेश जी, केरल की जनता इस बार पूछेगी। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैंने दयानिधि मारन जी को सुना, बहुत पैशन के साथ संविधान की दुहाई दे रहे थे। मारन साहब, आपको संविधान की चिंता नहीं है, एन मन एन मक्कल से आप डरे हुए हो। हमारी जो यात्रा शुरू हुई है, इसने डर खड़ा किया है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, शशि थरूर जी ने कहा, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, शशि थरूर जी ने कहा कि कांग्रेस की सरकार होती या आपकी सरकार होती तो ऐसा करते। भाई, कांग्रेस की सरकार और हमारी सरकार दोनों दिल्ली में रहा था, मगर हमने ऐसा किया ही नहीं था, तो ऐसा करने का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता था। बहुत अच्छे तरीके से चलता था, कोई झगड़ा नहीं था। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं अंत में इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, अभी भी समय है, वोटिंग बाकी है, यही समय है, सही समय है। विचार बदलिए, जनता देख रही है, जनता सब कुछ जानती है कि 9 बिलों में उपस्थित न रहने वाला समूचा विपक्ष आज गठबंधन बजाने के लिए अखाड़े में उतर गया। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये सदन के अंदर निहित स्वार्थनीतिक उद्देश्यों के कारण ना भाषण देने चाहिए, ना वोटिंग करनी चाहिए। सदन के अंदर वोटिंग 130 करोड़ की जनता के भले के लिए करनी चाहिए। मैं अंत में फिर से अपील करता हूं कि अभी भी जनता देख रही है, यही समय है मन बदलने का। एक बार मन बदल दीजिए तो शायद जनता यूपीए के पाप माफ भी कर दे। अध्यक्ष जी, सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सर मैं स्पष्ट रूप से ये कहना चाहते हैं, शुरू में भी कहा था हम लोग कि ये अध्यादेश लाकर केंद्र ने संवैधानिक सिद्धांतों का उल्लंघन किया है और निर्वाचित सरकार के अधिकारों को हड़पने की कोशिश की है। ये संघवाद की बुनियादी सिद्धांतों को कमजोर करता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की संवैधानिक पीठ ने 11 मई को दिल्ली सरकार को जो अधिकार सौंपे थे, जिसके बाद केंद्र सरकार ने अध्यादेश लाकर कोर्ट का फैसला पलट दिया है। सर, यही हमारा मोटा मोटी हमारा ये सरकार के खिलाफ
प्रश्न ये कि
सर एक मिनट, नहीं हुआ ये कब बोलने दीजिए सर।
आपने बोल तो लिया, एक क्या बोला था?
नहीं, ये तो रेस्पॉन्ड करने का अधिकार है सर, ये रेस्पॉन्ड करने का अधिकार है सर। एक मिनट अमित शाह जी, आप इतने सारे हमें भाषण सुनाया, ये लगा कि आप चुनावी मोड में आ गए। मुझे ऐसा उम्मीद थी कि कम से कम आज की तारीख में जब मणिपुर की बात आपने जिक्र किया तो कम से कम सुप्रीम कोर्ट मणिपुर के मुद्दे में क्या टिप्पणी की। सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहते हैं कि मणिपुर में सरकार नहीं है, पुलिस नहीं है, कोई शासन नहीं है।
विषय पर बात कीजिए। नो संकल्प के समय जब आपका भाषण दिया था, जब आपने बहुत सारी बात बिना विषय के बोली, मैंने कोई आपत्ति नहीं की थी। प्रश्न ये कि अधीर रंजन चौधरी द्वारा प्रस्तुत सामाजिक संकल्प को स्वीकृत किया गया है। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में सामाजिक संकल्प अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। मान्य सदस्यों, कुछ मान्य सदस्यों ने इस विधेयक पर अपने अपने संशोधन दिए, परंतु वे सभी इस समय सभा में उपस्थित नहीं है। अगर सभा की सहमति हो तो मैं सभी खंडों को सभा में निर्णय के रख लूं। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 6 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों पक्ष में खंड 2 से 6 विधेयक का अंग बने। विधेयक का अंग बने। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में आ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी अब प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत, विधेयक पारित हुआ। आप इनके सदस्य के संबंध में प्रस्ताव रख रहे थे ना?
ये जो आम आदमी पार्टी के श्री रिंकू थे, इन्होंने कागज फेंक के वेल में आके कागज फाड़ के फेंका है, आसन के सामने डाला है। सर, इनको सस्पेंड कर देना चाहिए।
आप प्रस्ताव करो ना।
प्रस्ताव करता हूँ। मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूँ कि पूरा सत्र के लिए, रिमेनिंग पार्ट ऑफ द सेशन के लिए,
मैं माननीय सदस्य सुशील कुमार रिंकू, जिसका व्यवहार माननीय नए चुने निर्वाचित सदस्य थे और मैंने प्रयास किया कि वह सदन की गरिमा को बनाए रखें। लेकिन उन्होंने सदन की गरिमा नहीं बना के रखी और उसकी मर्यादा को कम करने का प्रयास किया। मैं माननीय सदस्य का नेम करता हूं। माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी।
सर, रूल 374 में मैं ये रेजोल्यूशन मूव करता हूं कि सुशील कुमार रिंकू जो दुर्व्यवहार किया है, वेल में आके कागज फाड़ के फेंका है आसन के ऊपर, उनको रिमेनिंग पार्ट ऑफ द सेशन के लिए विलंबित किया जाए।
प्रश्न है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य इसके विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। श्री सुशील कुमार रिंकू माननीय सदस्य को सदन के इस सत्र तक लिए बचे सत्र के लिए निलंबित किया जाता है। सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 4 अगस्त 2023 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, viewers, that's the big breaking news coming in. The Delhi Services Bill has been passed in Lok Sabha, called the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023. The next obstacle will be the Rajya Sabha, where the bill will be tabled. Brute majority of the NDA in the Lok Sabha. The bill has passed very easily with a voice vote. You could see certain members of the Lok Sabha coming in from the India Alliance voice their objection. What is also interesting, we're going to play out the reasoning of the Home Minister on why this bill needs to be passed in Lok Sabha. It was also peppered with a massive punch where the Aam Aadmi Party or even Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. Without naming the Chief Minister, lots of attacks directed at the Aam Aadmi Party and the functioning of the Delhi Chief Minister. What's also interesting in all of this, viewers, is that Sushil Rinku, the only lone Lok Sabha MP of the Aam Aadmi Party representing the seat of Jalandhar, Punjab, has now been suspended for the rest of the session as well. This is the second suspension of the Aam Aadmi Party in the monsoon session. One is, of course, Rinku from Jalandhar, the Lok Sabha MP. Earlier, Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh was also suspended. But the news break that we are tracking now closely is the fact that the Delhi Ordinance Bill, the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023, has been cleared by the Lok Sabha. The next hurdle will be the Rajya Sabha, but what it looks like, the numbers stack up there in favor of the NDA. I want to quickly pull in colleague Polami Saha, who's going to be taking us through on what transpired in the Lok Sabha and what we can look at next. Polami, interesting, because the Home Minister, along with just mentioning the reasoning on why this bill needs to be passed in Lok Sabha, it was an all-out attack on the Aam Aadmi Party as well, indirectly at the functioning of the Chief Minister.
Absolutely. This was an attack that the Home Minister, of course, targeted at the Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party, basically saying that this is a party which is all about corruption and all they're trying to do is hide their corruption. They want, the rights to remain simply because they want to be able to carry on with their corruption, and they don't want any sort of vigilance. They don't want any sort of surveillance as far as those deeds are concerned. Remember that that the Home Minister used this opportunity to attack the India Alliance as well, saying that this is an alliance which has been raising, in fact, concerns about Manipur throughout. Bills have been passed, 9 bills have been passed by this House in all of this time, before, of course, the Delhi Services Bill was passed this evening, just a short while ago. But during any of these bills, all you heard from the opposition benches was a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling, a lot of sloganeering. They did not sit down. If this was about democracy, if this was about the country, if this was about the people of the country, weren't those other bills important as well? They also were important. They should have concerned you as well, because they concern the 130 crore people of this country. But you did not sit down tight, quietly. Right in front of me over here is what the Home Minister said. When it came up, it came to, of course, the alliance itself and keeping the alliance intact, because you want a small party like the Aam Aadmi Party as well to, of course, forge an alliance with you to give you strength as well, that you've sat down quietly and have participated in this discussion, which I welcome. But why wasn't this sort of participation seen when other bills were being tabled in the House? So he, of course, said that this was all about saving the alliance. This was all about trying to, of course, protect a corrupt party. He said that as soon as this bill is passed, the Aam Aadmi Party will be out of this alliance. Trust me, Arvind Kejriwal will say bye-bye to you. So this was a entirely political speech, an attack, an all-out attack against the Aam Aadmi Party. He even went on to say that in the past, earlier, when the Congress was at the centre and the BJP was in the state, or it was vice versa, the intent was to serve the people. They worked together and everything was hunky-dory. When, of course, did all of this sort of clash between the centre and the state begin. It started in 2015 when a party came to power which only wanted to fight and not serve the people of Delhi, and that is exactly why we are here today. Of course, the bill has been passed in the Lok Sabha. The Rajya Sabha will be the bigger test, because that's where, of course, the NDA will have to, of course, see that the bill passes through. But already, if you start looking at the numbers, Preeti, with the BJD, the YSRCP, the TDP, all extending their support to the NDA alliance as far as this bill is concerned, it's going to be smooth sailing there as well. Of course, the lone MP for the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha, Jalandhar Sushil Kumar Rinku, has been suspended for the remainder part of the monsoon session because he tore up the bill and threw it before the chair.
Well, you know, we heard the Home Minister there. He gave reasoning on what, which rested primarily on the fact that what the government feels is that the Delhi government is corrupt. He gave instances where the Home Minister was concerned, but this was an all-out political speech as well. It was bitter. It was an attempt to humiliate the Aam Aadmi Party. Two MPs of the Aam Aadmi Party, lone MP in Rajya Sabha, in Lok Sabha today suspended. Earlier it was Sanjay Singh from the Rajya Sabha. I'm connecting to Raghav Chadda from the Aam Aadmi Party, Rajya Sabha MP, joining me on the phone line. Raghav, what do you make of the the Home Minister's speech? It was political. It was at a level also humiliating for the Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav, because he's talked about instances where also the fact that your lone MP right now in Lok Sabha has also been suspended.
Well, I can only say that this is the murder of democracy, where MPs are being suspended left, right and centre for raising their voice to save India's democracy and India's constitution. Now today in the Lok Sabha, while the HM was speaking, I think that he let the cat out of the bag. He said that until 2015, everything was all right. And it's only post-2015 that we felt that there is a need to take away all the powers from the government of Delhi. What happened in the year 2015? It is Mr. Kejriwal's government that came into office with the highest ever electoral mandate given to anyone in the country, in India's history. So therefore, he has conceded that this is only...
Raghav, can you hear me? We're going to try and reconnect where Raghav Chadda is concerned, Rajya Sabha MP, Aam Aadmi Party. But what you just heard from the Home Minister, it was a direct attempt to attack the Aam Aadmi Party, the functioning of the Chief Minister of Delhi. He didn't limit himself to the arguments on the merits of the bill, but also made it personal at a level, especially when he spoke of how the Chief Minister uses the Delhi Assembly only to use abusive language against the government or the Prime Minister. Also went on what the government says was a detail of corruption where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. We're going to once again try and connect to Raghav Chadda, who's on the phone line with us, Rajya Sabha MP. The Aam Aadmi Party has lost two MPs to suspension. Lone MP right now in Lok Sabha, Sushil Rinku, as well as Sanjay Singh earlier on, was suspended from Rajya Sabha. If we have Raghav Chadda back. All right, we seem to have lost Raghav Chadda's phone line. We're going to dip in to the reaction of the Home Minister when he was tabling the bill, especially the bill now has been cleared by the Lok Sabha comfortably at that brute majority where the NDA is concerned. Up next, in all probability, it would be tabled on Monday in Rajya Sabha. But listen into these reactions and we're going to get you more.
क्या डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता है? तो डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता है तो हर एक बिल महत्वपूर्ण है। हर एक बिल महत्वपूर्ण है। क्या देश की चिंता है? तो किसानों के लिए भी बिल आया, बाकी सारे विषय के लिए भी बिल आए, मगर कोई नहीं आया। साहब, ना डेमोक्रेसी की चिंता है, ना देश की चिंता है, ना जनता की चिंता है। अपने गठबंधन को बचाने के लिए सारे लोग यहाँ आए।
All right, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted right after the bill was cleared in the Lok Sabha. Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, tweets, "People of Delhi stabbed in the back." Prime Minister promised full statehood to Delhi. This is going against the word of the Supreme Court as well. Arvind Kejriwal attacking the government, saying that it is the people of the national capital that have been stabbed in the back by the passage of this bill in Lok Sabha.
He's tweeted just a short while back where he's quote tweeted the Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi handle, where he says हर बार बीजेपी ने वादा किया था कि दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देगी। 2014 में मोदी जी ने खुद कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने पर दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देंगे, लेकिन आज इन लोगों ने दिल्ली वालों के पीठ में छुरा खोपा दिया। आगे से मोदी जी की किसी बात पर विश्वास मत करना। All right, that is the Delhi Chief Minister reacting to the passage of the Delhi Services Bill in Lok Sabha. Very easy passage there, brute majority. It will now be tabled in Rajya Sabha. We're going to get your reactions. A quick break.
You are watching India Today.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
I think the main trigger that is coming for the correction that we witnessed today is the downgrade by Fitch of the US economy, wherein because of the growing concerns about the way the debt has grown and the way the government there is not able to resolve certain debt related issues in terms of the limits and the overall debt ceiling which is there. There is a sense that maybe there could be some amount of risk because of that, and which has actually triggered off the correction in our markets. I think, Sakshi, we should not overplay or give too much of importance to these kind of developments, because credit rating agencies typically are behind the schedule when it comes to taking any decision in terms of the rating change. And the market is forward looking. So sometimes, there can be a knee-jerk reaction because of these kind of developments. But I do not see this necessarily as a reason for a deeper correction for our markets. The interest rates are linked to the rating that the sovereign country gets. Also, many intercorporate transactions are also linked to the credit rating that, the corporates have. So to that extent, it has some impact on the interest rates per se. But the market, as I said before, is forward-looking and would have already priced into a great extent, because if you see the 10-year bond yield movement in US, it had already touched about 4. So market was actually anticipating such a move. And I think maybe temporarily you might see the 10-year bond yields really spike up, and to that extent it would have some negative rub-off on the market. But I do not see this as a major negative for our own markets.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by New Hero Zoom. Go big, go Zoom. Gee, there's only one.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. On the latest news break coming in, the Delhi Services Bill has been passed comfortably at that where the Lok Sabha is concerned. Also, the Home Minister Amit Shah, other than just giving reasons on why this bill needs to be cleared in Lok Sabha, made it personal, made it bitter, and an all-out political attack where the Aam Aadmi Party and even the Alliance of India is concerned. On top of it, humiliating blow to the Aam Aadmi Party as well. The only sole MP in Lok Sabha, Sushil Kumar Rinku, has been suspended from the Parliament for the rest of the session as well. He's the second MP of Aam Aadmi Party to be suspended. When the voting, which was a voice vote, was going on, the opposition MP staged a walkout of Lok Sabha in midst of the voting. The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has also tweeted a short while back saying that this is the people of Delhi stabbed in the back. The Prime Minister in 2014 had promised full statehood, urging people never to trust the Prime Minister again as well. Lots of politics right now unfolding at the back of the passage of the bill in Lok Sabha. It was expected, brute majority where the NDA is concerned. The next will be the Rajya Sabha. Viewers, in all probability, the bill will be tabled in Rajya Sabha come Monday. But that's the big news break that we are getting in from the Parliament. The strong reactions coming in at the back of what was expected, a comfortable passage of the bill in Lok Sabha, where the Chief Minister has reacted, quote, tweeting your Delhi handle, in which the BJP, the Prime Minister, seemingly promising statehood for Delhi, suggesting that this is an attack on the people of Delhi, where the Prime Minister himself had promised statehood.
Well, you know, first of all, the Chief Minister should know that at the present state, the Constitution has envisaged a special category for Delhi where it is not a full state, where it is not a full union territory. It is a national capital territory, which is a union territory with a Vidhan Sabha. And therefore, 239AA3B is the guiding light for this kind of arrangement for Delhi. And I therefore hope that the Chief Minister of Delhi would have read the Constitution before he fought elections. And also, he is today with the same Congress party whose Chacha Nehru had said that Delhi should not even be a full state, it should be like a municipal corporation. 1956, the assembly was abolished by Nehruji, and in 1957, it was granted a municipal corporation status. So I think Mr. Kejriwal should stop behaving like somebody who feels that he's in a super state. Today, the position of Delhi is clear by the Constitution and the Supreme Court judgment of 11th of May, and that has been followed to the T.
Well, you know, Shahzad, it's interesting because, you know, at one end, one is happy to invoke what Nehru said, on the other end, on many a times denigrate him. But having said that, I'll come back and ask you one very quick question. The sheer fact that the Prime Minister himself in 2014 had promised full statehood for Delhi. So what has changed in terms of the Constitution now? And also somewhere down the line with what the Supreme Court said, to club it with that, doesn't it encroach on what the rights are of a democratically elected government?
First of all, I'm not invoking Nehru or Nehru's legacy. In fact, Mr. Ajay Makan just a few days ago has said that not supporting this ordinance would be the right thing, and not supporting it would be going against Nehru. So is Ajay Makan also wrong? So I think the Congress people who are today sitting in the Lok Sabha should answer their question, that are their own leaders like Sandeep Dixit and Ajay Makan wrong, or are they taking a position only to save the so-called alliance? Because they knew that today this is not about the statehood of Delhi.
today it is about the state of their alliance. If they would not have come and sat in Parliament today, their alliance partner would have run away even before their alliance could get going, and therefore they were sitting there. They said 9 days. They did not allow any other discussion to take place. Were those bills not important? They were saying for Manipur we want to have a discussion, but today Manipur and all other issues were kept aside only because they wanted to save their alliance.
Shahzad, appreciate you joining us. Well, the Congress changing its position or not, that's up for a debate, but it's interesting that the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly changing its position on what its stand has been where Nehru is concerned. Rarely would one see Nehru being invoked at a time to try and bolster the point that the BJP would want to make. Thank you for joining us. I want to cut across right now to our guest this evening, because what the passage of the bill in Lok Sabha, which was expected, brute majority, where the NDA comes into question, has done is that opened a debate where it comes down to federalism, democracy, and what the Supreme Court said, all of that together. The next stop will be Rajya Sabha. Still, what we are getting to understand that the government very clearly would be able to get the bill passed with the support of YSR, CP, TDP and the BJD. But the passage of the bill, a dark day for democracy is what the Aam Aadmi Party says. The BJP says it's a corrupt government, Aam Aadmi Party, and they have flouted rules. They continue to do so, and this bill was necessary. Let's cut across to Akshay Marathe, National Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party, Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Onika Mehrotra, Spokesperson, Congress. Akshay Marathe, one would admit it's been a humiliating day, especially where the Lok Sabha is concerned, because other than just give up the reasoning for why this bill needs to be cleared in the Lok Sabha, there was a direct attack on your government and quite even the Chief Minister, where the Home Minister said that your government is corrupt, it flouts rules. He even went on to suggest that you use the space and the sanctity of the Delhi Assembly to use abusive language and attack the Prime Minister.
Preeti, first of all, I want to say that, sometimes when power gets to your head and people become arrogant, people become, they have hubris about their all-powerful nature. They sometimes speak the truth and they forget that they're speaking in public and they should not be revealing their real reasons for doing something. And that's what Mr. Amit Shah did on the floor of the Lok Sabha today, where he said that before 2015, when the Aam Aadmi Party government was not in power in Delhi, everything was hunky-dory. Delhi was running beautifully. Center-Delhi relationships were excellent. But as soon as Mr. Arvind Kejriwal gave a humiliating defeat to the Bharatiya Janata Party, winning 67 out of 70 seats, everything went to hell and everything needed to be fixed. And that's why the BJP is trying to save Delhi today from Arvind Kejriwal's mandate. But the question is, if the people of Delhi and the majority of Delhi, 67 out of 70 seats, remember, are saying that they want Arvind Kejriwal to rule over Delhi, they want him as Chief Minister, they want the Aam Aadmi Party's governance model, then who is the Bharatiya Janata Party to tell the people of Delhi that no, you cannot have it?
Okay.
Just because they have disagreements with Aam Aadmi Party. Tomorrow, if the Gujarat government has a disagreement with the central government, can the central government say, no, Gujarat is no longer a state, we are turning it into a union territory? No. Delhi deserves the same rights that any other state in the country deserves, because the people who live in Delhi are the same people who live in other states. Can you imagine?
Akshay Marathe, stay with me. I want to bring in...
Let me just
right.
finish.
Make your point, sir.
Today, what the situation is that in Faridabad, a citizen has more rights to elect their own government than people in Delhi have. What is the kind of society that we are building? What is the kind of country that we are building? That 2.5 crore people have been disenfranchised purely because the BJP hates Arvind Kejriwal. Is this how a democracy should function? On the basis of personal vendetta and persecution.
Akshay Marathe, okay, hold that thought. I want to bring in Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, forget about what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying. Forget about what the Delhi people, who they voted for, what they wanted. Forget about for a minute even what the Supreme Court ruling was. Let's focus on what your party said in 2013, saying there are two things that were copied by the Aam Aadmi Party in its manifesto, and number one of it was full statehood, which the Prime Minister promised in 2014.
Preeti, let's be very clear. While the BJP promised statehood, and I'm sure that issue will be explored as we move forward, let us not miss the woods for the trees. Today, the fact that, as you rightly mentioned, given the brute majority of the BJP in the Lok Sabha, the Delhi Ordinance Bill passed, or rather should I say sailed very smoothly. There are some things that need to be told for the benefit of your audience. I need to first say that I have been on a couple of debates, and all that I've been hearing from Aadmi Party spokespersons is that as per Article 239AA of the GNCTD Act of 1991 and 1993, and even the GNCTD Amended Act of 2021, the command and the power over the bureaucracy should rest with KG.
Sir, let's go one by one. She didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt her. Can I just get Sanju Verma?
39AA is of the Constitution. It is not.
May I just get Sanju Verma? Make your point, ma'am.
Finish? Yes. As per Article 239AA of the Constitution, and as per the GNCTD Act of 1991, 1993, the amended GNCTD Act of 2021, and the Transaction of Business Rules of 1993. We have to read all these together. And if we read all these together, Preeti, I do agree that Chief Minister Kejriwal and his legislators have enough powers. But when they invoke the federal structure of the Constitution, saying the federal structure has come under attack, I would like to quote what Meenakshi Lekhi said just last week. She said, when it comes to Delhi and the center, it is not a federal structure, but a quasi-federal structure by virtue of the fact that Delhi continues to be a union territory, albeit with the additional power of having a legislative assembly on the lines of what you have in Puducherry or in Jammu and Kashmir. It is not a plain vanilla union territory. We admit that. Aam Aadmi Party, each time you invoke Article 239AA, each time you invoke Transaction of Business Rules 1993, why forget one of the key rules and one of the key articles, rather, which the Supreme Court even mentioned in its May 11th, 2023 judgment. And quickly, in 2 seconds, I will tell you what Article 73 says, and this has been the premise of Amit Shah's argument also on the floor of the Lok Sabha. Article 73 states that the executive power of the central government, the Modi government in this case, shall extend to matters on which the parliament has the power to make laws. This means that the central government, read that as the Modi government, can take action on matters that fall within its legislative powers, even if they affect other states and union territories adversarially. This is what Article 73.
All right, okay. I just want to...
Last but not the least, Preeti. One thing, forget Article 73, Article 13.
Madam, we can't hear you. Can you fix your audio? Can you fix your audio? Your mic is fallen, I feel. We can't hear. We couldn't hear the last 5 seconds. Akshay Marathe, please respond. You wanted to come in. And then I'm going to bring in Monica Mehrotra. Akshay Marathe.
Preeti, the Supreme Court made it very clear that there are several democratic principles that continue to hold for Delhi, even though it might be a union territory. One of them is the fact that the bureaucracy must be accountable to the elected government. The second is the fact that there must be a separation of powers between the legislature and the bureaucracy. Number 3 is the primacy of an elected government is always going to be supreme. So all of these principles have been affirmed by the Supreme Court, and all that the Supreme Court said is that the parliament is free to legislate on subjects that it wants to, but it cannot be violative of the constitution itself. The parliament has a right to pass a law about Delhi. But if the law says that Delhi does not remain a democracy anymore, that is really going against the wishes of the Constitution of India. How can we have a situation where the parliament suspends our democracy, our federal structure, our basic structure of the Constitution just because they have a brute majority? Then what is the point of having a Constitution? What is the point of having a Supreme Court? Let Mr. Modi declare himself the dictator of India and let him do whatever he wants. Then what's the farce of holding an election in Delhi where Delhi's people have given Arvind Kejriwal 62 out of 70 seats? This is an insult to the intelligence of the people of Delhi and their rights that they enjoy as citizens of India. It is not the BJP's decision whether they get to have democracy or not. We have won this democracy as a nation. India freedom in 1947 and gave itself.
I want to bring in Monica Mehrotra in all of this. She's a spokesperson Congress. Monica Mehrotra is very interesting because, on the floor of the parliament, because now you are a part of the same alliance, there were objections from the Congress made very clear. But off-floor, where your Delhi unit is concerned, which you're a part of, Ms. Mehrotra, very, very different language. You have the likes of Mr. Markan, you have the likes of Mr. Dixit, still criticizing the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes down to support on the Delhi Ordinance Bill or the Delhi Services Bill.
Ma'am, we have to see the broader perspective. Yes, we all have our own opinion, no two ways about it. But in today's context, if you see, Preeti, And the Home Minister should practice what he preaches, because time and again he's been contradicting what he's been saying. Today in Parliament speech he said that Seva Bhav se nahi aaye. I mean, you're just contradicting what you say. If you had come with Seva Bhav, you would have allowed elected government to function. So you should practice what you preach. I think the BJP or the NDA or the 30th Alliance or the foster children that they have gathered together are a worried lot. They are worried about 2024. They know that the larger than life of Prime Minister Modi is diminishing.
All right,
And
Sanju Verma, you wanted to reply. You wanted to reply to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Go ahead.
Yes. Preeti, when the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson says just because we've got 62 out of 70, BJP is crushing democracy. By virtue of that logic, the BJP got 303 in Lok Sabha 2019. Aam Aadmi Party has only one Lok Sabha member. You keep accusing us of crushing democracy. So please don't be hypocrite. To the Delhi issue. This to say, Preeti, 16, when Delhi was kneeling under dengue, we had Arvind Kejriwal, who was busy getting himself a treatment for his throat infection at the Jindal Clinic in Bengaluru. In 2020 and 21, at the peak of COVID second wave, Arvind Kejriwal says, "Mujhse na ho paega." Thank God Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah stepped in and saved Delhiites from their cup of woes. Then in 2023, very recently, when Delhi was reeling under flood, Arvind Kejriwal said, "Mujhse na ho paega." He laid the entire blame on the water from Hasni Kund Barar. And again, it was Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, the NDRF and the army which came to the rescue of Delhiites. My last point is
10 seconds, madam.
Be it Ashish More, be it Suryaveer Singh, be it YV Rajshekhar, or be it Kiran Singh. These are some of the few IAS officers who written to the LG that because they are probing the excise scam, the Delhi Jal Board scam, the Discom scam of 20,000 crores, they are being hounded by the Punjab.
Madam, okay, no, there's a dichotomy there because they technically report to the Home Ministry. That's the reason why the Delhi government wanted control of the bureaucracy. Having said that, Akshay Marathe, 10 seconds to answer and I close the bulletin.
Preeti, what has happened is, when children are playing cricket and the bully batsman keeps getting out and Arvind Kejriwal, the star bowler, is bowling out the BJP 3 times over. The BJP has said कि बैट मेरी है, मैं बैट लेके चला जा रहा हूँ, मुझे खेलना नहीं है अब. That is what the BJP is doing. It has become a sore loser who has been humiliated by Arvind Kejriwal and the people of Delhi for 3 elections back to back. And that's why the BJP is taking its revenge against democracy.
All right, with that, I'm going to close this bulletin. Appreciate you joining us. What's happened today, viewers, is that the bill has been cleared in Lok Sabha. It was expected, brute majority where the NDA is concerned. In all probability, it should clear the Rajya Sabha, where it might be tabled in all probability on Monday as well, because the NDA this time would be supported by the YSRCP, BJD and the TDP. We'll keep a keen eye on all the politics swirling around it. A quick break. Up next, Rahul Kamal. Just bring out the point where you have mentioned in your report that gold demand in India particularly, which is the world's 2nd largest consumer of gold, has in fact slipped in Q2 of the calendar year. Help us with the reasons behind the same.
Well, as we have stated, it's largely to do with the price. As the prices have shot up very fast, consumers tend to stay on the sidelines to see whether this is a blip or is it a sustainable increase. It always happens. Volatility is good for the trading community. It's not good for the consumers. So that is what has really happened. On top of it, there have been other factors as well. Probably a little bit of inflation has bitten into the incomes, and that must also have reduced the amount that people could afford to buy gold. But primarily, the high prices, in fact, it touched something like 64,000 rupees in Indian rupee during the quarter, where gold prices were literally unaffordable for many people. That must have been the biggest reason. And to give you an indication, gold prices have gone up by nearly 12% above the prices of last year's same quarter.
Okay, sir, can the second half demand be even worse than the first half? What is your own sense here?
Well, generally, second half is the better half in every year. This is a general rule, although we have seen even quarter two, sometimes Akshay Tritiya just exceeding expectations. Generally, the Indian demand is such that second half is the biggest quarter. And within the second half, the fourth quarter, when you have generally Puja, and then Dhanteras and others coming in, and then the wedding season. This is how it is. In fact, fourth quarter is something which everybody looks forward to when it is in the jewelry business. Now, it is the third quarter, part of it is lost in monsoons, because generally in monsoons, unless there is something like a significant price drop or something, people tend to focus on other stuff. And towards September, of course, it comes back with Gyanvapi festival. So the 4 months of the last year are very important. So it will always be higher than the first half.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar which are alternative